In the testing ground, the three strongest students finally showed why everyone feared them. First was Shinji, the speed monster. Even though physical strength was not his specialty, one punch still scored over 4,000. Then he used his cloud-hidden Gale Fist, and the score exploded past 5,600, shocking the entire room. Next was Zhao, the telekinetic genius. Her body was weaker, but once she condensed her spirit power into a giant weapon, her strike nearly reached 6,000. Everyone instantly understood why telekinesis was so unfair. Then came Tantua, the combat beast with the barbarian god physique. His normal punch almost matched Singi's martial arts score. But when he used his rank bone nether flame fist, the machine showed over 7,500. At that moment, everyone believed first place already belonged to him. But then Suheng was called, the same Suheng who ranked last during the entrance test. The students laughed, thinking he was about to embarrass himself. But the moment his fist landed, a violent wind swept through the hall, and the machine displayed over 6,500 from raw strength alone. The laughter died instantly. Then Suong used the same bone nether flame fist Tantua had just shown. One punch shook the whole testing ground, covered the room in dust, and pushed his score past 9,000. And just when everyone thought the test was over, Grandmaster Qin made it even crazier. He ordered Sanggeek Zhao and Tantua to attack Suong together. The three geniuses thought it was insulting. They believed Suong would be crippled if they went too hard, but Suong accepted without hesitation. The fight began, and Seng tried to use his speed to blindside him. Xiao used telekinesis to freeze him. Tantua charged in with his flame fist. For a moment, it looked like Suong was trapped, then he smiled. With pure strength, he shattered Zhao's control, grabbed Tantua's fist, caught Singyi's foot, and used the two geniuses like cleaning rags, smashing them into the ground again and again. By the time he stopped, Zhao surrendered without even fighting back. So how did this guy become so strong? Let's go back a bit. He used to train with his friend in a dojo, and his friend notices that there is something different about his skill. This is when Suong reveals that he broke through to the Minute of Subtlety 2 days ago. When talking about the Minute of Subtlety, it is one of the martial mastery levels of this world, and the martial techniques are divided into 5 levels. The first is the beginner, the second is the minute subtlety, the third is the mastery, the fourth is the greater mastery, and the last one is the perfection. Suhong's friend is blown away by this, and he tells Suong that he is basically untouchable among his peers when it comes to Vajra Fist. When Suhong's friend realizes that the dude is not getting tired from all the training they have done, he decides to back out, telling Suhong that he needs to go home because he is not a beast like him. On his way out, he runs into their teacher, Li, who is there to look for Suhong. Li tells Suong about the martial examination and the need to pay 30,000 yuan to register with the deadline being next Monday. Suong nervously asks the teacher if he can't give him a few more days, and the man admits that he knows all about Suhong's suffering. He's aware that his family is in a tight spot, but there is nothing he can do to help since rules are rules. After the teacher is gone, Suhong continues training, and soon afterward, he is the only one left in the room. He is left thinking about his life so far. He remembers how his parents died when he was just 3 years old, and this is thanks to a ferocious beast disaster. Since then, Suhong has been living with his aunt and uncle. Apparently, after they discovered his martial talent, they decided to support his training with everything they had since this era gives martial practitioners enough money to live the best life. Suhong is heartbroken that he is doing everything to become good at martial arts, but he only keeps making things worse. Later that night, Suhong arrives at the door of the house to hear his uncle and aunt talking about how hard things are. Apparently, the rent is almost due, but they are ready to delay the rent just so they can pay Suheng's registration fee. They believe that Suheng is such a magnificent talent that they can't hold back. It turns out that his aunt is even suffering from an incurable disease, but she is ready to stop taking her medicine so that they can save a lot of money. However, his uncle refuses, telling his wife to keep taking her medicine while he takes on another job to support the family. Hearing all of these, Suhong almost breaks down in tears, but he is able to pull himself together, and he happily enters the house like he didn't just hear everything they were talking about. His aunt scolds him for training so late into the night, believing that he must be exhausted already. Suhong offers to help with the task they are doing, but they refuse, suggesting that he take his rest first. While lying on his bed, Suong decides that he needs to start fixing things by himself because his guardians have sacrificed a whole lot for him. Since he is looking to make some cool cash, he figures out that there is only one place he can go as a martial cultivator. Later on, Su-hong heads to the Martial Apprentice Arena Defense Challenge, which is an underground fighting arena. Su-hong wears a minotaur mask on his head to conceal his identity, and the host tells Su-hong that all he needs to do is win 4 consecutive matches to take home 60,000 yen. However, he is not allowed to lose because if he loses just once, he will get nothing. The crowd is not entirely thrilled by Su-hong's presence since it is the first time they have heard of him or even seen him. They mock him, saying he is playing with his life because the underground arena is not a place for rookies unless he is looking for death. Seeing that the crowd is dulled by his presence, the female hostess urges So-hong to heat up the crowd. So-hong is totally new to things like this, and he asks the hostess how he is supposed to do this. She gives him ideas like taunting the crowd or even trash-talking them. So-hong follows her advice and screams out, telling the crowd that he is invincible while calling his opponents weaklings. This only makes things worse for him since the crowd immediately concludes that he is arrogant. The crowd immediately switches up to his opponent, telling him to tear So-hong apart. Su-hong finally understands why it is an underground arena because the killing intent is all over the place. However, he has no choice because this is the only way he can earn the tuition money, but he can only hope that his Vajra fist carries him through a few wins. Su-hong analyzes his opponent and realizes that he is just an easy opponent. The dude makes the first move, leaping towards Su-hong with a punch, but Su-hong easily counters him by smacking his head into the ground, easily knocking him out. So-hong raises his hand in excitement, but the crowd is not entirely pleased with his display. In no time, the next opponent climbs onto the stage, and he assures So-hong that he is going to beat the crap out of him because he was only lucky to have defeated his first opponent. With a quick analysis, So-hong realizes that the dude is actually quite decent, and he beckons to him to charge at him. The dude leaps towards So-hong with a fist, but this time, So-hong meets him halfway with his own punch. With this, So-hong figures out that the dude might be decent, but he is actually inferior to him in strength. The dude basically left himself open after one attack, and Su-hong is able to capitalize on this, landing a kick to the dude's waist to send him flying. The dude is sent into the wall and knocked out immediately, ultimately giving Su-hong 2 consecutive wins. Meanwhile, the man in charge is watching the whole thing unfold from his office, and he is surprised at how skilled Su-hong is, even though he is not even a quasi-martial practitioner. Before they know it, Su-hong has gone past his third opponent with just one match standing in between him and 60,000 yuan. The man says Su-hong is the perfect match for fixed matches, and his junior, who is wearing a fox mask, offers to go recruit Su-hong. The man tells Mr. Fox not to reveal the fact that he has already advanced to a true martial practitioner. Meanwhile, So-hong already sees himself holding the 60,000 win in his hands because he believes that he can handle his opponents with his minute subtlety level Vajra fist. Just then, the fox, who is known by the crowd as White Fox, steps into the arena, and everyone is blown away. They are not entirely impressed with White Fox's involvement because they know that he is pretty strong. When Su-hong hears that the dude is a quasi-martial practitioner, he realizes that it is going to be a tough fight, but he is not ready to lose. White Fox sees the uneasiness on his face and he urges him to chill out, assuring him that he is going to go easy on him. The referee then starts the match, and since Su-hong can sense that he is inferior to White Fox, he decides to go all out from the beginning. Their fists meet halfway, and the force from the punch immediately tells So-hong that he is wrong. He realizes White Fox is not a quasi-martial practitioner but a genuine martial practitioner who deliberately suppressed his vital blood energy. Sweat runs down his body, and before he even knows what is happening, White Fox punches him into the distance with his Thunder Rush Fist technique, which is a triple resonance Thunder Rush Fist. Su-hong crashes to the ground with the attacks ravaging his body. The crowd is blown away when they see this, and they conclude that Su-hong is done for. The fight continues, and Su-hong is forced to be on the defensive. White Fox continues to taunt Su-hong, telling him to show his true self because he appears to be weak. Su-hong, on the other hand, cannot even move from where he is, and he knows for sure that if this keeps up, he is dead. He is looking for an opening when White Fox lands a punch straight to his face that sends him flying into the distance. Su-hong crashes to the ground with his face disfigured and the realization that he is slowly losing consciousness. White Fox places his leg on him, telling him that if this keeps up, he won't be able to get the prize money that was promised. However, he lets him know that he has an offer for him. He tells him to join them and starts throwing matches for them while collecting the match's full prize. So-hong confidently tells White Fox that he is not interested in something so shameless. White Fox's tone and expression change as he tells So-hong to rethink his decision because he can't refuse them. However, So-hong tells them that they need to cover their faces in shame because they call themselves martial practitioners with the sort of trash stunt that they are pulling. Since So-hong is not going to accept his offer, White Fox tells him that he is going to render him useless, so he won't be able to practice martial arts again. White Fox throws a kick at So-hong, but the moment So-hong realizes the gravity of what White Fox said, he pulls himself together and dodges the attack. He gets back on his feet with the fierce determination that he is not allowed to fail. White Fox is surprised to see that So-hong can still stand even though he just took the full power of his Thunder Rush fist. Unknown to him, So-hong is driven by the will to become a martial practitioner so he can let his family live a good life. For a moment, he considers White Fox's offer, but he immediately trashes it again because he is not someone who would accept such a trash offer to build his future on. Suddenly, a status window appears in front of him, and the system asks him what he is willing to give for his family. Without hesitation, So-hong replies that he would give everything. An overwhelming aura swirls around his body, and he suddenly finds himself in a strange space. There is a giant golden figure in front of him who tells So-hong that he is going to give him a chance. Suddenly, a golden status window appears in front of So-hong, which displays So-hong's stats and techniques. So wonders if it is a touch screen, but he immediately confirms that it is with just a touch of his hand. He checks out the task section where he finds a task named Path of the Arena. He is expected to hone his martial arts in that space and then return outside to deal with White Fox. Since it is the newbie tutorial, he is informed that there is no reward for it. So-hong is wondering what the task is all about when his clone appears behind him and throws a punch at his head. So-hong barely dodges it and realizes that his clone is using the same skill as him. In fact, his clone's skill appears to be even more refined than his, which is more or less a textbook standard. Since he has gotten himself a worthy opponent and an example to learn from, So-hong decides to throw everything into it. So goes after his clone, but the clone easily dodges his strike before landing a counterattack that shifts So-hong backwards. Suddenly, So-hong realizes that the progress on his technique has increased to 10% and it was 7% before the duel began. This is when So-hong realizes the simple truth that his clone can help him master his technique faster. So-hong dashes toward him, and they start exchanging blows with each punch increasing the mastery of the technique. Before he knows it, he masters a bunch of techniques just from training with his clone and getting a beating from himself. After a rigorous session, he finally gets a congratulatory message from the system telling him that he has completed the task. He is asked if he wants to return to reality, and he says yes. Back in reality, White Fox believes that So-hong is just playing around by acting all cool and mysterious. He dashes towards So-hong, swinging a punch at his face, but all he catches is So-hong's afterimage. So-hong easily dodges the dude's attack while telling him that he is too slow. The next thing that White Fox knows is a punch coming straight at his face, shattering his mask while reconfiguring his facial bones. Just one punch from So-hong knocks White Fox to the ground with the crowd going totally nuts about it. So-hong then turns to the hostess asking her when he is going to get his money because he just won his 4th match. The lady is totally startled by what she just witnessed, and she takes her time before announcing So-hong as the winner while revealing that he is going to be given the 60,000 yuan reward. The owner of the establishment is blown away by what he just witnessed, leaving him to wonder how a martial apprentice is able to master the Vajra fist technique. The man then tells 2 of his men to follow So-hong so that they can find out who he is. On his way back home, So-hong quickly catches on to the fact that he is being followed, and he wastes no time engaging in a maneuver tactic that throws the dudes off his tail. They are left wondering where he disappeared to, but unknown to them, he is hanging right above them. An hour later, So-hong returns home, and he gives his guardians the money he just made. They are shocked when they see this, and they ask him where he got the money from. So-hong lies that he made the money from being a sparring partner at the dojo where he works. He adds that they have decided to sponsor his training because of how talented he is, and the uncle is surprised to hear this since he once complained about how stingy the dojo is. So-hong calms the 2 down, asking them if they don't trust him. The 2 immediately come to their senses, agreeing that their nephew would never lie to them. Later that night, So-hong heads to the roof to think about how good the day went. He has been able to sort out the martial examination registration and even figure out his rent. In fact, his aunt's medical bills have been covered to some extent. Suong is glad that he was able to turn danger into safety thanks to the system, but he realizes that aside from the technique levels, the other values didn't change. He notices that there is something called martial Dao value, but he doesn't know what it does. The system tells him that defeating an opponent that is above his level would give him 67 martial Dao value points, and this can be used to increase vital blood and martial techniques, so he should use it wisely. Suong decides to try it out immediately, and he increases his vital blood, which immediately reflects on his body. His vital blood jumps to the 90 mark, and he realizes that he has reached the quasi-martial practitioner level. He decides to add all the points he has to vital blood, and he immediately notices an increase in his physical strength while most of his injuries have fully recovered too. Since he is sensing an overwhelming power in his body, he figures out that getting a good place to try it out is the best way out. He decides to head to the school's martial training ground where there is a combat power tester. Moments later, he arrives at the Star City No. 1 high school martial training field where the device is located. It turns out that it is a Tier 1 combat tester, and he decides to use 70% of his punch power to try it out. He takes a deep breath before punching the device, and to his dismay, he destroys it. Su-hong knows he is dead if they find out that he is the one who ruined the machine. At the same time, he just concludes that the machine is bad, which is why it got damaged too easily. Suddenly, he hears someone coming in his direction, and this is because they heard the noise from the tester. It turns out to be the principal, and the old man almost loses his head when he realizes that the school's test has been smashed. He immediately concludes that this is the work of the two school geniuses, Chin Shan and Li Tu. The principal decides to teach the two a lesson when the school resumes. Later on, the students gather at the school gym, and Suong notices that Chin Shan is all beaten up. He asks his friend what happened, and he tells Suong that Chin Shan was beaten because he smashed the field tester the night before. Suong cannot even say anything to this because he realizes that the old man made sure to make Chin Shan take the fall. Just then, the principal shows up, and he screams at the students to keep their mouth shut, telling them that he invited one of his comrades in arms who is a Tier 3 martial practitioner. Basically, he is there to teach everyone a C-rank martial art, the Thunder Rush Fist. The students are blown away by this because this is the first time they are going to be seeing a Tier 3 martial practitioner. Apparently, outside dojos usually charge hundreds of thousands for teaching C-rank martial arts, but they are about to get it for free in the school. So-hong, on the other hand, remembers that it is the same technique that White Fox used during their match. So-hong admits that it is quite powerful since it is a triple resonance punch. Since the opportunity might only come once, So-hong plans to make the best of it. The trainer then tells the students to pay attention because he's only going to demonstrate the skill 10 times from start to finish. He lets them know that how much they learn about it is up to them. Without wasting time, the trainer begins the demonstration, and he throws one punch while explaining that the Thunder Rush has several levels. Basically, each punch produces one thunderous boom, and at mastery, it produces 3 resonances. At minute subtlety, it produces 5 resonances, and at greater mastery, it produces 7, which is the trainer's current level. However, he lets them know that if the technique is perfected, it can produce 9 resonances. Nonetheless, he tells them not to rush themselves because even if it is only the beginner level they reach that day, it is enough. The trainer then tells them to follow his example as he starts the second demonstration. Hours later, the students are already exhausted, and no one has even been able to get it. Surprisingly, Su-hong is no longer in the hall, and his friend wonders where he has disappeared to. Moments later, Chin Shan reaches beginner level, and he remains the only person who did among the students. This further proves his status as the genius of the school. The principal excitedly tells the trainer that Chin Shan is the genius of the school, and he asks him if he is interested in giving him some guidance. However, the trainer is disappointed in what the principal is referring to as the genius in his class. He tells the man that Chin Shan is average at best. While walking to the entrance of the school, the trainer tells the principal, Lee, that his students are trash, and he basically just made him waste a good trip. Lee tells the trainer that he should be happy that he even found one student who reached beginner level because getting a top-tier genius is basically impossible. The trainer then tells the old man that martial cultivation is harsh, which means talent is too important. The principal agrees that relying only on effort without destiny is basically impossible. Suddenly, they spot a student practicing in the school field, and this student turns out to be Suhong, but his back is facing them, so they don't recognize him. Right in their presence, Suhong is able to wield the 7 Resonance Thunder Rush Fist, which shocks them. The trainer asks Lee about Suhong, but he doesn't even know he has someone that talented in his school. They are further shocked when they realize that Suhong has reached greater mastery in what the trainer just showed them some hours ago. Just then, Lee notices that the trainer is standing still as if he is trying to understand something. Lee asks him what the problem is, but suddenly, the trainer tells the principal that he has finally understood what he needs to do. He clenches his fist and throws a punch to activate the 8 resonances, which shocks Lee. Lee can't believe that the trainer just broke through right there, and the man reveals that watching Suhong just gave him inspiration. He admits that he might never have been able to break through if not for him. However, he suggests that they ignore all boring conversations and just find out who the student is. They rush into the field, but to their surprise, Suhong has already vanished. As he walks away from the school, Suhong expresses his surprise at how exhausting it is to cultivate a C-rank technique. Since his Thunder Rush Fist has already reached perfection, he figures out that he has to find a way to earn martial Dao value to break through to martial practitioner as soon as he can. He wonders if he is going to gain points if he spars with someone instead of risking his life in a life or death situation. Later on, Suhong arrives at the Thunder Dojo where he works part-time. Upon entering the dojo, his friend asks him why he is there that day, and Suhong replies that he is just there to get some practice. Meanwhile, a purple-headed student is busy arguing with another student. Suhong asks his friend what the issue is, and he reveals that the new instructor is the purple head's teacher. Basically, the instructor is pretty strong, but he looks down on commoners as if they are not humans. The purple head is Leon, and he is also pretty strong. Leon is about to beat up the student he is arguing with when Suhong grabs his arm, telling him to chill out. Leon is pissed that a regular dude just grabbed him, and he demands to know who he is. In fact, he tells Suhong to fight him one-on-one in the arena if he thinks he is a big shot. Su doesn't hesitate before accepting the request, but the instructor enters at the right time to ruin everything. He tells them to get ready for class, and Lian taunts Suhong, telling him that he literally got lucky. The instructor then reveals that it is his last day teaching the students the Furious Sea Spear art, which he is only going to demonstrate once, just like he's always done. Deep down, the instructor doesn't expect any of them to learn it since he believes that they are all trash. The instructor does as he promised, and he demonstrates the move just once, but Suhong is able to lock everything into his memory. The instructor walks away, telling the students that the rest is up to them, but they scream at him, telling him that he only demonstrated it once. While they are all arguing and protesting, Suhong proceeds to try out what he just crammed into his brain. To everyone's surprise, Suhong gets it really well, leaving his peers in shock. The students start believing that they are really stupid, which is why they can't learn it. Just then, Leon enters the room again because he can hear the students' excitement from the other room. He is surprised to see that Suhong has actually learned the technique and he decides that he has to test the dude's depth if he is really a genius. Leon calls Suhong's attention, telling him that he would like to give him some pointers on the spear art. Suhong agrees to this, and this gets Suhong's friend really worried. He tells Suhong that even though Leon is arrogant, he is actually strong. Suhong then tells his friend not to worry about him, and Suhong points his spear at Leon, taunting him. Leon is pissed at how arrogant Suhong is, and he dashes at him with his technique, but Suhong meets him halfway with a pretty good technique too. Leon is left in shock while also wondering how Suhong is able to cultivate his technique to the mastery realm so fast even though he is not a martial practitioner. The two continue swinging at each other. Suhong enters flow state with his eyes glowing, and he ultimately smashes Leon's spear out of his hand. The system immediately informs him that he has been awarded 35 points because he defeated an opponent who is above his level. Suhong is pleased to see this because it is just as he suspected. Since normal sparring can earn him points, he figures out that he would just continue sparring with more people. Leon, on the other hand, is on his knees wondering how he was defeated by someone he believes to be trash. He doesn't want to accept defeat, and he gets on his feet dashing towards Suhong with a punch, but the instructor enters just in time to stop the fight. The instructor walks up to Leon and smacks him in the face, telling him that he can't fully call himself a martial practitioner unless he is able to face failure. Leon cannot believe that he just got scolded by his master because of Suhong. Deep down, the instructor is curious about how Suong was able to reach mastery just by watching his demonstration once. The dude knows that the geniuses in the capital would have even had a time doing what Suong just did. He knows that Leon is talented, but he is too arrogant. And he believes that being humbled by Suong would teach him some manners. The instructor grabs Leon's head and forces him to bow to Suong. The instructor also apologizes to Suong, telling him that it is his fault for not teaching Leon well. Suong cannot believe how fast the instructor can change his tone. That night, Suong heads home, and on his way, he checks out the rewards he got thanks to the spar and teachings. Even though he is exhausted, he is grateful for the rewards. He remembers that the school exam is coming in a few days, and the students who have money have prepared high-grade alloy weapons, which means he also has to prepare a weapon of his own. Since the spear he used felt really comfortable, he decided to stick with spears, and he concluded that he would have to buy an alloy spear. However, he has just a little money, which is not even enough for his aunt's treatment, not to mention buying a spear. He starts racking his head if there is any other way to make money, and just then, he notices that an important piece of news is being displayed on the screen. It turns out that the city lord is recruiting martial practitioners because of the increasing number of ferocious beasts. So Hong immediately puts this on his bucket list. Moments later, he arrives at the house, and he immediately jumps on the task his aunt is working on to help her. He helps place massage plasters on his uncle's back while telling him not to overwork himself again since he can now make money for the family. His uncle admits that this would be nice, but he doesn't think he can sit idly. His uncle tells him not to worry because he is just earning a bit for daily expenses, so he won't push himself. So Hong's aunt then reminds him that he is going to need a lot of money for his martial arts training later, which is why they want to save as much as they can for him. So Hong immediately figures out that his uncle and aunt won't sit down to rest because they are already used to living in hard times, which means the only solution is to make a crazy amount of money to assure them that they don't have to worry about working themselves to death. This further cements his decision to earn from the ferocious beast hunt. However, he is aware that the wilderness is dangerous, and to be safe, he figures out that he would need to raise his strength as much as possible. He decides to put all the martial Dao points he has into vital blood. After adding all the points he has, his vital blood level shoots up to 95.2, which is just a step away from becoming a martial practitioner. After 2 full days of working really hard, Suong is able to bring all of his martial techniques into perfection. Since his preparations are now complete, he figures out that it is time to leave the city to hunt beasts. That Saturday, Suong heads to the Star City Martial Practitioner base. And since it is his first time coming there, he is surprised at how far it is. Upon entering the base, she realizes that it is filled with martial practitioners that one won't see every day. So Hong picks up a manual where he learns of the points awarded to each ferocious beast defeated from Tier 1 early stage down to the late stage. It turns out that after killing a ferocious beast, one is required to cut off its left ear as proof or the kill won't be counted. He is looking around when he notices a group entering the base. The big guy among them carries a big bag on his back which is obviously filled with left ears. The arrival of the group catches everyone's attention, and leading the group is a blonde-haired fellow, Yi. So Hong notices something strange about his aura and his outfit, which makes him believe that Yi is White Fox from the underground arena. It turns out that the practitioners don't really like Yi, and most of them would have beaten him up if his uncle wasn't the base manager. Yi soon notices Su Hong standing in the distance, and they lock eyes. Su Hong immediately figures out that he has to worry about humans while also worrying about beasts. After he is done settling his affairs, Su Hong tells the official that he is heading out alone, and the official believes that Su Hong is just going to die in the wilderness because he is trying to prove that he is tough. As he steps into the woods, Su Hong makes a decision to return with a bag full of monster ears. 2 hours later, Su Hong is already getting frustrated because he has walked around without sighting a single beast. Since he's walked around the outskirts with no luck, he decides to go deeper into the forest. He hasn't even gone that far when he runs into a phantom moon wolf, which is a Tier 1 early stage ferocious beast. It is his first time seeing one physically, and the beast wastes no time leaping toward him with clear intentions of tearing him apart. With the beast charging in recklessly, Su Hong meets it halfway with a powered punch that sends it flying into the tree. With just a punch from Suong, the monster is sent to the afterlife. Even though he is trembling, Suong cannot help but admit that it was a thrilling experience more than he imagined. He realizes that with his current strength he can kill a tier 1 early stage ferocious beast in one move, which leaves him wondering how he would fare against a tier 1 mid stage. Meanwhile, he's being stalked by another monster that is watching from deep into the woods. Suddenly, the monster makes its move, and it turns out to be a furious black bear, which is a tier 1 mid-stage ferocious beast. It leaps towards Suong aiming to catch him off guard, but Suong takes it down relatively easily too. With this, Suong concludes that he is not in any sort of danger as long as he doesn't run into tier 2 ferocious beasts. Suong cuts off the bear's ear, and he smiles because he has just secured 3,000 bounty. Just then, the system tells him that he now has enough martial Dao points to break through to a martial practitioner. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming presence in the distance, which catches his attention. This leaves Suong wondering what type of beast could emit such a terrifying presence. He decides to go check it out, and he dashes toward where the aura was coming from. By the time he gets there, he finds a group of martial practitioners getting torn apart by a scary black jade giant python, which is a tier 1 late-stage ferocious beast. One of the martial practitioners tries to block the serpent with his shield, but he gets smacked into a rock, ultimately relieving him of his life debt. Before he knows it, he realizes that the snake has locked onto him. The snake rushes at him, forcing him to frantically leap backward. However, the snake is so fast that it is able to close the distance in no time, landing a hit that causes So Hong to cough up blood. So Hong cleans the blood in his mouth and he grabs the spear of one of the dead practitioners, telling the dead fellow that he would like to borrow his spear. So Hong then stands fearless in front of the snake, but this only makes the snake even angrier. The snake comes after So Hong with ferocity, forcing So Hong to run. Basically, defeating this type of monster would take a bunch of martial practitioners working together. However, all of his martial techniques have reached perfection, and he can easily kill a tier 1 mid-stage furious black bear, so he believes that he has a chance against the python. So Hong engages his movement techniques to try to get the edge over the snake before hitting it with spear art. The spear passes through the snake's body, causing it to scream out in pain. The spear comes out from the other side, and Su Hong quickly goes after the spear. He pulls out the spear and hurls it at the python again. This time around, the spear pierces the snake's neck, leaving a hole in it while the python gets even angrier. The snake violently goes after Su Hong, trying to catch him off guard, but Su Hong is too agile for the snake to catch. Because of the size difference between them, Su Hong knows that it is pretty difficult for him to land a killing blow in one strike. Since it has come to this, he figures out that he can only weaken the beast as much as he can until he is able to deliver the killing strike. While dodging the snake's movements, Su Hong lands a powerful punch to the snake's body before going after his spear again. Su Hong has been creating distance between himself and the snake after every attack so he can find another opening to strike again. Even though the method is draining his stamina, he has no choice because it is the only safe method that he can use. While he is panting like a dog, Suong notices that the snake is already getting exhausted too. Suong is convinced that he can defeat the snake after a couple of exchanges. This motivates Suong, and just as he's about to start another phase of attack, he senses something strange behind him. He looks behind to see the big guy on Ye's team leaping toward him with a punch. Suong manages to raise his arm just in time to block the attack, but he is sent flying into the distance thanks to the heavy punch. Suong manages to get on his knees while coughing hard from the attack. He looks up to see Yi and his gang showing up in their numbers, and without hesitation, Yi tells Suong to surrender the python to him. Yi tells Suong that he thought he would die in the forest because he saw him leaving the city alone. However, he is surprised that he is lucky enough to have run into a wounded python. While they are busy discussing this, the python is already on the verge of death. And since he claimed he was just lucky to have found the python, So Hong figures out that they just arrived. So Hong knows that he is outnumbered. And to make it worse, they are martial practitioners. So Hong is thinking about a way forward when the big guy lunges at him again. He screams at So Hong, telling him to get lost, but So Hong is overtaken with anger. He screams at the dude, telling him that he was only forced to repel his earlier attack because it was a surprise attack. He asks the dude if he seriously thinks he can't beat all of them up. Su Hong then meets the dude halfway with a powerful punch, and before he can even react, he gets punched in the head. The dude is knocked to the ground, ultimately taking him out of the picture. Seeing Su Hong's skill, Yi immediately confirms that he is the Minotaur dude from the underground arena. Yi tells Suong that he is literally the first person to ever humiliate him badly in front of many people. Yi then orders his lackeys to kill So-hong. Seeing that he is about to be jumped, So-hong grabs the spear and leaps into the forest. The dudes chase after him, but thanks to the dense forest, So-hong is able to stay hidden. However, the gang is not afraid of So-hong since he is just one person. Suddenly, Suong appears out of nowhere, and before the dude with a face mask even knows what is happening, he gets smacked really hard into the ground. Suong vanishes immediately, and Yi realizes that our guy is pretty fast. At this point, Ye's lackeys have started getting worried because the skills Suong just used is not to be joked with. However, Ye screams at them, telling them to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, Su-hong is hiding in a tree, and he knows that he would have been able to take on all of them head-on if the snake hadn't drained his stamina. Since this is the case, he is left with the only safe option, which is to pick them off one by one. Suong leaps off the tree, and he throws his spear beside them to catch their attention. The moment they lose focus because of the spear, he goes after the one with a nice hair and kicks him in the head, knocking him out completely. The last guy on the team screams like a baby, telling Yi that it would be nice if they ran because Su-hong is too strong, but Yi refuses, saying he has to kill Su-hong that very day. Before he knows it, Su-hong appears out of nowhere just like before and smacks the last guy to the ground, leaving Yi as the only person on the team. At this point, Yi is already shitting his pants, wondering how Su-hong was able to get that strong in just a few days. Since he is the last person on the team, Su-hong decides to toy with him. Su runs past him, and by the time he turns around, Su-hong is already gone. Suong then reappears behind him, but Yi is able to react to this. He screams at Suong, telling him not to be overconfident, believing that he has cornered him. Yi fires off an energy blast from his finger that Suong barely dodges. The blast misses Su-hong's head, and it destroys the tree behind him. To keep Suong away, Yi continues firing off energy blasts from his finger, which is thanks to a skill called Void Breaking Finger. Suong is forced to keep changing locations, and realizing how strong Yi's technique is, he wonders if it is a B rank skill. Yi then starts to yap, telling So-hong to show himself, but he doesn't stop there. He proceeds to threaten So-hong's family, saying he is going to have them killed when he returns to the city. This turns out to be his biggest mistake as So-hong immediately goes into frenzy mode. He ignores the essence of fear, and he dashes toward Ye's position. Yi is still boasting about his connections when a bloodthirsty So-hong appears behind him with a powerful punch. He tells Yi that he actually preferred his arrogant self before punching him so hard in the head. Ye's head almost twists from his body as he is sent flying into the distance before crashing into a wall. Suong looks like a demon straight from hell as he walks toward Yi, telling him that he should have left his family out of it. With blood pouring out of his body like water, Yi asks Suong how he got this strong, which is supposed to be impossible. He's still asking stupid questions when the black python appears behind him and smacks him into the ground with its giant tail. The snake then turns its attention to Suong, and it looks angrier than before as it screams at Suong. Su-hong realizes that he has spent too much time fighting Yi, which has given the snake the time to recuperate. Meanwhile, Yi's lackeys have regained consciousness. And while they are wondering where Yi is, they see Su-hong running towards them. Just as they are preparing to engage him in a fight, Su-hong screams at them to get out of the way. It soon dawns on them that Su-hong is being chased by the black python. Su dashes past them, but because of how slow they are killed by the black python. Surprisingly, Su-hong is awarded points for indirectly killing his opponents. Su-hong is shocked that he can also earn points this way, and this reminds him that he now has enough points to break through to become a martial practitioner. He decides to find a safe place for himself and he soon notices a cave in the distance. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the cave and disappears into the cave before the snake gets to him. However, the snake is about to give up as it keeps trying to force its way into the cave. Seeing how desperate the snake is, Su-hong quickly pulls out the status window, and he starts to add points to his vital blood as fast as he can. Doing this causes him intense pain that he feels like lava is flowing through his body. After adding all the points and enduring the pain, Su-hong finally becomes a true martial practitioner with a red aura swirling around his body. Seeing the difference in Su-hong's aura, the python starts backing away from the cave. However, Su-hong goes after it, landing a punch to the snake's head that sends it into the air. The snake bleeds out profusely, but Suong is not yet done with it. Suong leaps toward the snake and delivers a powerful punch to its body before pushing its spear into its body. By exerting great force into the spear, Suong is able to pin the snake to the ground. This gives So-hong the chance to cook up the Thunder Rush Fist, which he delivers to the snake's head without mercy. The overwhelming strength of So-hong's punch is enough to crush the snake's head, which grants him 92 Dao points. So-hong is extremely proud of himself because he was able to withstand the snake's attacks. When it is time to cut a proof for the snake's kill, he is left confused on what to do since snakes have no ears. Nonetheless, he figures out that returning to the base is the most important thing. As he is about to leave, he finds Ye's crushed body on the ground. Suong lets him know that he should be thankful that he died the way he did because he obviously had other plans for him. Suong then decides to search him, hoping to find the high-grade technique that he was using. Fortunately for him, he found the book on the void-breaking finger. That night, Suong locks himself in the cave to memorize and master the new technique that he has just found. Once he is ready, he pulls out his clone and the two engage in a fierce battle in which he is trying to master the void-breaking finger. After so much stress, he finally breaks through to the beginner level of the technique. By the time he returns to reality, he realizes that he is already bleeding in the nose, which shows just how powerful the technique is. So-hong decides to find a monster to test out the power on. 3 days later, So-hong is still busy hunting down monsters with the new technique. He confidently fires off an energy blast into a brown bear charging toward him, and this easily destroys the bear. Confident that he has mastered the skill, So-hong concludes that it is time for him to head back to the base. He makes his way to the counter where everyone is documenting their kills. He drops his bag, and the attendant checks it out. She starts calling out the monsters that were defeated by Su-hong, shocking the other practitioners standing around. It turns out that Su-hong was able to take down monsters worth 406,000 points. This is when it dawns on Suong that he overdid it because he was looking to just hunt a few in the first place. Suddenly, a side of the wall in the base is destroyed. The practitioners are surprised to see that they are getting attacked when there are literally a bunch of them lying around. Just then, the person who destroyed the wall shows himself, and it turns out to be Ye's uncle who is the base manager. The practitioners are surprised to see that old Ye is pissed, and the officials ask him what the issue is. The old man then reveals that his nephew and all of his gang have been killed. The crowd is shocked to hear this, but deep down, they are not concerned because Ye was a douchebag when he was alive, so most didn't really care. Old Ye then mentions that a B-rank technique was taken from Ye's body and he wants everyone on the base to be searched before they are permitted to leave. Suong maintains a straight face while thinking about everything that happened in the woods. He is confident that the corpses can't be traced back to him since the python was the monster that killed Ye and his team. Suong is thinking about this when Old Ye suddenly locks eyes with him, shocking him. Old Ye then turns to Suong and tells him that he is aware of his latest feat of taking down beasts as if they are nothing, which gained him over 400,000 points. One of Old Ye's assistants tells him that she checked Su-hong's stats and it was barely fit to be a tier 1 early stage, so there is no way he killed that many beasts. The lady believes that Suong only picked up Ye's backpack, and she suggests that they search Suong. 2 bodyguards walk towards Suong with an intimidating aura while telling Suong to cooperate. Just as they are about to reach him, Suong points his spear at them before they can even realize. They ask him what he is trying to pull off and So-hong reveals that he is a student from Star City No. 1 High. He asks them if they are really willing to search him. The moment Old Ye hears this, he remembers that the principal of the school is known for how he fiercely protects his students. He knows fully well that the principal is no joke, so it won't make sense to cross him. However, he believes that Su-hong is quite suspicious. Old secretly admits that Su-hong might be a genius if he were the one who hunted down all the beasts, which means wrongly accusing him might cause problems for them. Old Ye then moves over to Suong, telling him how Ye and his team were ambushed. He adds that a technique was stolen from them, and they would need to search him. Suong then decides to add a clause to the whole thing. He tells Old Ye that he would like them to pay him 30,000 yuan just in case they don't find anything on him. Suong is confident that none of what happened can be traced back to him. Old Ye agrees to the deal, and he tells his men to thoroughly search Suong. After they are done searching him, they find nothing, and Ye tells them to give Suong the 30,000 win that he owes. Suong is glad that everything is going pretty well, and it is thanks to the fact that he burned the book before he even left the forest. After he has been searched, Suong prepares to leave, and he has his next plans mapped out already. Suong then heads to the inn of the martial practitioner base. Once he's settled in, he decides to use his points. He is shocked to see that he has that large a number of points in stock. However, he is left confused about what to choose. He realizes that the mortal body and spirit haven't received any upgrades since the start. Since he is curious, he decides to try it out, and he dumps his points into the spirit and mortal body. After filling the mortal body with enough points, he decides to push the rest into the spirit. This is enough to cause severe changes in his body that Su can even feel. The spirit skill is about to transform him into a muscular man, but Su Hong is able to dial it down. He is thankful that he got it under control because there is no way he would have been able to explain it to anyone. 1 hour after this, So Hong heads to the Star City Martial Practitioner Association. He meets with the attendant at the reception, telling her that he is there for the martial practitioner assessment. The lady attends to him calmly, telling him that a staff member will soon show him the way. Just as said, a staff member shows up to lead him to the section where he is going to take the test. As he walked past the other practitioners, they were all surprised that a kid like him was coming to take the test. The staff informed Suong that a Tier 1 martial practitioner needs 100 vital blood and over 1,000 combat power to pass the exam. The practitioners who see him believe that he is just there to give the whole thing a trial. Upon arriving at the testing center, Suong watches as some fellows fail the test. However, one candidate, Li Ming, passes right in front of him with a combat power of 1,000 points. It turns out that he is Jiang Ming's student, and Ming is Leon's instructor too. Ming is surprised to learn about this, wondering just how many disciples he has. The dude then arrogantly tells Su Hong that he is up for his test. Li Ming believes that Su Hong is going to embarrass himself because he believes he has a chance. Suddenly, his arrogant behavior is watered down when he learns that Su Hong passed the vital blood test with 123 points. However, he tries to calm himself with the fact that Su Hong hasn't taken the combat power test yet, and this is the main deal. Su Hang is led to the power testing machine, and he remembers how he broke the machine at school. He realizes that he has gotten stronger, so he's going to use 4/10 of his power. Suddenly, it dawns on him that this might backfire because if he goes too light and fails to get the required number, it would be bad. He then decides to go with 5/10 of his power to avoid errors. So Hong punches the field tester so hard that it gets disconnected from where it was bolted to. The tester is sent crashing into the wall, shocking those who witnessed the test. Li Ming, who was arrogant some minutes ago, couldn't even comprehend what just happened in front of him. The tester's capacity is 3,000 combat power, but Suong basically went past that, and the other practitioners conclude that Suong is a freaking monster. Meanwhile, the president of the Star City Martial Association, Wu Lingxian, is seen in her office complaining about the lack of geniuses. She is worried that her position as president would be threatened if she can't provide one very soon. Suddenly, one of the officials came rushing into the room, telling her that a monster had just appeared at the martial practitioner assessment. Wu's head immediately goes into overdrive when she hears because it is just what she wanted. Later on, Su Hong is in the hall taking instructions from one of the staff. He tells him that he is going to get a practitioner identity while also receiving an allowance. Suddenly, Wu shows up at the top of the stairs, telling her subordinate to hand Suong over to her. The dude is shocked that the president shows up just because of Suong. Wu introduces herself and tells Suong to follow her. Suong acknowledges the order, but he is impressed at how young the lady is, and she is already a force to be reckoned with. Upon arriving at the president's office, Wu talks about how Li told her that he had no geniuses in his school, but it turns out to be a lie. So Hong then asks the lady why she brought him to her office because he only came to register as a martial art practitioner so he can collect his allowance while getting a guiding technique. Wu urges So Hong to relax because she has already told the staff to handle the martial practitioner certificate and his monthly allowance. And for the guiding technique, she tells Su Hang that she is going to teach him personally. She asks him how much he knows about guiding techniques, and Su Hang explains what he learned in the books. Wu lets him know that what the textbook said is not entirely wrong, but she reveals that the guiding techniques are far more than just cultivation methods. She uses her heavenly flame guiding technique as an example, saying it absorbs fire attribute spiritual energy. Although it strengthens the body, it also imbues her attacks with flame attribute destructive power. She tells him that if he can externalize the said attribute, he can extend his attack range. However, for a Tier 1 martial practitioner like him, She tells him that carrying a trace of it is already impressive, so he doesn't have to break his back wrapping his fist in the attribute as she just demonstrated. So-hong is shocked when he realizes that guiding techniques can be used for attack because he had only thought they were for absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate. He is surprised that the textbook he read never mentioned something like this. Wu continues by saying there are 7 spiritual energies of heaven and earth. There is metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. She says they all have their strengths and weaknesses. But when it comes to raw attack power, thunder ranks first, metal comes in second, and fire is third. She then tells him that the guiding technique that he is able to cultivate depends on his affinity. So-hong gets the hang of it a little and realizes that one can actually choose whichever guiding technique they want to practice. Wu places a big ball on the table telling him that it is a crystal ball, which is used for testing affinity. She mentions that the larger the glowing area, the higher the affinity. Apparently, ordinary martial practitioners usually get nothing above 30%. However, Wu has about 80%, which is considered to be really high, although she believes that a genius like Suong will be able to exceed 90%. Suong takes the ball, and he knows that it would be something out of the ordinary if he gets 90% compared to the talented Wu. Just then, the ball starts to glow, and to Wu's surprise, it is entirely full, which shows that Suong has 100% affinity for the fire attribute. Wu grabs him, asking him if he knows what this means, and Suong says no. She tells him that this means he can absorb fire attribute spiritual energy from heaven and earth with 100% efficiency with no leakage whatsoever. Wu reveals that with her 80% affinity, it means she is losing 20% when absorbing fire spiritual energy. Even with this, she is already a Tier 5 martial practitioner, which also gave her the chance to become the president of the Star City branch. However, she lets him know that his achievements will definitely surpass his own. Wu confesses that she never expected a rural place like Star City to produce such a genius as Su-hong. While Wu is celebrating this, Su-hong is busy thinking about getting the thunder attribute because he prefers this. He then tries it out, and the ball glows completely to the max point just like the fire attribute. Wu sees this and stands there speechless like a statue, refusing to believe what is happening in front of her. Wu is basically suffering a brain freeze because Suong has 100% affinity for 2 attributes. Wu hasn't finished recovering from this when Su-hong tells her that the wind attribute is also 100%. Minutes later, Wu finds it hard to move from where she is because she is totally overwhelmed by what she just witnessed. Basically, So-hong has an affinity for all of the attributes, and to make it worse, they are all 100%. She has always thought of herself as a strong martial artist, but now that she is standing before an anomaly, she realizes that she is just an ordinary fellow. A flashback scene shows Wu taking on a giant monster that was ravaging the city, and it then dawns on her that to defeat such an overwhelming existence, someone with an equally scary power is needed. Wu is completely lost in thought before Su-hong mentions that it would be a waste for him to cultivate only the thunder attribute while leaving the others. Suong then asks Wu to give him some advice concerning the guiding techniques. Wu then tells him that one has a limited energy, so it is better that he focuses on 1 or 2 at most. Apparently, there was someone in the past who tried to cultivate all 7 guiding techniques at once, but after decades, the fellow was still stuck at a Tier 1 martial practitioner. So-hong then tells the president that he can't make up his mind at that moment, which is why he wants to try all of them first so he can know which one to focus on. Wu agrees to this, but urges him not to mess around and eventually waste his talent. Just then, Wu mentions the school exam that is coming up. Su-hong asks her why she is talking about the school exam, and she explains that recently, the friction on the myriad races battlefield has been intensifying. She mentions that war between the myriad races and humanity could break out at any moment. Thanks to this, every nation is pouring massive resources into forming genius training camps, and she has one that she wants to recommend for him. However, he has to take first place in his school's monthly exam so she can secure a recommendation slot. So-hong is overwhelmed by the information, and he remembers that a myriad race war was what took his parents' lives. Remembering this, Su-hong assures the president that he is going to try his best because he is not about to allow the tragedy of the past to repeat itself, so he has to become stronger to protect everyone around him. Later that night, Su-hong arrives home to tell his parents about the development of things. The two are glad to learn that their ward has finally become capable. Su explains to them that as a Tier 1 martial practitioner, he's going to get a 10,000 yuan allowance every month. He then tells his uncle that he doesn't have to work himself to death anymore. His uncle is happy to hear this, and he concludes that Suhang is the pillar of the family. So whatever Suhang says, he is going to listen to him. That night, Suhang heads to the roof as usual to try out the fire attribute. He is able to shoot out smoke, which counts as a beginner in the guiding technique. Just then, a guiding technique section appeared on the status window, and this confirms Suhong's suspicion that he has already learned it. Just then, he notices that there are levels to the technique. This comes as a surprise because Wu never mentioned anything of the sort. However, it soon dawns on him that the guiding techniques can only be leveled up by him, and this creates a level of excitement in him. However, he doesn't know how the level up happens. He wonders if they can be leveled up using martial Dao points too. Since he doesn't know how this works, he decides to cultivate the rest of the guiding techniques first. Suong then sits down to focus on the guiding techniques, but several hours later, he hasn't made progress because the 7 different attributes repel each other. He then remembers the genius Wu mentioned who was stuck in Tier 1 even after decades. Even though all 7 attributes are present inside him, he can only mobilize one attribute at a time. Anytime he tries to force a second attribute into it, it clashes violently and then disappears. Since Su Hong knows that thunder and fire are similar, he decides that he is going to try to cultivate them together. Hours later, Su Hong wasn't able to carry out his desired result. This continues till the next day, but Su Hong is able to tame both thunder and fire at the same time. So Hong creates a fireball with lightning in his hand, and he is proud of himself because after trying the whole night, it finally worked out. He decides that it is time to test out the new power. The following day, he heads down to the test field where he is to test his power on the Tier 3 combat power tester. Since he used 5/10 of his power the last time, he decides to use 3/10 this time. So Hong punches the tester hard, and surprisingly, the mark was above 2000. So Hong finally understands how strong he has become. He then decides to combine the power of fire and thunder to see what will happen. He punched the machine again, and this time it broke. Su Hong realizes that his power is quite terrifying because he has gotten an extraordinary power from fusing 2 abilities. Su Hong is already thinking of what would happen if he got his hands on the 7 attributes. So Hong then returns home to try to fuse 3 attributes together, but it fails because it is even harder. He has tried all the combinations that he can, but there is no progress whatsoever. He wonders if raising the guiding technique level would help him fuse the techniques successfully. Since the monthly exam is the next day, So Hong figures out that it would be best if he earns enough martial points before the next day. The next day at the school, Lee addresses the students, telling them that with the front lines growing really tense, there will be an annual training camp every year to select and intensively train geniuses. He mentions that the training camps offer abundant resources like pills and even grandmasters who will serve as their instructors. He then reveals that it is the top 3 students in the monthly exam who will qualify to join the Star City training camp. The students are hyped when they hear this, but Suong, on the other hand, is more concerned about the Tier 7 grandmaster. Just then, Suhong's friend tells him that Li Tu and Chen Shan are both martial practitioners now. Suong can't believe that he was away for 10 days, but the two have broken through to martial practitioner. So Hong reveals that the principal had the instructor, Chen, come in to give the 2 additional lessons for the past couple of days. So Hong's friend tells him the impressive things Tu and Chen have done. Thanks to this, the 2 can now compete to see who is the best. Meanwhile, the principal and Chen are still trying to find the student from before, but since they can't, they have started assuming that he is not from their school. Just then Jiangming shows up at the school with Lian and Liming. He teases the principal, telling him that the quality of students that year doesn't look too good. The old man asks Zhang what he wants, and he reveals that he brought his 2 disciples to spar with the students so that they can be taught the proper way of things. The principal quickly figures out that Zhang is trying to humiliate him. However, if he refuses the offer, it would mean that he is admitting that his entire school has no real talent. The principal is thinking of what to do when Leon notices Suong among the students in the distance. Leon quickly calls Zhang's attention to this by whispering in his ear. Jiang also turns in Suhong's direction, and the moment he confirms that he is the one, he freaks out because he never expected him to be from the number 1 high. Jiang immediately figures out that it would be better if he withdraws because none of his disciples would be able to take on Suong. Jiang teases the principal, telling him that he was only joking while telling him that his dumb disciples can't compare to the quality students that he has in the school. Chin and Lee almost explode from anger when they hear this because they believe that Su-hong is mocking them sarcastically, but little do they know that Su-hong has seen something that is beyond his power. Soon afterward, the exam begins, and Su-hong is facing a dude named Peng. Everyone believes that Su-hong is doomed because his first opponent is a quasi-martial practitioner. Su-hong's opponent even teases him, asking him if he is prepared to step down. But before he even finishes his statement, Su-hong smacks him to the ground as if he has nothing. The crowd is left in shock when they see this because Su-hong basically one-shot a quasi-martial practitioner. They believe that it is a fluke until Su-hong continues defeating all of his opponents pretty easily. Before they know it, he has reached the finals, leaving the adults wondering where he came from in the first place. Lee blames himself for not noticing such an incredible talent all this time. The instructor then mentions that he must have seen Su-hong somewhere before because he looks really familiar. Meanwhile, Chin Shan and Lee Tu are still fighting each other to know who is going to get to the finals. Because of how equal they are in strength, it is hard to say it is a particular person who will win. While they are busy fighting, they are still taunting each other about who is the strongest and who is the second strongest in the school. Just then, Chin externalizes his attribute to wrap fire around his fists, shocking those who are watching. They are blown away because fire is only second to thunder when it comes to destructive power. Tu then shocks everyone by externalizing his own attribute, which is metal, and it is more powerful than fire when it comes to destructive capabilities. Tu goes after Chen, delivering fast-paced attacks that shock everyone. Chen feels the heat of the attack, and the teachers realize that Tu has been hiding his true depth from the beginning, which is why he is able to defeat Chen. The instructor commends Tu, saying he was able to master the attribute externalization in just 10 days while also making it to minute subtlety. The old man then concludes that there is no need to watch the finals because with minute subtlety, Su-hong has no chance against Tu. The instructor agrees with him, saying Su-hong might have had a chance if he had a guiding technique. Just then, one of the instructors bets 50,000 on Su-hong, and the old man quickly takes him up on his bet. Soon afterward, Su-hong and Tu meet in the finals. Tu teases Su-hong, telling him that he was lucky to have reached the finals because he didn't meet him or Chen on the way. However, he lets him know that his run of luck has come to an end. Su-hong keeps mute because he is happy that he is finally getting a good human to beat up after fighting beasts for so long. Tu tells Su-hong that he should be proud because he can call himself second best in the school since he made it to the finals. Su-hong taunts him, asking him who is first, and Tu lunges toward him, saying it is obviously him. Tu unleashes a 5 resonance thunder rush fist that shocks the spectators. Instead of dodging the incoming attack, Su-hong decides to stand around to test out his physical prowess. The students shout at the referee, telling him to save Su-hong because he is about to be obliterated. Su-hong then jumps at Tu, and the two start exchanging punches. Tu is shocked when he realizes that Su-hong is able to stand against him with a skill of his own. Su-hong maintains the intensity, and Tu realizes that Su-hong is no child's play because every punch from him feels really heavy. The spectators are left in awe because Su-hong isn't using any martial technique, but he is able to match Tu blow for blow. This tells the crowd that Su-hong's strength is no child's play. The instructor believes that Su-hong has a unique physique because there is no way his power is that exaggerated. Lee is excited that his trash school is able to provide a genius at last. As the battle continues, Tu tells Su-hong not to believe that he has a chance because he will come out as the winner in the end. Seeing how desperate Tu is to win, Su-hong realizes that his physical strength is not enough to win against him, so he might just go all out against him too. Su-hong then tells Tu that he is going to get serious with him since he showed him his full power too. Su-hong then externalizes his thunder attribute as he dashes toward Tu. Fear grips Tu when he sees this because he wasn't expecting Su-hong to have a trump card. Even the spectators are left wondering what might be going on. The teacher screams out like a frog when he sees how Su-hong is handling the thunder technique. Moments later, Tu realizes that he is getting overwhelmed by Su-hong's technique because his thunder attribute is stronger than his metal attribute. Su-hong lets Tu know that he is going to get serious with him by showing him his trump card. He unleashes 9 resonances on Tu, ultimately trashing him. The students are initially stunned by what happened, but when they finally digest how Su-hong won, the crowd goes wild. Seeing how he just used 9 resonances, Lee and the instructor also figure out that Su-hong was the student who vanished from their sight that day. The principal tells the instructor that they are not witnessing just a genius, but the dragon star of the school. The instructor chuckles nervously, saying the privileged geniuses at the training camp are about to be hit with a brutal shock. He compares Su-hang to a dragon that is meant to soar, not to sink in a pond. The principal agrees with him, saying Su-hang is meant to shine on the international level, not a rural place like Star City. That night, So-hong returns home with a smile on his face. And when his guardians ask him who took first in the school, he proudly reveals that he is the one. His uncle asks him if this means that he is going to the training camp, and he says yes. Just then, they hear a knock on the door. And when they go to the door to investigate, they meet an arrogant woman who reveals that she is Lin Yan's mother at Su-hang's school. Since the school usually sends the top 3 to the training camp and her son took 4th, she tells Su-hang that she is interested in paying him to give up his spot for her son. She pulls out 30,000 yuan like it's some kind of big money and tells Su-hang and his guardians that this is what she is ready to pay. She expects them to jump at the money, but the cold expression on their faces shocks her, and she screams at them, telling them the competition is a brutal one where people can die. She continues by saying those who participate in the training camp are known to consume high-grade pills like candy while using high-tier techniques as if it is nothing. So-hong's mother hears this, and she fears forcing her to ask Su-hang if it is really dangerous just as the woman said. However, the uncle urges his wife to chill out. He then asks Su-hang if he can promise that he is going to be safe, and Su-hang assures him that he will. The woman is surprised that the man believes the child's guarantee, and the man lets her know that it is his own decision, so he has to trust him. He adds that there is no reason for him to call Su-hang his family if he doesn't trust him. Without further argument, they slam the door in her face, leaving her embarrassed. She walks away in anger while telling the family that So-hang is going to get eliminated. After she is gone, So-hang apologizes to his uncle, telling him that he never meant to hide the danger from him, and his uncle assures him that it is fine. He mentions that he is a rough man, but he is more educated, and he understands the training camp better. So-hang's uncle tells him that since he has made up his mind to face the difficulties, he is ready to support him. So-hang's aunt smacks her husband before telling So-hang that all they care about is that he returns safely. Later that night, So-hang heads to the roof to think about his future journey. He knows that his guardians are only worried about him, which is why he can't even let them down. He concludes that he has to get stronger to protect his hard-earned peaceful life. So-hang then checks out the status window, and he realizes that he has 285 Dao points currently, but this is not enough for what he wants. Since he doesn't know what kind of monsters he is going to face at the training camp, he decides to prioritize his physical combat power. Su-hang adds points to his mortal body, and after a painful ordeal, he realizes that he is still 35% away from 100%. Suddenly, he notices that thunder and heavenly flame techniques have already reached level 2. So-hang remembers practicing guiding techniques for just a few days and nothing more. He wonders if extra conditions are needed or if it is the normal cultivation of guiding technique that allows the attributes to level up. Since this is the case, Su-hang decides that he is going to raise the bar to another level. The next day at dawn, Su-hang had managed to reach level 3 on both attributes. In fact, his vital blood technique also increased by 3 points. When Su-hang finally prepares to leave, his aunt urges him to stay safe and even rush home if things get too dangerous. However, the uncle believes that Su-hang has what it takes to be successful, and he tells Su-hang to go to the training camp to be the first among all. After he is gone, So-hang's uncle finally shows just how worried he is, but was trying to act all tough. Moments later, Wu pulls up beside So-hang telling him to get into the car. So-hang obliges and places his spear in the back of the beautiful red convertible car. Wu cuts through the highway at incredible speed, and So-hang asks her why she wants to see him. Wu then tells him that there are certain things that she has to warn him about concerning the training camp. Wu mentions that as president of the association, there is some participants' information that she has access to. She reveals that there are martial practitioners who are already on the verge of Tier 2 among the participants. She mentions that there are several monsters in the training camp and the weakest techniques that they master are B-rank techniques. When Su-hang hears this, he gets even more excited instead of scared because he can learn B-rank techniques quickly. Wu admits that Su-hang is the strongest she's seen when it comes to talent, but she lets him know that he doesn't have the same level of resources as those he is going to meet in the training camp. She urges him to suppress the challenges and setbacks he faces in the training camp because he is talented enough to do this. Su Hong thanks Wu for the advice, and Wu is basically impressed that Su Hong is staying so calm even though he knows that he is going to a dangerous place. Later on, the 3 participants from Star City High are seen traveling in a vehicle alongside the principal, and they are heading to the Tiananmen mountain range. Chen expresses his concern about the training camp being located in the mountain range, but the principal urges him not to worry, saying a grandmaster is overseeing the camp so no beast will touch them. Apparently, the mountain range is connected to other cities, and there are monsters that are as strong as rank 7 grandmasters residing there. Basically, the beasts are always going at each other, and they are far more ferocious than beasts found elsewhere. Even a rank 2 martial artist would not want to carelessly set foot into the mountain range. As they drive through the road leading to the camp, the students can feel strange presences watching them, and they are not wrong because monsters are everywhere. Even though the competition is going to be tough, Su Hong finds himself liking the whole idea of it. Upon arriving at the meeting point, they realize that several other students are already present. The students stare at them like vampires, and when Su Hong realizes that his colleagues are about to be intimidated, he takes the lead and tells them to follow him. They confidently walk over to the temporary camp, and the official tells them that they have to wait there until everyone arrives. Even after everyone has arrived, there is still going to be an entrance examination that will be conducted. So Hong is surprised to hear this, but before he can ask more about the whole thing, the big boys and girls arrive at the camp. They arrive in luxurious vehicles with a convoy surrounding them. The redhead lady is Yao Yen, and she is a spirit reader. The dude in white is Lin Xinghei from the Lin family, and he likes to show off. The third dude is the city lord's son, Tan Tua, and he has a 95% fire affinity. Suong realizes that the trio is the pack of geniuses that Wu mentioned. Suong is curious about them because he wants to see if they are truly geniuses or not. With everyone present, the official decides that it is time to lay out the rules of the training camp. He tells them that the training camp is located within the mountain range and it is 30 kilometers away from where they are. Apparently, they have to hold a token before they can get access into the camp, and he reveals that these tokens have been embedded in certain beasts. Basically, they have 8 hours to hustle to the training camp, which is 30 kilometers away. Even though 8 hours seems more than enough for the distance, they have to consider the fact that they would face dangers on the way. So Hong, on the other hand, is not essentially worried because he believes that this provides the best chance for him to hunt down monsters as much as he wants as long as he gets to the camp in 8 hours. One of the students asked the official what would happen if they ran into a beast that they can't handle. The official tells the dude to consider himself unlucky because he would be eliminated, but he lets them know that someone would come to save them. The students start to protest when they hear this because it is possible that the strong people would even get eliminated while the weak ones would pass by luck. The official berates them, telling them that life is unfair while making an analogy of someone who trained really hard but death took him away at the last minute. He urges them to walk with caution if they don't want to encounter high-level beasts. However, he lets them know that only cowards move that way. One of the students agrees with him, telling his comrades who are scared to go die in a trash bin. One of them takes this up in anger and immediately tells the big mouth that he is going to beat him to a pulp. The official quickly informs them that fighting is not allowed within the camp, but once they get to the mountains, they are allowed to do whatever they want. He lets them know that they are free to steal tokens or just beat someone up because they don't like their face. When Su Hong hears this, he realizes just how brutal the training camp is because they are encouraged to fight each other. With this, it is pretty obvious that more than half of the participants would be eliminated before they even reached the camp. Suddenly, it dawns on Su Hong that he might actually get a ton of points if he decides to fight the dudes. The official shuts everyone up by telling them that it is time to move. He blows the whistle, and everyone scatters into the woods. The two who had a beef with each other from before start to chase each other, and without wasting time, a fight ensues between them. The two exchange blows, but it appears that they are evenly matched. Meanwhile, So Hong is watching them from above, and he is not entirely impressed because he was expecting the so-called geniuses to be more fierce and powerful. He decides to use his time to hunt a few beasts instead of wasting his time on the participants. He is about to leave when he hears the two trash-talking poor people. This immediately changes his mind, and he decides to beat them up for points. He grabs a stick and walks up to the two to tell them to stop fighting. So Hong suggests that they play with him instead, but the dude decides to insult him instead. The two tell him that they have no interest in playing with him but to beat him up. So Hong then tells them that they are getting it wrong because what he meant was that he wants them to gang up on him and beat him up. The dude in a blue uniform angrily dashes towards So Hong, but So Hong hits him so hard in the tummy that he is sent flying into the distance. The moment the other dude sees this, he realizes that something is wrong because the dude is supposed to be evenly matched with him, but So Hong just took him out in one single move. He's still thinking about this when So Hong makes his move and dashes toward him. He hits him really hard in the head with the stick to totally knock him out. After beating them up to a pulp, So Hong lets them know that it is their punishment for looking down on commoners like him. The guys in the control room are surprised when they see So Hong pop out of nowhere to one-shot the two. They ask their boss if the two are already considered to be eliminated, but he tells them that they haven't requested rescue, which means they are still in the game. Moments later, the two wake up, raging from being humiliated by So Hong. The two start making excuses like they would have won if they hadn't underestimated So Hong. Since they now have a common enemy, the two end up being friends so that they can get their revenge on So Hong. They grab the stick that he used to beat them up so that they can use it against him too. Meanwhile, So Hong is busy cutting through monsters. He runs into a bunch of wild boars that move aggressively in packs, and the moment they sight him, they dash towards him. However, So Hong easily cuts them down in one strike. After he is done wiping them out, he notices that he used to get dozens of martial Dao points for defeating just one martial practitioner. But ever since he leveled up and got stronger, the point rewards have been getting smaller and smaller. So Hong then remembers that he needs to get some tokens. He cuts inside the boars that he just defeated but finds no tokens. He is surprised that all of the beasts he defeated had no tokens at all, which made him realize that the tokens are hidden inside higher level beasts. 30 minutes later, So Hong realizes that he can't find low-level beasts, unlike when he first entered the forest. Just then, he runs into a rank 1 phantom night tiger. Without hesitation, So Hong slams his spear into the beast, knocking it flat to the ground before finishing it off with a powerful piercing into the head. By killing the tiger, So Hong earns 35 points, and he realizes that a rank 1 beast is basically too easy for him at this point. However, he can only hope that the tiger has a token hidden inside it. After rummaging through the beast's insides, So Hong finally finds a token, which confirms that the tokens are hidden inside high-level beasts. Since it took him 3 hours to run into a high-level beast, So Hong concludes that the deeper he goes into the mountain, the higher the beast's rank. At the same time, there are a few of them. So Hong figures out that earning low-level monsters will give him more points because there are a lot of them to hunt. So Hong basically switches to a quantity over quality situation, and since there are 5 hours left in the assessment, he decides to max out his mortal body progress. So Hong takes his hunting seriously as he ravages the forest, rooting out monsters like weeds. He fights a bulk load of monsters before finally running into a bear, which is a high-level beast, but he also defeats this monster relatively easily. He punches the bear into a tree before going after it like a maniac. All the beast sees is a scary man charging at him with an unforgivable punch. The punch is so powerful that it takes the life of the bear and even destroys the tree behind it. So Hong is pleased with his progress so far because after raising his mortal body to 60, he can now kill a rank 1 mid-stage beast, relying solely on his physical strength. He notices that he has earned 254 martial Dao points already, which means he can max out his mortal body progress with 100 more points. Realizing that he has 3 hours left, So Hong decides to gather as many points as he can. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise in the distance, and this catches his attention. Suddenly, a giant golden beast appears right above him, leaving him to wonder what sort of beast it is. He has a faint idea of what beast it might be, and it is the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. He is staring the beast in the face when it unleashes its aura. So Hong is forced to hold on to his sword while his legs tremble just to make sure he doesn't get flung away by the shockwave coming from the beast flapping his aura. So Hong is forced to leap behind a rock just to escape the beast's terrifying aura. This immediately tells So Hong that he is still really weak because in recent times, he's been cocky about his strength. However, this has given him a reality check because in front of the real deal, he is nothing but an ant. Suddenly, notices a ball of light in the distance, and this light appears to be human. This human is a rank 7 Grandmaster, and his name is Qin Tianli. Qin tells the beast that he would like to borrow his territory in the meantime so he can leave. The beast replies, telling Qin that he never said he could use his territory in the first place. Since he is acting all tough, Qin tells the beast that he is just going to have to beat him into submission. Chin dashes toward the beast and punches him so hard that he screams out in pain, but the Grandmaster tells him to shut his mouth because he is not yet done with him. Chin delivers several painful blows to the beast's body to show him who is the boss. After he has beaten the beast to his satisfaction, Chin tells the bird to make himself scarce because he would not like to repeat his words. He tells the Beast King to vanish that instant because he is now taking over his land. The Beast King ends up running off while threatening a rematch, but Chin tells the beast to stop yapping. Chin then uses his overwhelming aura to communicate to the applicants, introducing himself while also revealing that he is in charge of the assessment. He assures them that they have nothing to worry about because he is going to protect them. Seeing just how powerful Chin is, Su-hong immediately raises his standard. Moments later, Chin returns to the camp where the rest of the instructors are waiting to welcome him. They commend the Grandmaster for being so powerful that he beats up the Golden Rock Beast King, which is known for its formidable physical strength, into submission. Chin tells the group to stop flattering him and just come with him to the control room to see those who withstood the beast's aura. Upon entering the control room, they watch a playback of what happened when the beast unleashed its aura. Chin realizes that Tantua was able to withstand the aura by maintaining his ground. Chin asks for his details, and one of the instructors reads out Tantua's file. Chin is surprised to learn that Tantua is the son of the city's lord who is always birthing trash. Chin cannot believe that the dude finally got to give birth to a talented kid in the long run. Shinji, on the other hand, used his impressive footwork to escape the beast's aura. And according to reports, he has 96% affinity for the wind attribute. And for Zhao, who is a telekinetic user, she is able to withstand the beast's aura with her mental powers. After watching the trio, Chin realizes that they have incredible talents, but he wants to know if there is anyone else who has withstood the beast's aura. His assistant starts calling out names of those who actually managed to withstand the aura. After a long boring list, the assistant tells Chin that the people she just mentioned all have tier 1 strength, which is why they didn't lose consciousness against the beast's aura. Chin is not entirely impressed since they are all from major families. He wants to know if there is anyone from a normal background who managed to withstand the beast's aura. His assistant tells him that the students from the regular schools are only at early stage tier 1. She is about to start taking a deep dive into Star City High when Chin stops her, telling her that he's heard enough because the school doesn't really live up to its name. Suddenly, the other instructor notices Su-hang on the screen, taking out monsters. He had basically just endured the beast's aura, but he still had the energy to hunt beasts. The lady instructor decides to check him out, and she suddenly freezes in fear as she mentions that Su-hang is a freaking monster from Star City High. The other guy believes his colleague is overreacting, and he grabs the report from her to see what she is overreacting about. Just to look at the report, the dude suffers a brain freeze. Chin wonders why the two who are tier 5 martial artists are shaking at the sight of a report. Chin decides to check out the report, but he also panics the moment he sees what Su-hang is capable of. In fact, he doesn't want to believe that Su-hang is a freaking human at this point. Su basically has an affinity for all of the attributes, which makes him a different kind of monster entirely. In the report recommendation, everything Su-hang is capable of is included, and it is also noted that he is currently cultivating all 7 attributes. Excitement grips Chin because he wasn't expecting a talent like this to emerge from a rural area. Chin screams out in excitement, saying they have just hit the jackpot of the millennium. Just then, he mentions something that is totally weird. He points out that Su-hang's vitality is only 120 points, and for his talent, it is quite weird. The lady instructor then reminds Chin that Su-hang is cultivating the 7 attributes together. The man freaks out, saying this is why Su-hang is stuck because even a god would be ruined by this. He wonders if Wu didn't explain how things work for him. Just then, an assistant shows up to tell them that the students have started to arrive. Chin rushes outside to inspect them, and just as expected, the 3 super geniuses are the first to get to the camp because they were able to get to the camp 6 hours after the exam started. Soon afterward, more applicants keep coming in. And with 30 minutes left, all the applicants have supposedly arrived at the camp except Su-hang. The other applicants believe that whoever hasn't shown their face with just 30 minutes left on the clock doesn't deserve to be in the training camp. Deep down, Chin is wondering why Su-hang hasn't shown his face just yet. Chin starts to get worried that the precious gem he just discovered is about to get lost again. Just when the clock is about to run down, Su-hang shows up in the distance. He was totally locked in on farming points that he lost track of time, and thanks to this, He is covered in blood and beast's insides from head to toe. When the other applicants see him, they start making fun of him, believing that he had it tough, which is why he appeared filthy. The two simpletons who wanted revenge on him also made it, but they decided to wait until the training camp to get their revenge on him. As the clock hits the 8-hour mark, the official gathers the applicants to tell them that whoever hasn't shown up at that point has failed the exam. Since they are all present, he figures out that it is time to explain the rules of the training camp to them. He reveals that there are several major facilities in the training camp, which are the gravity training room, the footwork training room, the beast combat, and the martial arts pavilion. He reveals that in the martial arts pavilion, one can exchange for martial arts, footwork techniques, pills, and weapons up to a rank. When Suong hears this, he concludes that coming to the training camp is actually the right choice. However, using any of these services requires them to spend their contribution points, which can only be earned one way. The only way to earn these contribution points is to pass the various training courses, and passing them with flying colors will earn extra rewards. Since it is already getting late, the official tells them that they are free to go and sleep, but they can also go train if they want. He tells the injured students to follow him to the dormitories, and Su Hong heads to the dormitory. So Hong enters his room, and he is pleased to find out that it is a single room, which means he has his privacy with no one watching him as he cultivates. So Hong then gets on the bed as he prepares to max out his mortal body since he now has enough martial points to do so. So Hong inputs all of the points into the slot, and this generates a lot of heat that almost turns him into lava. But in the end, he gets a successful evolution. So Hong feels so much power running through his body, but he manages to block it from going haywire. By the time he is done, So Hong can feel the intensity of the power and how good it feels. He checks the status window and realizes that he has been given a strength title, which is Overlord Body. This is believed to be the strongest physique in terms of strength, but since his spirit tier is currently 0%, he is confident that it means that the technique can still be upgraded. So Hong admits that the special physique is quite incredible, and he decides to test out just how much strength the Overlord skill has. So Hong grabs his spear to head out to training, but to his surprise, the spear snaps from a casual snap. So Hong sighs in pain because C-rank alloys are quite expensive, and he paid a big sum to get this. Suddenly, it dawns on him that he didn't actually buy it because he picked it up. He figures out that he would need to gather enough contribution points as soon as possible to exchange for an A-rank alloy spear. Suong wonders just how many kilos he would be able to handle if he wears a weighted vest to earn contribution points. Meanwhile, at the warehouse, Tantua is moving around with a 3-ton weighted vest, and he claims that it is even light. The other applicants are left in awe as Tantua shows how impressive he is. Basically, they have all the rights to be amazed because a normal tier 1 martial artist can handle only a few 100 kilograms. Even Xiao and Xing admit that Tantua's strength is something else. Even Qin and the others who are watching from the control room are impressed by his brute strength. The lady assistant then asks Qin when they are supposed to find Suong to explain the dangers of cultivating the 7 attributes to him. Qin then replies that they can't be direct because geniuses are proud, and telling him directly will only backfire. Qin believes that the way forward is to use certain methods to make him realize that his path is wrong so he can willingly give it up himself. Qin then turns to the other guy, asking him if the other martial artists who will carry out the night raid have been assembled. The dude replies that it is going to take a bit more time because it is a bit of a tussle to assign personnel to match the varying combat strengths of the students. He reminds Qin that they just finished an assessment, and if they face a night raid immediately, they would definitely lose their cool. However, Qin tells the dude to arrange a late tier 1 martial artist for Suong because he wants him to be completely crushed and defeated. Once Suong has been beaten up, he plans to explain the disadvantages of simultaneously cultivating 7 techniques to him so he can obediently listen to him. The assistants are worried that this might cause Suhong's Tao to shatter because his spirit is low, but Qin doesn't see it the way they do. He argues that he is doing to help Suong, and if his Tao heart shatters, it just means that he is trash. Later that night, Suong steps out of his room, and he sees a bunch of applicants who are following Tantua because he is entering the gravity room to train. Since everyone has gone to watch Tantua, Suong has the warehouse to himself. Inside a carton is a scoring bracelet that every applicant is required to have. He picks one up and wears it before heading to where the weighted vests are located. He realizes that the heaviest vest in the room is rated 10 tons, leaving him shocked and completely blown away. He wonders what it is made of and who the hell would wear something like that. He tries to wear it, but realizes that it is too heavy for him. Even though he might be able to wear it, it is going to affect him drastically. So Hong then proceeds to wear a 5-ton weighted vest, which seems very light on him. He runs around the room to test it out and he realizes that it is the best for him. However, he is curious to know what Tantua and the others chose, and unknown to him, he is far superior to them. He is convinced that they are stronger than him, and he decides to go and check out their training session because he hopes that he can pick up 1 or 2 experiences. Meanwhile, the other applicants are doting on Tenchuo because he went into the gravity room with a 3-ton vest. He also set the gravity to 2x, which means he is currently playing around with 6 tons. Although he is struggling with it, it is still quite impressive to the applicants. When Suong learns about Tenchuo's vest, he realizes that he basically has a misunderstanding about the toughness of the Overlord's body. Just then, Chen and Tu show up to ask Suong why he is not entering the gravity room. The two express their worries saying they are just going to be embarrassed if they enter because those they are competing against are insanely strong. Since they are all scared, So Hong decides to enter the room. The other applicants are surprised to see So Hong stepping into the room, and they believe that he has a loose screw in the head. Some even assume that he is not wearing a weighted vest, and this is thanks to the jacket on him. Everyone keeps saying trash about him, but he just keeps mute and heads into the gravity room. Basically, gravity rooms require a lot of money to build, which is why it is only available to noble families. Since Su Hong can get his hands on one for free, he is not about to let it pass. Since he is wearing a 5-ton vest, setting the gravity to 2x will make it difficult for him because it would be 10 tons. Su Hong plans to last longer in the gravity room, and he decides to set it to 1.5. Even this still feels so heavy that Su Hong wants to lose his footing. He strains in pain while the other applicants make fun of him saying he isn't wearing a vest but still set the gravity to 1.5 times. The applicants then remember that Su Hong was the last to arrive that day, so they assume that he is pretty weak. Instead of running around to show off, Su Hong decides to sit there and cultivate this technique under the crushing weight. 2 hours after this, he has been able to level up the other attributes except for thunder and fire. In addition, his vitality also increased from 126 to 130. So Hong is impressed by this, and he realizes the other rooms would also have something nice for them because the gravity room just gave him some points. So Hong then struggles to stand up, and when he finally stands up, the applicants who are still watching make fun of him for being so trashy. Just then, So Hong takes off his jacket because he is dying of heat, and this is when the two mocking him know that he is wearing a weighted vest. However, they still think he is a loser because there is no tag on the vest, which makes them believe that it is not more than 500 kilograms at most. Some believe that he might actually be strong, but they are convinced that he is still not as strong as Tantua. Not long after this, Tantua steps out of the gravity room, and the applicants flock over to him to worship him. Tantua walks out, totally exhausted from the 2 hours he spent inside the gravity room. Tantua then drops the weighted vest, and he flexes his body muscles to the applicants watching. Singyi then walks over to Tantua, admitting that he is number 1 when it comes to pure strength but urges him to come to the agility room where he can show him who the boss is. Tantua admits that he has nothing to stand against Singyi when it comes to agility, and this is thanks to his wind attribute. Suong hears them talk about a rank movement techniques, and he decides to go check Singyi out. Suong then joins the others to watch Singyi display his rank movement technique Flying Swan Cloud. In fact, they are more blown away that Singyi set the difficulty to the max. The way he is moving with the technique leaves the applicants in awe. Singyi is so fluid with the technique that petals even sprang out of nowhere. So Hong, on the other hand, immediately registers the technique in his archive. Without wasting time, he starts to follow the movement. And when the applicants see this, they start to mock him, asking him what he thinks he is doing. They tease So Hong, telling him that there is no way he can learn the flying swan technique just by looking at it. So Hong ignores them and continues practicing his movement. And while he is doing this, his mastery level keeps increasing. In no time, the system informs him that he has learned the technique, so he has officially entered the beginner stage. So Hong is glad that he finally learned a rank technique. However, he has to admit that the technique is too flashy, which makes it embarrassing to carry out. Since he has never seen the normal version before, he can only copy what Singyi displayed. Su Hong then returns to reality. And since he has learned the technique, he figures out that there is no need for him to enter the agility room. Su-hong thinks of heading to the fierce beast room to hunt beasts so he can earn martial arts points to boost his vitality. Just then, Su-hong notices that the applicants are staring at him. He turns around to hear them talk about how super flashy his moves are, and this is when he realizes that he might have actually done the technique in the same flashy way as Singi. So-hong immediately dashes off because he realizes that Singi can't be his mentor when it comes to movement techniques. As he leaves the scene, he notices that someone might be following him, and he turns out to be right because the two vendetta twins are still looking to teach him a lesson. Since he is heading to the fierce beast room, they plan to block the door and beat the crap out of him when he comes out. At the same time, Xiao and Tantua appear to be challenging each other on who can kill the most beasts. Su-hong arrives there to find the two arguing, and since he has never seen a telekinesis user fight before, he decides to take a look before going to hunt his own fierce beasts. Zhao steps into the room, and to Su-hong's shock, she starts to float in the air. Since it is only a method that grandmasters possess, Su-hong realizes that being able to do this is due to the fact that she is a psychokinetic. As if this is not enough, Su-hong opens his mouth in shock when he sees Zhao take down monsters with light beams. One beast tries to launch a surprise attack on Zhao from behind, but she easily grabs the beast with her powers. With the beast in place, she cuts it down mercilessly with her light beams. Su-hong finally understands that the light beams are freaking daggers. With everything Su-hong has seen Xiao do, he finally understands why psychokinetic users are damn strong. Xiao runs into a giant python, and Xiao conjures a large light sword which she uses to split the snake in half by hurling it at the snake. This further leaves a mark of shock on Su-hong because he doesn't remember the girl holding a weapon before. In addition, he knows that such a big weapon would weigh a lot, which means she is able to do this because psychokinetics are crazy humans. Singhi informs the other applicants that what they are witnessing is a martial art that is exclusive to psychokinetics, and it is as high as a rank. The other applicants are surprised to hear this because this is the first time they have heard of such. The applicants ask him how he knows all of these while asking him if Tantua has an A-rank skill too. Singhi confirms this, and the applicants freak out because they already consider him a maniac. Since the geniuses all have high training techniques, Su-hong realizes that the training camp is packed with good martial arts. He is just glad that he came to the right place. Just then, Su-hong checks on Tantua, but to his surprise, he is not using any martial arts while beating down monsters. Su-hong quickly realizes that the dude is not even ready to unveil his trump card. Nonetheless, he is confident that he is going to find a way to learn from Tantua later. He is eager to be a psychokinetic, but his spiritual power is low. Since one needs a spiritual power of over 100 points, he realizes that he is still 73 short. With the amount of points that he needs for what he wants, Su-hong decides within himself that he is going to challenge the entire area, which is going to cause him to go on a killing spree. Su-hong then proceeds into the room, and his two vendetta stalkers decide to stay outside waiting to teach him a lesson. However, their entire system goes haywire when they see the number of scary beasts that Su-hong wants to challenge himself with. The two assume that Su-hong has seriously lost his mind because challenging a dozen fierce beasts is asking for death. The two panic, and they start thinking of even getting an instructor to save Su-hong. However, to them, it is too late for Su-hong because they are convinced he is going to be torn to shreds by the monsters. Now in the beast's room, Su-hong teases the monsters, causing them to rush at him at the same time. Su-hong leaps backward to dodge the initial attack from the enemies before lunging toward them. He punches the monsters so hard that their insides are torn apart. The vendetta twins are left speechless because Su-hong is tearing apart monsters that even mid-grade martial arts would find really hard to do. Just then, one of them notices that Su-hong is using a familiar footwork, and it then dawns on them that he has already copied Sinji's technique, which he is now using. The two stars are arguing because it is not possible for them. The two soon accept reality and realize that Su-hong is an insane talent to have been able to copy the technique at once. One of them immediately suggests that they forget about their vendetta mission, and his colleague doesn't even object to this. Suddenly, the dude wants to rethink his decision, but his friend points to what Su-hong just did inside the training room. They stare into the distance to see that Su-hong has taken down all of the beasts in just a few minutes. Su-hong, on the other hand, is checking out the points that were given to him after defeating such high-level beasts. He realizes that it is not that much, which confirms his assumption that the stronger he is, the harder it is for him to accumulate points. Before he can even get a minute of rest, more monsters troop out from their hiding place, and Su-hong quickly gets back on his feet because he doesn't have the luxury of resting. One of the monsters thinks it is wise to launch a surprise attack on Su-hong from behind, but Su-hong reacts to this really quickly and punches the monster into the afterlife. Su-hong unleashes a terrifying aura that gives the beasts a rethink, but Su-hong is not about to give them second chances because he needs their Tao values. Su-hong goes after them, wiping out the beasts without mercy. On the outside, the vendetta finally decides that it would be good for them to turn into the forgiving twins. The two figure out that it might be bad for them if Su-hong meets them there. The two quickly walk away, and they soon walk past the battle room where the other geniuses are using it. One of their colleagues is surprised that they are back already. He asks about their revenge mission, but the two can only answer nervously. Deep down, the two are happy that they still have their heads on their necks. Just then, Zhao and Tantua stepped out of the beast room, and Tantua acquired 280 points in total, while Zhao got 270 points. Their usual followers start to praise them while counting the number of monsters that they have killed. As for their weighted vest contributions, Tantua has 100 points, while Xiao has just 50. This means a great deal to their followers whose highest is 30 points. Just then, they start talking about how powerful the geniuses are because of the number of beasts that they have defeated. However, the forgiving twins are the only ones who know that there is a special monster in the training camp that surpasses the trio. 1 hour later, Su has left a mountain of corpses in the room, and he is already getting exhausted. However, he hasn't even reached his target point. Nonetheless, he checks the training wristwatch and realizes that he was awarded 700 points. Without hesitation, Su-hong heads to the martial arts pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Su-hong makes his way to the receptionist. He takes a journal to the table to read the menu. He is surprised to see just how expensive the rank skills are. The attendant then asks him if he is ready to make his order. Deep down, the attendant is not interested in attending to Su-hong because she believes that he is going to be broke. When Su-hong finally makes the decision, he tells the lady that he wants the spirit-gathering pills. He asks the attendant if it is true that they help to boost the spirit. She confirms this, but lets Su-hong know that it only takes effect once. Su quickly orders the Tier 4 spirit-gathering pill, and the attendant is shocked when he shows her his points. The attendant cannot believe her eyes. And just like a good girl that she is, she presents the pill to Su-hong. Su-hong thanks the lady and asks her if she has any alloy spears that he can buy. Su-hong ends up exhausting all of his points when he buys the bears. It turns out that the one Su-hong bought is the C-rank Fire Dual Attribute Spear. Su-hong then realizes that his stats have improved a bit, but he still needs Tao points for what he plans to do. Su-hong then opens the box given to him by the attendant to take out the pill sitting inside. He swallows the pill, and in no time, he feels the changes in his body. With determination, he reveals that he is going to become a spirit master. With the pill's effect kicking into place, Su-hong can feel all the exhausted nerves in his body get soothed. In addition, his mind has become really clear, giving him the ability to sense everything going on around him. By the time the pill is done with its work, Su-hong is surprised to see that it actually boosted his spiritual power by 24 points. He calculates the martial points that he currently has and realizes that even if he uses all of them, he would still be 0.5% short of what he needs. To get the 0.5%, all he needs is 5 martial points, which is equivalent to 1 beast that is defeated. With this, Su-hong wishes that he had killed just 1 more beast. Nonetheless, he can't regret what is already gone, and he decides to rest so he can take care of it the next day. Meanwhile, at the training camp warehouse, the instructors who are going to be participating in the raid have been gathered. They are given leaflets to look at the applicants that are assigned to them. While others are getting assigned to the geniuses of the camp, one particular dude finds out that he is stuck with Su-hong, who has just 123 vitality points. Even his friends ask him why he was assigned someone who is as trashy as Su-hong. One believes that Chin made a mistake, but Chin enters the room at the right time to let them know that it was no mistake. The dude goes ahead to challenge Chin's decision, saying the dude is trash. However, Chin lets him know that Su-hong is not as simple as he seems because his combat power is on par with that of advanced stage martial artists. The group is shocked when they hear this because they don't expect someone who is just over 100 vitality points to be able to challenge a proper martial artist. Qin then tells the officer attached to Su-hong that he's going to understand what he is saying by the time he fights him. The dude still complains about the whole task, forcing him to slap him on the head. He tells him to go all out from the beginning because he doesn't want Su-hong to retain any doubt that he is strong. The dude still can't believe that he is expected to fight such a weak child. He even asks Qin if he has a beef with Su-hong while telling him that he's not going to be held responsible if he cripples him. Qin smiles when he hears this as he urges the dude to beat Su-hong to a pulp so he can get a reward. The dude agrees to this, and deep down, he can't wait to deal with Su-hong. Moments later, the raiders make their way to the dormitories to perform drills. Su-hong soon hears chaos in the distance, and while he is still thinking about this, the door is cut open by the man set upon him. He almost gets cut in half by the invader's sharp sword, but he vanishes before the strike happens. Su-hong quickly grabs his spear, and fight ensues between the two while So-hong is wondering just how strong the instructor Jin-feng is. Jin-feng boasts about his strength, telling So-hong to count himself unlucky for running into him, and this is when So-hong realizes that the dude is from the myriad races. So-hong smiles because this is exactly what he is looking for. So-hong figures out that he would be able to gather the last 5 martial arts points to become a telekinetic if he defeats Jin-feng. Jin-feng is shocked when he realizes that So-hong is actually taking up a fighting pose against him, leaving him to wonder if he has gone out of his mind totally. Their weapons clash, and this is when Jin-feng realizes that Su-hong's strength is crazy. In fact, his combat strength is on par with an advanced stage 1, and Jin-feng confirms with this that his boss wasn't lying. Suddenly, notices that there is something else because a stage 1 martial artist shouldn't have the kind of power that Su-hong currently has. On the other hand, Su-hong is doing his best since he hasn't fought an advanced class before. He swings his spear with an aura around it, causing Jin-feng to leap back in fear. He starts to regret his actions because he has realized that Su-hong is no joke. Nonetheless, Jin-feng is an experienced martial artist, and he knows what a fight between them entails. Jin-feng then unleashes his fire attribute martial arts, which envelopes his sword in purple fire. Su-hong is actually blown away by this since it is his first time seeing one. Jin-feng then lunges towards Su-hong while taunting him, asking him how he plans to block his powerful attack called the Flaming Slash. Unknown to him, So-hong has his own idea, and he covers himself in lightning before blocking Jin-feng's attack, knocking him backwards. The wall behind Jin-feng is shattered from So-hong's block, leaving Jin-feng sweating like a goat. He can't believe that So-hong just blocked his fire martial art by externalizing lightning, and this is when he admits that Su-hong is a terrifying, talented kid. However, he still teases him, telling him that it appears that he is bad when it comes to lightning attribute spearmanship because he wouldn't have been able to easily defeat him. Su-hong admits that he actually doesn't, but he decides to do something crazier by mixing 2 attributes, which are lightning and fire. Jin-feng starts shitting his pants because he never thought an attribute fusion was possible, but Su-hong is basically doing it with ease right in front of him. Jin-feng is left totally stunned because he has always believed that attribute fusion is nothing but a myth. He is still panicking when Su-hong leaps toward him with a powerful attack, and Jin-feng tries to uphold his honor by launching a counterstrike. However, Su-hong's power easily overwhelms him and knocks him through the wall, sending him crashing to the ground. Since he has just defeated Jin-feng, Su-hong is given 7 points, and Su-hong smiles because Jin-feng just gifted him the points he needs to advance to a telekinetic. Some seconds earlier, Qin and the lady martial artist are outside the dorm waiting for a report. Qin believes that Su-hong should be getting a beating of his life already, and after this, he would be able to persuade him to stop pursuing multiple guiding techniques to focus on one. This is when Jin-feng is sent through the wall, and he crashes right in front of the Grandmaster. He is knocked out totally, and his face is battered from excessive beating. The lady and the Grandmaster are left in complete shock because Su-hong just defeated Jin-feng with ease. At the same time, the 3 geniuses defeated their opponents, sending them crashing through the wall just like Su-hong did. The trio steps out of the broken wall, telling the Grandmaster that he should have sent stronger opponents because these ones are freaking weak. Tantua then notices that there are 4 defeated instructors on the ground, and the person who defeated the 4th one even finished faster than them. He assumes that Jin-feng is weak, which is why he lost to his opponent. However, the lady martial artist knows that Jin-feng is actually the strongest among these 4. Qin is not surprised by the 3 geniuses pulling off a win, but he knows that Su-hong is an early stage rank 1 martial artist, which means facing a tier 2 opponent should be tough, but he even finished faster than the three geniuses. He wonders how he could have done it, and suddenly, an official comes running over to tell Chin that something has just happened. Chin assumes that a student was killed, and he tells the dude that it is quite usual. However, the official tells Chin that it is about Suong using attribute fusion when he was fighting Jinfeng. Chin initially counts this as nothing serious, but the moment it rings in his brain, he grabs the official, asking him if he is serious. The dude reveals that Su Hong actually used thunder and fire to defeat Jinfeng. The dude mentions that it is something he saw on the screen, but he is free to ask Jinfeng if he thinks he is lying. Jinfeng manages to come back to life to tell Chin that Su Hong really used attribute fusion. The Grand Master freaks out again as he reveals that the only genius in the world who was able to carry out attribute fusion actually spent 12 years on it, but Su Hong has been practicing this just for a month. The Grand Master starts feeling hyper about the whole thing, and he boasts about how Su Hong is a celestial prodigy that descended to Earth in human form. The lady then asks Chin if attribute fusion is really powerful as he is saying it. Chin then explains to her that the first person to do it was able to suppress 2 tier 2 fighters while he was still in tier 1. The lady then asks why it is not talked about enough, and Chin mentions that research shows that carrying out the technique is extremely difficult, and it also carries a risk of crippling one's cultivation. He tells them that it is basically useless because one would be stuck in tier 1 for life. However, he is blown away by how Suong was able to succeed in just 1 month, which shows just how crazy his level of comprehension is. In fact, he possesses all of the attributes, which means it would be overwhelming if he could combine all of them. He believes that Su Hong has what it takes to suppress the emperors of the myriad races with a single strike. His assistants tell him to chill out because he is already over-exaggerating the whole thing because fusing 2 is difficult as it is. Just then, Chin tells the two to pardon his initial excitement and says he can't allow Su Hong to cultivate all 7 because he would be stuck at a 3-attribute fusion, which would be bad. Just then, the dude mentions that Su Hong was able to overwhelm Jinfeng with his overwhelming strength, and the Grand Master berates him for not mentioning something that important earlier on. The trio is left in shock because Su Hong has just over 100 vital blood points, but he was able to overwhelm Jinfeng who has 500. Jin then tells them that Su Hong's physique might be something legendary, and he decides that a sparring match is going to be held the next day because he wants a full assessment of Su Hong's combat strength and vital blood. He tells the two to bring the geniuses, Tantuai and the rest, to fight Su Hong because he wants to see what would happen when a freak like Su Hong clashes with the top geniuses of the training camp. Back in his messed up dorm room, Su Hong ignores the noise outside to raise his stats. He uses all his acquired Dao points to raise his spirit stats in one go. After increasing his spirit stats, Su Hong concentrates his mental power on becoming a telekinetic. As his mind expands, So Hong begins to experience a strange sensation as if he has suddenly grown a third arm. As his spirit value hits over 100, this unfamiliar sensation leaves him feeling weird. After the experience, So Hong decides to test his new powers by slightly lifting his ruined bed using telekinesis. Suong is excited when the experiment works on his first try, so he lifts multiple items in the room with the wave of his hand. Satisfied with the result, Suong looks forward to doing other cool things like walking on air and attacking with telekinesis just Xiao. He also plans to find an opportunity to learn her a ranked telekinetic martial art and Tantua's offensive a rank martial art. The following day, one of the camp instructors, Linz, orders the students to assemble in 1 minute or lose contribution points for every second they're late. Afraid of losing their hard-earned points, the students swiftly scurry outside despite being covered in bruises from last night's raid. On their way out, they lament bitterly about not being allowed to rest after going through so much the previous day. Even though it's just day 1 of camp, most of them are already fed up with the insane training conditions. Our overpowered guy, So Hong, seems to be the only one in top shape as he casually strolls out for the assembly. Once everyone is gathered, Linz commends them for being punctual. He praises them for still being in one piece, saying he didn't expect them to be able to move around after getting thrashed. One dude boasts that he could have defeated one of the martial artists during the night raid if he hadn't been ambushed. Apparently, the dude's peaches were up for grabs, and the martial artist kept targeting his sausage, making it impossible for him to fight back. He had to choose between showing off and saving his future generations, so he chose the latter. However, despite his excuse, Linz insists that his reasons are trash. He reminds the guy that he would have been toast if it were an assassin from the myriad races instead of a friendly night raid. Hearing this, the guy quickly realizes that the instructor is right. His friend begins teasing him, branding him the nickname Boxer Bro. Soo-hung, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, also agrees with the instructor because reality doesn't care if one is ready or not. However, he agrees that it is reasonable for the students to be a bit cranky after the exhausting day they had on their first day in camp. The instructor then announces that he is giving them a chance to vent their grievances and show off their strength. He explains that they will be having a comprehensive test to measure everyone's vital blood, combat power, spirit, strength, speed, and mastery of martial arts. After the test, the students will engage in duels for their combat ranking. He also adds that the top 10 on the ranking will receive different amounts of contribution points every day. After the announcement, everyone turns their gaze to the powerful trio, Tantua, Sinj, and Zhao. They speculate that the trio must have the top 3 positions in the bag. Therefore, they decide to fight tooth and nail for the 4th to 10th place since they can also get rewards. So-hong, on the other hand, only looks forward to snagging first place because of the reward. He can't help but wonder what reward he can get for the first place. As the students chatter about the upcoming test, the instructor orders them to shut it and immediately follow him to take the test. A few moments later, they arrive at a warehouse arranged as their temporary testing ground with a Tier 2 combat power detector. While the students chatter on, Grandmaster Qin quietly observes Soo-hong. He notes that Soo-hong actively blends into the crowd without trying to stand out. Just then, some dude next to Soo-hong notices Qin staring in their direction and somehow figures Qin must be keeping an eye on him because of his non-existent talent. But Soo-hong just stares at him like a clown, knowing the dude is just Dahlia Lu. This is because Soo-hong knows that Qin is definitely watching him. A few minutes later, Qin addresses the crowd and lets them know that he has high hopes for them. He also raises the stakes by adding a bigger reward to what was previously promised. Qin announces that he will be rewarding a rank martial art or movement technique to the person with the highest overall score. Basically, the winner gets to choose one from several rank techniques. This revelation hypes up the crowd and also raises the difficulty because now Tantua and his genius group will go all out. Just as they speculated, this news sparks Tantua's interest because rank martial arts are very expensive. Even the top powerful families only have a few of them in their possession. Xiao is also interested in it because she gets to pick which one she wants. Xing Yi, on the other hand, just wants to get his hands on a technique that can complement his soaring swan cloud movement technique. He plans to use it to prove to everyone that being fast is just as powerful as other combat techniques. At the same time, Soo-hong is excited to add another rank martial art to his growing list. He makes up his mind to go all out for first place in the comprehensive test. Meanwhile, Qin focuses his gaze on Soo-hong and looks forward to seeing how strong he is. Qin then calls Xing-hee to start the test, and Zhao goes next while Tenshuo takes the 3rd spot. A chatter erupts in the hall because of this insane powerful lineup and no one wants to be the unlucky soul to take the 4th spot since they don't want to be embarrassed. After witnessing monstrous numbers from the powerful trio, the 4th person will surely be the laughingstock with their mediocre scores. Suddenly, Qin announces that Soo-hong will take the 4th spot, causing the hall to fall silent as all eyes turn to stare at him. This announcement convinces Soo-hong that Qin truly has his eyes on him. The crowd then begins mocking Soo-hong, remembering he was the same dude who came in last during the entrance assessment. Qin and Tu sympathize with Soo-hong for being unlucky and wonder if he offended Qin. The students continue to come up with different reasons why Soo-hong was chosen, but each reason is that they look down on him. However, the 2 dudes who have witnessed Soo-hong's true strength firsthand remain quiet. They can't wait for the crowd to be shocked speechless soon and swallow their words. As Sinji takes the stage for his test, the instructor reminds him to test his physical combat power first before his martial arts combat power. Sinji doesn't look forward to the first test because physical strength isn't his strongest suit. Still, he punches the combat power detector with everything he's got and his score hits a little over 4,000, a score considered crazy insane for someone who just claimed physical strength is his weakest suit. Everyone is shocked that Sinki scored so high even without using martial arts. However, they agree that this score is indeed weak compared to his insane speed in the agility room. While everyone is excited about Sing-hee's non-martial combat score, So-hong is only interested in his martial art technique. He reasons that Sing-hee must have at least a B rank martial art since his movement technique is a rank. So-hong is excited about this and looks forward to copying it. Sing-hee then unleashes his martial art skill, the Cloud Hidden Gale Fist, to deliver a powerful punch on the combat power detector. He hits a score of over 5,600, leaving the crowd completely stunned. Such a score is considered the standard for a Tier 2 martial artist, so it's surprising for Sing-hee, a high stage Tier 1, to possess it. While everyone else is talking about how amazing Sing-hee is, So-hong successfully copies his B-rank wind attribute Cloud Hidden Gale Fist. So-hong is a bit disappointed that Sing-hee's strength only slightly increased by 1,600 despite using a B-rank martial art. However, Sing-hee is proud of himself because this is considered a big deal for someone who doesn't rely on brute strength. But Zhao tells him to wipe the smug look off his face because it's nothing impressive. She then proceeds to score a little over 3,000 on her physical combat power test. No one is disappointed because it's normal for a telekinetic's body to be physically weaker, but their strength is in their telekinetic martial arts. Next, Zhao takes in a deep breath as she condenses spiritual energy into forming a giant mallet. Meanwhile, So-hong is over the moon as he immediately copies her spirit weapon condensation martial art. With such an amazing rank technique in hand, he doesn't regret coming to the genius training camp. So-hong even looks forward to all the martial arts skills he can copy and paste during the comprehensive test today. With her spirit condensed weapon, Zhao strikes the combat power tester, gaining a score of nearly 6,000, which is higher than Sing-hee's. The crowd is amazed that her score was almost doubled, convincing them that heaven is definitely playing favorites. While others express how jealous they are of Zhao's telekinesis power, So-hong quietly absorbs the skill and tries to master it. Basically, harnessing spirit power through telekinesis can help the user walk on air, control objects, and have many other practical uses in combat. So-hong manages to condense some spiritual energy, but it dissipates before he can form any tangible weapon. It even leaves him completely wiped out. Though this telekinetic martial art can form anything, including fierce beasts, it consumes way too much spirit. So-hong knows that with his current spirit level, it will be difficult for him to get to Zhao's level right away. He then immediately returns to reality and decides to learn it gradually later. Since Tantua is going up next, So-hong can't wait to see his offensive martial arts. Tantua soon takes the stage, and a loud chatter erupts among the students as they look forward to seeing the power of a real combat genius. Since he possesses the barbarian god physique, Tantua's combat power is far more terrifying than anyone else. So the students feel he's definitely a shoe-in for first place. So-hong is also curious to know the difference between Tantua's physique and his own overlord physique. Tantua boasts about his power as he prepares to strike the combat power tester. When he finally unleashes the powerful punch, he scores above 5,000 and almost reaches Sing-hee's martial arts combat score by 300. Chin commends him, and Tantua thanks the Grandmaster for the praise before announcing that he'll be using his martial arts next. So-hong is excited when he hears this and focuses intently on the demonstration. Tantua then activates his fire attribute, a rank bone nether flame fist, while So-hong copies it. So-hong recognizes it as the same one he saw in the martial arts pavilion that cost 2,800 contribution points. Tantua then unleashes the punch and scores over 7,500 points, leaving the crowd stunned. Apparently, this combat power is on par with a Tier 2 mid-stage martial artist. And what makes it more amazing is that Tantua's vital blood is around 350, which is considered low for such an insane combat power. Chin praises Tantua and lets him know that his father would be proud. Apparently, Tantua's father sired over a dozen offspring in his quest to produce a grandmaster. Tantua thanks Chin for the high praise, after which Chin calls So-hong to the stage next. As So-hong walks up to the stage, people begin to gossip. Some complain that he looks too calm because he just doesn't care since he's bound to lose. When he finally steps onto the platform, Chin reminds him about the rules of the test, and without hesitation, So-hong prepares to deliver the first punch. He then takes a deep breath, and as his fist lunges forward, he vows to get the reward for first place. So finally hits the combat tester, and just the pressure from the strike causes a huge wind to blow through the hall. He gains an outrageous score of over 6,500, leaving them speechless. Even Chin is shocked and quickly realizes he may have underestimated So-hong. Meanwhile, the crowd remains completely silent as they try to process what they just witnessed. When they finally come back to their senses, some of them begin to wonder if the machine is broken. Others point out that he came in dead last during the entrance assessment, so it makes no sense that he's suddenly acting like an overpowered monster. Even the so-called three geniuses of the camp are left questioning their existence. Shinji believes that Suong must be hiding his real level, while Tantua admits that he was too arrogant before. Suong then breaks the silence as he asks Chin if he should continue the next test. Chin tells him to go ahead, and as he prepares to take the next punch, Suong begins to quickly comprehend Tantua's bone nether flame fist technique. He comprehends the skill even faster than Sinki's movement technique, convincing him that this one is perfect for his physique. While they wait for Suong to make a move, the instructor, Linza, and Chin wonder how high he'll score with martial arts. Linza feels that Suong might not do well because he comes from a poor family and can't afford any decent martial arts technique. However, after observing Suhong's current state, Chin believes that he's about to unleash a high-grade martial arts. Meanwhile, Suhong finally masters the bone nether flame fist to beginner level in less than a minute. As he tests the flame on his fist, everyone is surprised that it's the same one Tantua used previously. They wonder how a broke dude like Suhong knows the same rank martial arts their idol uses. Meanwhile, Suhong prepares to test what a powerful offensive high-grade martial art feels like. As he takes a powerful swing and punches the combat power tester, the pressure from the strike almost sweeps the crowd off their feet. The resulting punch even causes a huge wave of dust to cover the room. When the dust finally settles, everyone is left stunned as Suhong scores a little over 9,000. And this score is considered the standard for a Tier 2 high-stage martial artist, while Suong is only a Tier 1 early stage. Linz finds this ridiculous because Suong has such a low vital blood value. Chin even admits that Suong is truly a one-of-a-kind monster. Singi refuses to believe what he just witnessed, while Xiao mentions that Suhong's vital blood value must be over 500 since that is the standard for a Tier 2 high-stage martial artist. Hearing this, Tantua decides to accept his L like a king since his own vital blood isn't up to 400. However, the next moment, a shockwave hits them when they realize that Suhong's vital blood is only at a measly 137. No one wants to believe such an absurd thing and would rather believe that the machine is broken. Someone even mentions that Suhong's score must be missing an extra zero at the end because there is no way the combat power of someone with such terrible stats is at the same level as a Tier 2 high-stage martial artist. Chin quietly observes Suhong as he steps out of the vital blood detector. He then announces that they'll begin the combat ranking tournament. He explains that it will be based on a challenge system, and anyone can freely pick an opponent to challenge. However, the winner of the tournament will be the person no one dares to challenge. The moment Chin finishes explaining the rules, Sung Hai immediately challenges Suong. Sung Hai only challenged Suong because of his low vital blood and believes he can win with his movement techniques. Since he has more vital blood, Sung Hai plans to dodge Suhong's attacks and exhaust him out of the duel. He is convinced that all Suong has is brute force thanks to his combat power. Chin immediately turns down his request and informs the trio that they will be attacking Suong together. The trio smugly rejects the offer, fearing they might cripple Suong, and they feel Chin is giving Suong more credit than he deserves. Chin then asks Suong for his opinion, and Suong casually accepts the challenge, annoying them even more, especially Shinji, who believes he can just make Suong dizzy by running him into the ground with a movement technique. A few moments later, Suong tells the trio to come at him, and without hesitation, they charge forward, preparing to take him out in one strike. Shinji, overly confident, even closes his eyes as he fantasizes sneaking up on Suong while he's distracted with the other two. He's convinced that with his flying swan cloud step technique, Suong will not be able to react in time. Unbeknownst to him, he's about to be thrashed by Suong, and at that moment, Zhao and Tantua try to call him back to reality. But by the time he opens his eyes, Singhi is unable to react in time, and Suong is already close. As he prepares to strike Suong, Suong bids him farewell. But just as he's about to strike, Suhong's fist is turned away, giving Suong time to escape. It turns out Xiao used telekinesis to stop Suong. Suong then thanks her for helping him and warns the others to be careful of Suhong's speed. Meanwhile, Suong is still recovering from being controlled against his will by Zhao's telekinesis. He glances at her and decides to take her out first since she's an uncontrollable variable. Using Suhong's flying swan technique, Suong swiftly charges towards Xiao, leaving her puzzled. Even Singhi is shocked and wonders how Suong knows this since he's supposed to be a fire attribute user. Tantua lets them know that Suong must possess dual attributes and orders them to stop him from advancing. He decides to go on the offensive with his bone nether flame fist and tells Xiao to use spirit control on Suong to stall for time. As Tantua is about to strike, Suong prepares to use the same fist technique to counter the attack, but Xiao suddenly uses spirit control to freeze him on the spot. Suong tries to break free, but realizes it's harder than he expected. While he struggles, Shinji sneaks up from behind with a kick. Seeing him trapped, Qin feels it might be too soon for him to go up against three, especially with Zhao's ability to mind control an opponent. Once a person is controlled, they have to force their way out with physical strength or resist with their own spirit power. And Suhong's spirit power is currently non-existent. Qin also believes that Suhong's physical strength is still too weak to break free from Zhao's influence. While everyone else speculates negatively about Suhong's fate, Qin catches him smiling. Just as Tantua and Singhi are about to close in, Suong shockingly breaks free from Zhao's spirit control with force. The shockwave from it pushes Zhao back, making her cough up blood. After handling the mind control diva, Suong grabs Tantua's fist and Singhi's foot, blocking their attack. The crowd is stunned that Suong stopped three powerful attacks simply by relying on his physical strength. This makes them conclude that he's definitely some kind of insane humanoid beast. The moment Suong properly secures Tantua by the hand and Singhi by his ankle, he swings them violently in the air, making them gasp for air. After swinging them to his heart's content, Suong proceeds to wipe the floor clean with them, smashing them into the ground several times. As Singhi and Tantua's spirits begin to vacate their bodies, the crowd stares at the brutal sight, completely speechless. But Suong refuses to stop and continues to smash them into the ground, leaving them half dead. Satisfied with the result, he soon stops, and just then, his eyes land on Xiao, who has been frozen in place the whole time. Before Suong can make a move, Xiao hurriedly taps out, begging him to stay away from her. Just like that, the underdog no one expected to win successfully defeats the so-called strongest geniuses, leaving everyone in shock. They can't believe Suong actually won and single-handedly defeated the powerful trio. A few minutes later, Qin orders the students to quiet down before asking if anyone wants to challenge Suhong. The room immediately falls silent. And after a brief pause, Qin announces that Suhong is number 1 in the combat assessment. Since no one wants to get turned into a punching bag for a lunatic like Suhong, everyone agrees with Qin's decision. Qin then gives Suong the first place position and tells the others to keep fighting for the remaining 9 slots while he takes Suong to receive his reward. Suong is over the moon and looks forward to getting the A-rank martial art. On the way to the martial arts pavilion, Qin tells Suong that he has been watching him ever since he arrived at the camp. He then asks why Suong chooses to hide his strength instead of showing it off like everyone else. Suong explains that he doesn't want to attract unwanted attention. Without a powerful backer or any real influence, standing out would only make him a target. Qin finds the answer amusing and praises him for his caution and intelligence. He then reveals that the combat tournament was arranged specifically for Suong because he needed a legitimate excuse to secure more resources for Suong. Since those resources are reserved for true geniuses, Qin tells him that there is no need to keep hiding his talent anymore. He vows to become Suhong's backer and promises to deal with anyone who dares to make trouble for him. Moved by the offer, Suong sincerely thanks Qin for his support. A few moments later, they arrive at the martial arts pavilion, and Qin asks the clerk to bring out the martial arts catalog. He tells Suong to look through it carefully before making a choice and to ask if he has any questions. As Suhong flips through the list, he asks Qin for a recommendation. Qin responds by asking how many martial arts techniques he currently knows. Suhong explains that he knows a few low-grade techniques and about 4 high-grade ones like the Bone Nether Flame Fist, Flying Swan Cloud Step, Cloud Hidden Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger. Qin is surprised by the answer since the camp's martial arts pavilion doesn't even contain the first 2 techniques. He then asks if Suong learned them simply by watching Singhi use them once. Suhong confirms it, and Qin can only stare at him in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster he has just discovered. The pavilion receptionist is puzzled as she watches Qin help Suhong browse through the list. She wonders what his identity is for the Grandmaster to personally bring him here to choose a martial arts technique. After searching through the list, Chin tells Suong to choose a control-type martial art since he already has an attack and a movement technique. He suggests picking the rank flame cage, which condenses spirit energy to trap the enemy in a cage of flame. Basically, control-type martial arts require releasing spiritual energy from the body, while the attack type requires attaching the spiritual energy to a weapon or the body. However, Chin warns Suong that it's difficult for most Tier 2 martial artists to release tangible spiritual energy from their bodies. And since Suong is just at the early stage of Tier 1, it isn't recommended for him. However, with Suong's talent, Chin believes he should be able to learn it. Chin knows this type of martial arts and decides to demonstrate it for Suong to let him make up his mind if he wants to learn it. Suong thanks Chin with a sly look on his face, knowing he can simply copy it and then ask for a different rank martial art. Chin then begins the demonstration by condensing spiritual energy in his hand to form a flame. After that, he releases the flame nearby, forming a cage of flames. He then tells Suong not to look down on this type of technique just because it lacks the destructive ability of attack types. He adds that they're quite useful during combat and proceeds to show Suong what he means. First, he traps the enemy with the flame cage and attacks them, which makes it impossible for them to dodge, allowing for a one-shot kill. Suong learns that the only downside of control-type martial arts is maintaining the flame cage while launching attacks at the same time. Chin tells him to focus on just the flame cage since attacking at the same time is beyond his level. Apparently, Chin only managed to master both after he became a Tier 3 martial artist, so it's impossible for Suong with his level. Since it's that difficult, Suong quickly turns it down and decides to choose something different for now. Chin is impressed that Suong didn't arrogantly try to learn the control-type martial arts like other geniuses would have done. This convinces him that Suong will go far because of his humility and ability to listen to advice. Unbeknownst to Chin, Suong has already copied the flame cage technique and his humility is part of his Oscar award-winning acting skills. Suong then returns the technique to Chin and humbly asks him to recommend another one. Chin agrees to help, and after flipping through the list, he suggests choosing a defensive martial art. He settles for an rank earth attribute thick earth armor, which he believes is perfect for Suong. This technique condenses Earth's spiritual energy to form battle armor on the surface of the body, providing an extremely high defense system. Suong is pleased with this recommendation because when paired with his physical body, the effect will surely make him invincible to attack. As he happily accepts Chin's recommendation, Chin asks about his special physique. Suong replies that it's the Overlord physique, expecting some kind of over-the-top reaction from Chin. Among the 3,000 known physiques, this one is the strongest in terms of raw strength. So Suong expects the Grandmaster to hand him a bunch of rank martial arts techniques once he hears about his awesome physique. However, Chin's reaction is mid since he has never even heard the name Overlord physique before. Embarrassed, Suong confesses that he came up with the name since such a physique has never been recorded. Chin believes him because earlier, Suong easily blocked Tantua's full-strength punch without batting an eye. With such terrifying strength, Chin figures that this physique should be more powerful than Tantua's barbarian god physique. He then explains that he has never seen the strength of a Tier 1 martial artist reach such a level. Suddenly, an unusual ringtone breaks their conversation, and Suong is surprised that it belongs to the Grandmaster. Grandmaster. The caller turns out to be the female camp instructor, Bai Mu, as Chin impatiently tells her that he's busy. Bai Mu quickly lets Chin know that they discovered something bizarre while tracking students' contribution points. She reveals that Su Hang seems to be wearing a weighted vest during his duel with the three geniuses. Shocked, Chin asks Su Hang to confirm the claim, and Su Hang casually replies that it is true. He explains that he couldn't take it off because he needed to farm contribution points. Realizing that Su Hang didn't use his full power during the test because of the weighted vest, Chin begins to practice breathing exercises to stop his brain from exploding. After regaining his composure, he tells Su Hang to stop struggling for those measly points and promises to give him plenty of rewards as long as he successfully challenges the training camp. Afterwards, he tells So Hang to remove the weight vest, and So Hang complies. Just then, the clerk offers to help him return the vest to the warehouse, but So Hang says it's too heavy. However, the clerk insists, claiming that she's a dignified Tier 2 martial artist. However, the moment Su Hang lets the vest go, the clerk's eyes widen, and at that moment, she knows she's messed up majorly. The weight vest slips right through her hands, leaving her completely stunned as it shatters the ground beneath it. She then asks how many kilograms it weighs, and Suong casually reveals that it weighs 5 tons. Chin can't believe that an early-stage Tier 1 beat 3 late-stage geniuses while wearing an insane 5-ton weighted vest. Realizing that Suong might be stronger than he anticipated, Chin decides to use him to farm aura points from all the grandmasters who look down on his training camp. Like some chummy buddy, he grabs Suong by the shoulder, telling him that he has another rank technique for him. Suong asks about the martial technique, and Chin explains that it's a thunder spear martial art belonging to Zhang Lin, the grandmaster of Young City. Since Suong also uses a spear, Chin believes this martial art is perfect for him. He also boasts that this technique is considered the strongest among other rank martial arts. Chin plans to take Suong to Young City to challenge Grandmaster Lin's prized student and scam him out of the technique. Suong feels this might be a bad idea, but Chin just wants revenge because Lin has been mocking the Star City training camp for producing trash talent every year. He then tells Suong to head back to his dorm and prepare to depart for Young City first thing in the morning. That night, Suong returns to his dorm, surprised to find it sparkly clean. He then decides to cultivate the 3 new martial arts he acquired during the day, which include the Flame Cage, Spirit Condensation Art, and the Earth Battle Armor. So-hong hopes to at least reach the beginner stage in all 3 of them before leaving the camp the next morning. Meanwhile, Chin is busy calling Lin to challenge him to a duel in exchange for the Thunder Spear art. Lin smugly tells Chin to stop deceiving himself because he has a wood spirit prodigy at an early stage, Tier 2. He also proudly declares that his star student has learned the A-rank wood control type martial arts, Wood Prison, to the point of releasing spiritual energy from his body. Just as Lin predicted, his prodigy, Lin Shufeng, successfully conjures a wood prison from condensed spiritual energy. However, he's unable to hold it for long, and it dissipates after a few seconds. Shufeng is disappointed that he failed again, but Lin reminds him that control-type martial arts are not something to be learned in a day. Since Shufeng only started learning 2 days ago, Lin advises him to take it slow. Moved by his master's words, Shufeng excitedly promises to successfully master the martial art technique to the beginner stage in a month. Lin calls Chin, who is still on the call, to boast about Shufeng's claim. Apparently, this is a huge deal because it took Grandmaster Lin 3 months to learn the same martial art style. He then mocks Chin, telling him that Shufeng is not someone that trash talents from Star City Camp can challenge. Chin is pissed to hear this, but before he can protest, Lin hangs up on him. Lin then tells Shufeng to go easy on Chin's students later. He advises him not to win too easily to save them some face, and Shufeng agrees to put on an award-winning performance. The following day, Chin and Suhong arrive at the Young City training camp flying through the air. Even though he's only using Chin's power to fly, the experience feels exhilarating for Suhong, who is flying for the first time. Before they can even drop their feet on the ground, Lin can't wait to see the so-called genius Chin was boasting about. Chin then introduces Suong to them and reveals that he uses a spear just like Lin. Suong greets Lin, but Lin is too focused on the fact that he's just an early-stage Tier 1 trash. Recalling how he asked Shufeng to put on an act, Lin wonders how they're supposed to do that now that their opponent has such a low level. He reasons that it's just overkill to make a Tier 2 fight an early-stage Tier 1. However, Chin remains calm and tells Lin to begin the duel immediately. A few moments later, they arrive at the martial arena where a crowd has gathered to watch the duel, and everyone looks forward to seeing how strong Suheng is. Lin then introduces Chin to them and Suheng as the genius of the Star City training camp. However, when he reveals Suhong's martial arts level, everyone erupts in shock. They can't believe Suhong, an early-stage Tier 1, is challenging a Tier 2 martial artist. They wonder if they should praise him for being courageous or for being plain stupid by courting death. Even Shufeng is stunned speechless and wonders how he is supposed to put on his award-winning performance with such a gap in their level. As a consequence of losing the challenge, Lin smugly tells Chin that he has to teach Shufeng an A-rank martial art. He also promises to teach Suong an extra A-rank technique apart from the Thunder Spear that was promised if he defeats Shufeng. Suong thanks Lin for his generosity, while Chin is over the moon that they managed to scam another reward. Lin finds Chin's enthusiasm a bit weird, but he remains calm, believing that there's no way So-hong can beat a Tier 2 martial artist with a wood spirit body. As Shufeng and So-hong prepare to face off, Lin reminds Shufeng to hold back a little. Shufeng assures him that he will and unsheathes his sword while feeling like he has everything figured out. Underestimating his opponents, Chu Feng tries to figure out how to put on a good show without badly injuring Suong with a single strike. He tells Suong to draw his spear, but Suong casually says he doesn't need it for now. Suong only knows a C-rank spear technique which is inferior to his other martial arts. Using such a technique in this battle will greatly put him at a disadvantage, so he doesn't plan to use a weapon. However, Chu Feng is pissed and misunderstands So Hong's reason as sheer arrogance. He immediately charges forward to attack him while So Hong remains calm and continues to stretch his arm with no care in the world. Just as Chu Feng is about to strike him, Suong effortlessly dodges the attack using the flying swan cloud step to appear behind him. Chu Feng is taken aback that Suong actually possesses a wind attribute, a rank movement skill, but this only makes things more interesting for him, and he charges towards Suong again, believing that movement skills are useless against a wood spirit prodigy like himself. He then activates the wood prison and manages to trap Suong from moving. Suong is a bit impressed that Chu Feng possesses a control-type martial art since they're considered too difficult to learn. But even that can't keep him trapped as he plans to forcibly break free from it using his physical strength. However, before he can make a move, Chu Feng's wood prison instantly dissipates, leaving Suong utterly disappointed. But those few seconds of distraction are enough for Chu Feng to try to sneak attack him. Before Chu Feng can land his strike, Suong catches sight of him and swiftly prepares to strike back with the cloud-hidden Gale Fist. Seeing that Su Hong's punch is moving in too fast for him to dodge, Chu Feng decides to block it using a wood shield. Unfortunately, Su Hong punches right through the shield, leaving Chu Feng completely stunned. And before he can react, the punch throws him off, making him regret the life decision that brought him up to this point. He finally admits that Su Hong's strength is more monstrous than he anticipated. Even the spectators are amazed that a Tier 1 dude destroyed a defensive rank Tier 2 martial art. They conclude that Su Hong's strength probably surpasses that of a vicious beast. Meanwhile, Chin is having the time of his life as he teases Lin about the match. However, Lin believes that Su Hong's brute strength isn't enough to topple his star student. Without giving Chu Feng any space to breathe, Su Hong swiftly tries to crush him under his feet, but realizes it's not the real Chu Feng. It turns out to be an afterimage. And while Suong is distracted, Chu Feng tries to sneak up behind him with an rank movement skill. Fortunately, Suong reacts in time and swiftly dodges the attack. At that moment, Chu Feng is almost out of juice and tells Suong to stop running. He commends him for lasting this long and admits that Su Hong's strength is commendable for an early-stage Tier 1. Chu Feng even claims that he has been holding back out of consideration for Su Hong's low level. Despite all his long talks, Suong ignores him and raises his finger towards him. Chu Feng is puzzled as he wonders what Suong is doing. But before he can figure it out, Suong traps him in a flame cage, leaving Chu Feng speechless. He can't believe that Suong also possesses a control-type martial art with his low level. Believing that Suong cannot maintain the cage for long, Chu Feng plans to wait for it to collapse before making a move. Meanwhile, Lin is finally convinced that Su Hong's talent is insane, while Chin is just as shocked as he is. Seeing the expression on Chin's face, Lin calls him out for pretending, believing that Chin must have taught Suong the flame cage skill. Unbeknownst to him, Chin is equally confused because he only showed So Hong that skill once. Lin continues grilling Chin, especially since he thought So Hong possessed a wind attribute. Chin smugly reveals that So Hong actually possesses multiple attributes. Lin closely observes the flame cage and wonders why it hasn't collapsed. When Chin looks closely, he notices a blue flame gathering around Su Hong's hand. Chu Feng's eyes widen when he notices it, and he almost drops dead when he realizes that Su Hong can also attack while maintaining the flame cage. This is something that even a Tier 3 martial artist struggles to do, but it's only a piece of cake for a monster like Su Hong. Without wasting any time, Su Hong uses the bone nether flame fist to attack Chu Feng inside the prison. Chu Feng tries to block it with the wood shield, but Su Hong's punch breaks through the shield, hitting Chu Feng in his abdomen. This strike almost causes him to throw up his whole digestive system and even shatters his sword into pieces. Without giving Chu Feng any chance to recover from the first punch, Suong delivers another strike, ripping the dude's shirt. When Chu Feng's back hits the cage, the flame barbecues his skin medium rare, but he immediately activates a recovery skill, completely healing himself. Chu Feng then boasts about his healing power, telling Su Hong not to underestimate his wood spirit body. Suong is impressed by Chu Feng's physique and its ability to recover. But since one punch didn't do any damage, he decides to continuously punch him until his recovery skill can't keep up. Suong then unleashes a flurry of attacks on him, but Chufeng continues to heal himself, believing that his endurance will surely outlast Suhong's. After a while, Suong stops hitting while Chufeng activates the recovery skill. He proudly challenges Suong to see whose special skill runs out faster. Suong knows that his flame cage is about to dissipate because he's running out of spiritual energy. And once Chufeng breaks free from the cage, the tables might turn against him. After briefly weighing his options, Suong deactivates the flame cage by himself, making Chufeng feel smug for a minute. Chufeng boasts that it's his turn to counterattack and claims that Suong is sure to lose. But the next moment, he swallows his words as Suong shows off his Fire Thunder attribute fusion. He wasn't planning on using it because it consumes way too much energy, but Chufeng just had to mouth off ignorantly. It is at this very moment that Chufeng knew he had picked on the wrong opponent. He refuses to believe that this is the power of a low-level Tier 1 martial artist and finally admits that Suong is a monster. Despite the obvious gap in their power, Chufeng refuses to give up and to keep Suong away. He places his hand on the ground to activate Wood Release. With this skill, he builds a strong wooden wall separating him from Suong. Unfortunately, that doesn't stop a monster like Suong from easily tearing through the wall with Thunder Fire Fusion Fist. With a single punch, he rams through the wooden wall and punches Chufeng directly in the face, knocking him out. An eerie silence falls on the arena as everyone tries to process what they just witnessed. After a brief pause, loud chatter erupts as the spectators discuss Suhong's strength. Someone even compares his punch to that of an S-rank martial artist. Lin, on the other hand, is still trembling as he questions what type of beast Qin brought to his turf. He can't believe that Suong can actually use the legendary attribute fusion and finds it even more ridiculous that he mastered it at such a young age. However, Qin has seen way too amazing things from Suong to be moved. Taking advantage of this, he decides to rub it in Lin's face by casually revealing that it only took Suong 1 month to fuse 2 attributes. Lin's brain starts buffering as he takes a little time to digest what he just heard, but old Qin doesn't stop there and further explains that Suhong has a 100% affinity in all 7 attributes, and he practices all 7 of them simultaneously. At this point, Lin's soul is ready to check out of his body while Qin casually sips tea, clearly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Lin's mind almost explodes as he tries to comprehend the fact that an early-stage Tier 1 dude fused 2 attributes in 1 month and has 100% affinity for all 7 attributes while practicing them all at the same time. Qin brings him back to reality, reminding him that he owes Suhong the rank Thunder Spear art and his ultimate technique, the Palm Thunder. A few moments after the match, Lin takes Suhong to the martial arts training room to fulfill his promise. As they stare down at each other, tension strong enough to power the city settles in the room. Suhong's calmness leaves Lin feeling uneasy because he has never seen a freak of nature like Suong before. After a brief silence, Lin tells Suong that he's going to teach him the rank Thunder Spear art known as the 9 Heaven-Breaking Spears. Apparently, the 9 Heaven-Breaking Spear has 3 stances with 3 moves each per stance. Each stance is more powerful than the last, and the difficulty of learning them increases accordingly. Lin says he wouldn't even teach this skill to anyone below Tier 4, but he's making an exception because of Suheng's talent. However, despite Suheng's talent, Lin expects him to pick up only the first stance. After the briefing, Lin proceeds to demonstrate and tells Suheng to watch him closely. For the first stance called Overturning the River, he unleashes an enormous river of lightning, and with the second stance, Inverting the Sea, Lin flips the lightning sea upside down. The effect of the shockwave almost pulls Suhong off his feet as if being washed away by a giant wave, but Suhong manages to hold his ground. Lin then proceeds to show him the third and most powerful stance, Heaven Breaking. This strike hits the sea, turning it into a roaring tornado shrouded in lightning. As he carefully observes it, Suhong notes that Lin actually held back during the last stance to stop it from destroying the practice training room. Despite that, he is amazed that the shockwave from the last stance caused such a terrifying tornado. Suhong knows his so-called monstrous strength is nothing compared to Lin's power, but he vows to reach that level in the near future. A few seconds after his demonstration, Lin hands Suong a small book containing his detailed notes on the 9 Heaven-Breaking Spears. He tells him to practice it alone and ask questions if stuck at any stage. Suong thanks him for helping, but Lin brushes it off, saying he's just doing it to fulfill a bet. He then promises to teach Suong the second a rank martial art after he masters the first stance of the 9 heaven-breaking spears. This is because Lin believes that Suong can only comprehend the first stance even with his talent. Lin then reveals to Su Hang that the Palm Thunder martial art is extremely stronger than the Thunder Spear. Su Hang is amazed to hear this, leaving him determined to quickly master the Thunder Spear and proceed to learn the next one. Afterwards, Lin leaves Su Hang to train alone, saying he'll be back to check on his progress later. 1 hour later, Lin returns to the practice training room expecting Su Hang to be having a tough time. Apparently, it is supposed to take about 1 or 2 months to fully master the heaven-breaking spears. But upon entering the hall, Lin is shocked to see that Suong has achieved mastery at the beginner level. The worst is when Suong casually claims that he has only comprehended the basics and asks Lin to teach him the Palm Thunder art next. Lin's brain struggles to understand what the hell he just witnessed as he doubts whether Su Hang is actually human. Only a few hours later, Lin is dumbfounded as he quietly sits outside the training room questioning the reason for his measly existence. Qin soon arrives asking why he's spacing out instead of teaching Suong the next martial technique. Lin lets Qin know that he has already taught Suong the Palm Thunder art and tells him to check on it himself. However, Qin doesn't believe him, and as he pushes the door open, he warns Lin not to pull any tricks because a step-by-step hands-on method is needed to teach the Palm Thunder art, and Lin is sitting outside instead of instructing Suong properly. Upon entering the practice room, Qin realizes that Suong has mastered the technique. While Qin stares at him utterly speechless, Suong proudly announces that he has mastered the ultimate lightning skill. Unable to handle how fast Suong comprehended the skill, Qin joins Lin outside as the two men question everything they know. Lin is even more devastated because it took him 3 months to master the same skill, and his teachers even praised him for being a genius. Lin then tells Qin that Suhong's future is limitless because he's destined to reach Tier 9 one day. Qin comforts Lin and offers to treat him to a meal to get over not being the genius he thought he was. Before leaving, Qin tells Suong that they'll be heading back to Star City Camp the following day. He also tells him to find the camp's teaching assistant and get them to arrange a temporary room for the night. Later that night at Young City's dorm, Suong settles down to check on his stats. He had gathered about 230 martial Dao points after defeating Chufeng, Tan Tua, and his other friends. Suhong's vital blood has also increased to 138, and 3 of his attribute guiding techniques have increased to level 5. All his A-rank martial arts are at mastery except for spirit weapon condensation, which was still at beginner level. Since his vital blood is still low, Suong considers upgrading it a bit and using the rest of the points to upgrade his spirit, physique, and martial arts. However, after pondering for a while, he decides not to split the points because it is not enough to make any major splash on his stats. He then settles for only upgrading his vital blood. And after the upgrade, Suhong's vital blood increases to 161 points. Suhong's next priority is getting more martial Dao points. But after he beat up the so-called 3 geniuses, no one will dare spar with him again. Now his only option is to keep farming points in the beast room even though it is a bit slow. Elsewhere, Lin is having a drinking spree with Qin while lamenting about how Qin cheated him out of 2 A-rank martial arts. Qin is already fed up because he has heard this over 100 times already. Just then, the teaching assistant barges into the room to remind Lin about the scheduled night raid. Lin gives him the go-ahead, reminding him not to go easy on the students. Without hesitation, the assistant immediately calls someone and orders them to start the night raid as instructed by Lin. But when Qin reminds Lin that Suong is temporarily staying at the dorms, Lin realizes he may have messed up. He hurriedly tells the assistant to postpone the raid, but it's too late as the man lets him know that the night raid has already begun. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, several top-tier martial artists gather to carry out the night raid. Among them is Jin Feng, who was beaten to a pulp by Suong back in Star City training camp, and his brother Jin Long. Jin Feng wonders why his brother, a high-grade Tier 2 martial artist, is participating in a night raid. Jin Long explains that Lin specifically called him in to test Chu Feng's ability. However, Jin Long feels it's a bit overkill to have him handle a puny early-stage Tier 2 with spirit. Watching his brother boast, Jin Feng can't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Jin Long then teases Jin Feng about getting his peaches kicked during the night raid in Star City Camp. Embarrassed, Jin Feng tries to argue that he was only defeated because he underestimated the opponent. He swears that he will definitely win if given another chance to redeem himself. Jin Long reminds him that it's nothing to be proud of for a Tier 2 martial artist to beat someone at the Tier 1 level. Jin Feng then warns his brother not to be like him and underestimate his opponent. He reminds Jin Long that the wood spirit body is considerably powerful and advises him to be careful, but Jin Long laughs it off, claiming he can never mess up such a simple thing. A few moments later, the raiders cover their faces with masks, and at the commander's prompt, they charge into the dormitories like assassins. The next second, screams echo from different parts of the dormitories, drawing Su Hong's attention. Just in front of his door, one of the raiders attacks some dude who is on a clothing budget. During the commotion, the raider notices Su Hong and tries to attack him, but Su Hong jabs him under the jaw, knocking him into the roof of his dorm. Su Hong tells the dude to ask questions next time before acting rashly since he's not even a member of this training camp. Suddenly, he gets an idea of how to take advantage of the night raid. Since the raiders are in disguise, So Hong plans to dress up as one of them and farm martial Dao points by defeating the students. Even though he knows this is a terribly mischievous idea, So Hong can't help but be thrilled to play the bad guy. A few minutes later, he steals the dude's clothes, including his underwear. He even plans to knock him out. But before he can do so, another raider rushes in to help. So Hong first signals his victim to shut up before preparing to knock the new raider out. The raider protests, reminding So Hong that he's the commander in charge of the night raid. But despite his explanation, Su Hong still punches the guy into a wall, leaving the clothesless dude stunned. The dude is confused as he wonders whether the raiders are about to start an internal war between themselves. A few minutes later, Su Hong bolts out of the room, excited about farming his precious points. Meanwhile, the clothesless dude watches him leave, puzzled that Su Hong didn't knock him out as planned. Out in the corridor, Su Hong makes up his mind to go all out since the raiders are high tier, so there's no need for him to hold back his power. A few moments later, he runs into several raiders and effortlessly beats them up, including a few students. At this point, some of the raiders realize that there's a mole amongst them, but So Hong continues to wreak havoc until he clears out the first floor. Afterwards, he proceeds to the second floor, causing insane chaos along the way. He then heads up to the third floor, grinning like he just hit the martial Dao jackpot as his points continue to increase rapidly. On the third floor, he finds a group of raiders watching an active fight between Chufeng and Jinlong. They are impressed that Chufeng was able to hold out against Jinlong for so long despite the gap in their levels. They also note that Jinlong might run out of juice soon with Chufeng's terrifying ability to heal himself. Fed up with the holdup on his precious Dao points, Su Hong tells the raiders to stop blocking the way. Thinking he's one of them, they casually tell him to join them in watching the battle between Chufeng and Jinlong. With a mischievous smile on his face, Su Hong tells the group that there's no need to continue. As he prepares to strike them, the dumb raiders stare at him, wondering what he's about to do. However, before they can figure it out, So Hong attacks them at the same time, telling them that he has dealt with the wood spirit body before. The commotion behind soon catches Jinlong and Chufeng's attention. Not knowing that So Hong is behind the mask, Jinlong questions why he's attacking his own comrades. But So Hong ignores him and invites the two of them to come at him at the same time. Jinlong tells Chufeng to stand down for the moment, promising that he will finish him off after dealing with So Hong. Turning his attention to the masked fighter, Jinlong charges forward and declares that as a raider, Su Hong should focus on his assigned targets. Since he has chosen to interfere, Jinlong intends to teach him a lesson. As Jinlong closes the distance, Su Hong calmly raises his fist to meet the attack. The moment their blows collide, a powerful shockwave erupts from the impact. Su Hong's punch completely blocks Jinlong's strike, leaving him stunned. The force surging through the clash nearly shatters Jinlong's arm, causing him to stumble backwards in disbelief. Seeing Su Hong immediately rush toward him, Jinlong abandons any thoughts of fighting alone and shouts for Chufeng to join forces with him to fight this crazy madman. According to Jinlong, Su Hong is fighting like a madman. Without hesitation, Chufeng agrees, completely unaware that the person beneath the mask is actually his nemesis. Chufeng quickly unleashes wood prison in an attempt to restrain Su Hong, but Su Hong reacts instantly, evading the vines before they can trap him. However, while he's distracted, Jinlong sneaks up behind to knock him down. But before he can strike, Su Hong activates the Earth Attribute Battle Armor, protecting himself from the punch. Jinlong is taken aback by this and is impressed that Suong blocked his Tier 2 high stage attack. This makes him wonder where this unknown terror came from. Suddenly, he loses sight of Suong in his giant earth battle armor. Jinlong quickly scans the room looking for him, but Suong suddenly appears out of nowhere, slamming him into a wall. He almost spews his guts while Suong turns to face Chufeng next. Without warning, he appears above Chufeng and punches him into the ground, knocking the poor dude out in one strike. After taking out the two of them, Suong gains a whopping 140 martial Dao points for defeating Jinlong and 70 points for Chufeng. He then checks his stats. And thanks to this little adventure, Suong earned over 2,400 martial Dao points in one night. However, all his other stats remain the same as they were before the night raid. The following day, the whole of Young City's training camp students nurse their wounds, including the raiders. Meanwhile, Lin blames Chin for bringing his monstrous student and throwing the camp into chaos. Chin smugly lies through his teeth explaining that Suhong didn't do anything, but Lin refuses to believe him. Fed up, he practically kicks them out of his camp, and Chin hurriedly picks Suhong up like a piece of meat as they float into the air. On their way out, Chin asks Suhong whether he possesses any metal, wood, or water martial arts. Suhong replies that he doesn't, and old Chin decides to pull similar scams on his other friends to get Suhong what he needs. Over the next couple of days, Chin takes Suhong to 3 different training camps where they successfully scam them out of a rank martial arts. Suhong easily defeats their so-called prodigy, earning Chin some scolding from the Grandmaster. Using the same scamming technique, Suhang successfully won 3 new rank techniques. After returning to Star City's training camp, Suhang first comprehends the 3 skills he scammed thanks to Chin. One is the Golden Ripple Metal Attribute technique. The other is the Vine Strangling Wood attribute, while the third is the Water Dragon, a water attribute martial art. After only a few minutes, Suong masters the 3 skills at the beginner level. And looking back at his past, he can't believe he owns this many rank martial arts. Now that he has almost 3,000 martial Dao points, Suong decides it's time to increase his vital blood. His Thunder and Flame attribute guiding technique has also improved to level 6. While some of his martial arts, like the Gale Fist and Flying Swan movement, are already at the level of Minute Subtlety. The 3 were at the level of Mastery except for Telekinesis, which is still at the beginner level. Suhong then uses most of his Dao points to increase his vital blood, but his muscles almost explode from adding too much at once. After consuming all the points, his body returns to normal, and his vital blood increases to 450. With this, Suhong is now only 50 points away from breaking through to a Tier 2 martial practitioner. Now that he has only 100 martial Dao points remaining, Suhong tries to figure out where to use them. He considers using it to strengthen his spirit or his overlord physique. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he decides to use it on his overlord physique. However, Suong is instantly disappointed as 100 martial Dao points only add 0.1% to the overlord's body. Realizing his physique is too hard to level up, Suhong decides to leave it as it is for the time being. He then hurries out, determined to focus all his strength on breaking through to a Tier 2 martial practitioner. He plans to head to the Fierce Beast room to farm some martial Dao points for his breakthrough. Upon opening the door, Suong runs into Chin, who immediately asks him whether he has a healing martial art. Hearing this, Suong immediately knows that Chin is up to no good and plans to scam another old dude out of his healing technique. Just as Suong thought, Chin takes him to Hang City training camp to join their special wilderness training. At the training arena, the Grandmaster, Wang Qinshan, announces that the students must survive in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range for 7 days without any supplies. Suong is amazed by the extreme difficulty of the Hang City training camp, and apparently, they can only gain contribution points by defeating fierce beasts at the same level or above their own. Since Hang City is located in the provincial capital, it is expected that their camp is full of actual geniuses. Hence, the difficulty of their training far exceeds that of Star City training camp, which at this point is considered a piece of cake. After the announcement, Qin Shan orders the camp to move out, and without hesitation, the students leap into the mountains. Once they leave, Qin Shan asks Qin if he still dares to bet, knowing that Suong hasn't even reached Tier 2. Qin assures him that he's confident before restating the terms of their bet. If Suong wins, Qin Shan has to teach him a rank healing martial art. However, if he loses, Qin promises to teach a rank martial art to as many students who beat Suong. Qin Shan reminds him that half of the students in Hang City Camp are at Tier 2 and wonders if Qin can teach them all. Wanting to save him some face, Qin Shan tells him to forget about the bet and just let Suong experience the terror of the beasts in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Qin is worried when he learns that the beasts are from the myriad races demon cult, but Qin Shan assures him that they're just low-level Tier 2 and Tier 3. Qin is still not convinced and warns that Qin Shan is trying to work the students into their graves by making them face a Tier 3 beast from the myriad races demon cult. But Qin Shan believes this training is necessary to prepare them for how cruel the myriad races war has become. Unable to reason with him, Qin decides to rest his case and just watch how things unfold. He quietly hopes for So Hong to focus on coming back alive instead of fighting for first place. Meanwhile, Qin's fears prove unfounded as So Hong wreaks havoc throughout the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Using the first stance of the 9 Heavens breaking spear, he cuts down hordes of ferocious beasts with ease. He then unleashes the wood attribute martial art, vine strangling, effortlessly tearing a massive serpent beast to pieces. By nightfall, Su Hong faces off against a giant tiger beast and defeats it using the water attribute martial art, Water Dragon. Although impressed by the power of his newly learned techniques, he realizes they consume a tremendous amount of internal spiritual energy, preventing him from using them continuously in battle. Having accumulated enough martial Dao points, Su Hong searches for a secluded cave where he can safely attempt a breakthrough to Tier 2. Once inside, he begins channeling the 500 martial Dao points he has gathered into his vital blood, initiating the breakthrough process. While Su Hong is focused on breaking through, a strange dude arrives near the cave grumbling about being sent on an errand. It soon becomes clear that his group is preparing some kind of sacrifice deep within the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. To ensure their plans are not disrupted, he has been tasked with scouting the surrounding area for any potential intruders. As he searches the area, he notices the corpse of a beast and immediately realizes that someone may be hiding inside the cave. Approaching the entrance, he calls out to the intruder, ordering them to come outside and accept a swift death. He even threatens to devour whoever is inside if they refuse to comply. A few minutes later, he enters the cave, and although he doesn't see Su Heng, the dude already figures that his strength must be at Tier 2 or Tier 3 since he was able to take down a Tier 2 blazing black tiger. While he's busy mouthing off threats, Suong hides behind the cave trying to figure out his next move. From his foul mouth, Suong can tell that the redhead is not a good guy. The way he looks down on Tier 3 martial artists makes Su Hong wonder if the guy is at Tier 4. Even though Su Hong broke through to Tier 2, he fears he's no match for a Tier 4 martial artist. So he decides the most important thing to do is find a way to escape the cave first. He then unleashes the water dragon to distract the intruder and buy himself a chance to flee. As Su Hong's water dragon rushes towards him, the redhead remains calm, and with a single flame strike, he blocks the attack. However, from the attack, the dude realizes that Su Hong is just an early stage Tier 2. While he's distracted, Su Hong tries to swiftly escape but the redhead notices and chases after him. Since Su Hong slayed a blazing black tiger at the early stage Tier 2, the dude believes he's a genius. He then smugly boasts that his favorite pastime is slaying geniuses before they blossom. The guy suddenly stops in his tracks, looking puzzled when Su Hong stops running and pauses at the entrance of the cave. When he questions why he stopped, Su Hong explains that it's because he figured out the guy's level. Judging from the vital blood the dude emitted while chasing him, Su Hong could tell that he was only an early-stage Tier 3 martial artist. Su Hong says he only ran away thinking the dude was at least a Tier 4. He then reveals that the tattoo on the guy's neck is from the celestial race, meaning the guy is from the myriad races demon cult. Apparently, the myriad races demon cult is actually humans who detest being humans. They take pride in becoming part of the myriad races and are basically terrorists who attack and capture humans to sacrifice them to the myriad races to obtain power. And the one thing Su Hong hates the most in this life is the myriad races. Enraged, Su Hong blows hot, calling the redhead the scum of the earth deserving of death. But this dude is even more fired up as he fearlessly charges towards Su Hong, challenging him. As he leaps forward, the guy unleashes a powerful fire attribute attack known as the Heavenly Slash. Despite the gap in their levels, Suong remains calm instead of rushing forward rashly. Since this is his first time fighting a Tier 3 martial artist, he decides to bring out the big guns. First, he unleashes the first stance of the 9 Heavens breaking spears, overturning the river, and easily blocks the dude's attack. So-hong is disappointed by this because he was expecting some kind of resistance. But the attack of a so-called Tier 3 was dispersed so easily and in a single hit. Meanwhile, the redhead is utterly stunned by what he just witnessed. He can't believe that he's losing despite being a level above and using a rank martial art. What baffles him more is the fact that he thought Su-hang is a water attribute user, so he's quite confused about how he also has a thunder attribute. Refusing to accept his L like a king, the redhead unleashes a flurry of attacks, hoping that one of them would be a hit. Unfortunately for him, Su-hang effortlessly dodges them and, without warning, sneaks up behind him. Before the dude can react, he unleashes the second move, inverting the C, leaving the dude completely confused. Realizing he might have messed with the wrong monster, the dude decides to flee, noting that Su-hang's power far surpasses his puny heavenly sun slash. But just as he's about to retreat, Su-hang traps him in the wood prison, leaving him more confused than ever. The dude begins counting the 3 attributes he has seen so far, and none of what he's witnessing makes any sense. To make matters worse, Su-hang finishes him off with a little bit of palm thunder martial arts. However, when the dust settles, there is only a shell of the redhead left behind, making Su-hang realize that the guy somehow managed to escape. Elsewhere in the forest, the dude materializes out of thin air, putting himself back together like Humpty Dumpty. He admits that So-hang is a monster and not just some basic genius. Unfortunately, just as his body finishes materializing, So-hang appears out of nowhere, refusing to let the dude escape. The guy is clearly terrified, but before he can make any moves, Su-hang traps him inside the flame cage and immediately attacks him using the 9 heavens breaking spears. Su-hang thrusts the spear straight into the guy's chest, shattering him into a million little pieces. However, his head remains intact only to call Su-hang a monster before turning to stone, ending his miserable life. For defeating a mutated celestial, Su-hang earns over 200 martial Dao points. Su-hang is surprised that defeating a myriad race's demon cultists gave him more points than fighting several beasts. After killing several beasts for so long in the mountain, he only obtained 500 points, but only one mutated celestial earned him quite a good number. So-hang then recalls that the demon dude said something about a sacrifice. This makes him wonder if they captured humans for their so-called sacrifice. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he decides to inform Chin about it. Back in Hang City training camp, Chin receives the message that Su-hang encountered someone from the myriad race's demon cult. He then informs Chin Shan about the sacrifice and Su-hang's appeal to send a team to rescue humans who were captured. Chin Shan informs Chin that they don't need to send anyone because this time, the cultists are sacrificing themselves, which is actually a good thing. Chin is not surprised to hear this since the myriad race's demon cult has been known to be total psycho weirdos. As Chin continues to calmly sip his tea, Chin Shan reminds him that Su-hang might be in danger. But Chin isn't even slightly worried and tells him that Su-hang already took down the Tier 3 demon cultists. Chin Shan refuses to believe that a Tier 1 took down a Tier 3 martial artist and a myriad race's demon cultist at that. He tells Chin to stop bragging, but Chin has no intention of fighting to convince such an unbeliever. 3 days later, Su-hang is still farming martial Dao points by taking down fierce beasts. He planned to take out a few myriad race's demon cultists since they give him more martial Dao points. But after 3 days of searching, Su-hang hasn't come across any soul. His vital blood has increased to a little over 500 and even his spirit added a few more points, though slow as usual. All his other stats remain the same except for the Bone Nether Flame Fist and Flame Cage martial arts, which have both improved to minute subtlety. What disappoints Su-hang more is that after days of hunting several monsters, he only has a little over 800 martial Dao points, and this is less than he'd get for taking down 4 myriad race's demon cultists. Thanks to his protagonist plot armor, the universe answers So-hang's prayer by delivering a woman from the myriad race's demon cult. The girl commends him for having such sharp senses and even flirts with him, not knowing that she's messing with the wrong dude. To teach So-hang a lesson for trespassing on their turf, she decides to end him on the spot. She immediately attacks him with frost spikes, but Su-hang remains calm. In fact, he's clearly pleased that his precious martial Dao value was delivered right to his doorstep by Amazon. Su-hang then blocks her attack using the water dragon, but as a thick fog surrounds him, she tries to grab him from behind with a whip. So-hang catches the whip just in time and plans to drill the girl for the location of the rest of her group. He then grabs the whip and drags her towards him, leaving her stunned and unable to resist. As he drags her towards himself, So-hong uses the bone nether flame fist to slam her into the ground. He then threatens her to reveal the location of the myriad race's demon cult. Without hesitation, she gives him the coordinates and promises to tell him everything as long as he spares her life. So-hong then asks how many Tier 3 martial artists are at their stronghold. She replies that there are 3 of them, including herself and 3 Tier 2 martial artists. Since he has already taken out the redhead dude earlier plus this girl, So-hong reasons that they must have just one remaining. With only 1 Tier 3 remaining, So-hong plans to wipe out the demon cult stronghold and earn thousands of martial Dao points. This is because he wants to use some of the points to break through Tier 2 of telekinesis. While So-hong is distracted thinking about his precious points, the girl breaks free, mocking him for underestimating her. She also swears never to let him off before transforming into her mutated celestial form. Looking like some ugly human bat hybrid, she boasts that her power will double with this transformation, and it'll be enough to tear So-hong into pieces. Unfortunately, the problem with villains is that they talk too much. And before she can even finish her villain monologue, So-hong's thunder spear thrusts straight through her chest. He then grabs the spear, telling her that her cult has committed way too many horrible sins, so he doesn't plan to let even a single person go scot-free. With that, So-hong finishes her off in one strike, telling her to contribute to his precious martial Dao points. After murking her, he gains a little over 200 points, making him very satisfied. Somewhere deep in the mountain, the myriad race's demon cult is seen next to their sacrificial altar surrounding a couple of geniuses from the Hang City training camp. One of them curses under his breath for trusting a demon cultist who told them that there were only 3 people in the stronghold. Apparently, they were also told that the stronghold only has Tier 2 martial artists. But looking at the group now, every single one of them is a Tier 3 martial artist. A few moments later, the commander, Blood, orders his people to murk the 3 geniuses. Hearing this, the demon cultists are hyped up as they look forward to sacrificing them to their lords. It turns out the 3 of them are mid-stage Tier 2, and the one thing myriad race's demon cultists hate is geniuses. Despite knowing they're about to be toast, the trio refuses to give up without a fight and swear to take the cultists down with them. Determined to go down in style, the only girl in the group assures them that their master will avenge their deaths. Meanwhile, the so-called masters, Qin-shan and Qin, watch the whole thing unfold from a distance. Qin-shan even fishes for praise from Qin regarding the 3 geniuses of Hang City. Qin is truly impressed that they're prepared to give up their lives against over a dozen Tier 3 demon cultivators. Qin-shan decides to let them fight a little bit and only save them if absolutely necessary. However, Qin tells him that they might not need to step in as he notices So-hong rushing towards the sacrificial stronghold. Thinking Qin must be high on fake juice, Qin-shan tells him to stop daydreaming. He refuses to believe that a Tier 1 trash can save people from the hands of several Tier 3 martial artists. Meanwhile, the 3 geniuses are still holding their ground, and one of them tells the other 2 to leave while he serves as bait to buy them time. However, they refuse to leave anyone behind and would rather perish together. Just as the demon cultist leaps forward to finish them, the trio resign their fates as their lives flash before their eyes. But a miracle suddenly happens as So-hong's lightning spear saves them at the last minute. The spear practically drills a minor trench separating the cult members from the trio. An eerie silence settles amongst them as they behold the bizarre scene displayed before them. Not having seen who threw the spear, the cultists begin to scan around searching for the intruder. Before they can figure it out, So-hong leaps out of nowhere, swiftly crushing them like ants with the palm thunder martial art. Before long, he breezes through the group like the Flash, leaving behind only a trail of lightning and corpses. After handling them, So-hong quickly stops to check on the trio, but they are too stunned to speak to him. One of them immediately recognizes him as the crazy, powerful So-hong from the Star City training camp. The other dude praises So-hong for being so strong and taking down several Tier 3 martial artists in an instant. Meanwhile, Qin-shan is starting to become a believer and wonders how So-hong is able to use Palm Thunder. Because Qin asked him to teach So-hong a healing martial art, Qin-shan thought he possessed the wood attribute. Even Qin isn't able to answer because he's too stunned to see So-hong using Palm Thunder continuously, which can only mean he broke through to a Tier 2 martial art practitioner. Qin is especially amazed that So-hong was only in the early stage Tier 1 when he entered the camp, and before he departed for the special mission, he was at a high stage Tier 1. It's only been a few days since Chin last saw him, so he finds it hard to wrap his head around So Hong's absurd cultivation speed. Back in the sacrificial stronghold, So Hong orders the trio to leave while he handles things here. They immediately obey but warn him to be careful. Unbeknownst to them, Su Hong is actually chasing them off to prevent them from stealing his precious Dao point. At first, he appears to be angry that the woman from earlier lied about the number of people in the stronghold. But the next moment, a wicked grin spreads on his face as he secretly stakes his ownership on the demon cultists like a kid who just found a huge pile of candy. Su Hong knows that taking down just one of them gives him a little over 200 martial Dao points, and right now, there are at least over a dozen of them. As Su Hong muses over his precious points, they furiously charge towards him yelling and cursing while he secretly relishes the moment. In an instant, Su Hong effortlessly crushes them, leaving nothing but a trail of blood. Afterwards, he turns to finish the remaining ones with the palm thunder technique, but they're too terrified as they begin begging for their pathetic lives. However, So Hong annihilates them, and as their screams echo through the forest, they call for their commander to save them. But the commander ignores all the commotion as he ascends the steps of the sacrificial stronghold. When he finally reaches the top, the commander proudly tells his fellow cultists that their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Suddenly, the blood from all the corpses begins to converge towards the center of the altar, leaving So Hong puzzled. He watches as the blood completely swallows the commander. So Hong figures that this must be what they meant by sacrifice. A few minutes later, an actual celestial being named Tianming descends after the blood sacrifice. He proudly mocks So Hong, asking why he's not kneeling to the noble celestial race. While the celestial dude is trying to farm aura, Su Hong stares at him like meat on a chopping block. He excitedly looks forward to the amount of martial Dao points he can get for taking down an actual celestial, since murking a mere demon cultist is quite profitable. The celestial dude, Chin Ming, soon notices Su Hong staring at him and feels disrespected that Su Hong dared to gaze upon his royal heavenliness. To teach him a lesson for his insolence, Chin Ming suddenly attacks him. Su Hong is actually stunned by the speed of his movement, and for the first time, he feels a bit uneasy. Before he can react in time, Chin Ming unleashes a powerful punch, but Su Hong manages to successfully block it. Chin Ming finds it impressive that someone that strong exists among the younger generation of humans. Su Hong, on the other hand, is still recovering from the after effects of Chin Ming's attack that almost crushed his wrist. He admits that the celestial dude is actually strong. Meanwhile, Tianming is excited to encounter such a formidable opponent. He thought this possession that followed the demon cult sacrifice was the usual mission to wipe out a few humans, but meeting Su Hong has hyped him up, and he looks forward to crushing him, since letting him live will pose a serious threat to the celestial race. Unfortunately, Tianming realizes that he doesn't have much time as his body begins to collapse. Apparently, the body he possesses is at least tier 4, and now it's collapsing way too fast. However, Tianming believes that it is more than enough to crush Su Hong. Planning to finish Su Hong before his mortal body collapses, Tianming charges towards him to deliver another punch. In the meantime, Su Hong tries to understand what Tianming's words mean. After considering it for a second, Su Hong realizes that Chinming isn't actually a true celestial. Apparently, he's just a human shell possessed by a celestial being. This at least gives him the courage to boldly face Chenming as he charges forward, determined to see who gets to laugh last. Before long, a fierce battle breaks out between the two of them as each one clashes, trying to assert dominance over the other. Chin, who has been watching the whole thing like a match spectator, is amazed by Chinming's endurance. He notes that the physical body of a celestial body must be powerful to be able to keep up with Su Hong's monstrous strength. Chin Shan, on the other hand, is more interested in Su Hong than the celestial. He can't believe Su Hong is fighting an actual celestial with pure strength and even giving him a hard time. Back on the battlefield, Su Hong releases a flurry of punches while Chinming struggles just to block them. And the most shocking thing of all is that Su Hong is a whole realm below this so-called celestial. A few moments later, Su Hong delivers the last blow, causing Chinming to stagger backwards. Chinming, already looking battered, questions Su Hong about his physique. He notes that his strength has never failed him while facing even the rated geniuses of all races. Even though he can't use his full celestial power due to the limitations of this mortal body, a mere human should not be able to resist him to this extent. Seeing the expression on Chinming's face, Su Hong mocks him for running out of fuel. He clearly seems to be enjoying himself and feels he hasn't experienced anything as exhilarating as this ever since he awakened the Overlord physique. This is because he used to hold back his power for fear of harming someone. However, while facing the myriad races demon cult and a celestial, he can go all out and simply focus on actually hurting his opponent. Meanwhile, Tianming tries to blame his weakness on his collapsing physical body, but Su Heng stops him mid-sentence, saying he also wishes to fight the real celestial body. That way, he can thoroughly enjoy this exhilarating fight even more. Enraged by Su Heng's humiliating words, Tianming decides to bring out his big guns. He activates the Divine Treasury, an ultimate skill that can rain down several divine spears from the sky. Suong is utterly mesmerized by the sight before him to the point of dropping his very little earthly spear. He notes that the golden spears are capable of annihilating a Tier 3 martial artist. As usual, Suong tries to copy this technique, but the system notifies him that it cannot be learned. Suong is stunned to discover that there are martial arts that cannot be comprehended by the mortal mind. It turns out Qin Ming's Divine Treasury skill is the Celestial's innate martial art, and, apparently, only those with the pure bloodline can wield it. Qin figures that Qin Ming must be a big shot among the Celestials since his bloodline is extremely pure. Qin Shan, already panicking for Su Hong's safety, tells him to stop worrying about Qin Ming's identity and save Suong. He says they can't let an important treasure like Suong perish at such a critical moment, but Qin stops Qin Shan from stepping in and tells him to wait for Suong to use his ultimate move. Qin Shan is shocked when Qin casually reveals that Suong has a 100% affinity in all 7 attributes. He also reveals that Suong mastered the fusion of thunder and fire attributes when he was only at the early stage Tier 1. Back on the battlefield, Qin Ming prepares to end Suong, saying he can't be allowed to live as his very existence poses a massive threat. He then summons the spears to attack, declaring that Suong dies today. As the golden spears rush towards him, Suong remains calm. Since Tianming is forcing him to go all out, Suong whips up the Holy Grail third stance of the 9 heaven-breaking spears, heaven-shattering. He then unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning, completely deflecting all the golden spears and turning them to mush. It is at this very moment that Qinming realized he had messed with the wrong human. As the lightning spear heads towards him, he doesn't even know how to react and just accepts his celestial L without putting up a fight. Su Hong's strike tears through Qinming, completely obliterating him into a million little pieces like his tiny fragile ego. After the dust settles, Suong gains a whopping 843 martial Dao points for slaying Qinming's mortal shell. Suong is quite satisfied with this, and just then, the old geezers arrive with Qin Shan calling Suong all sorts of endearing names, leaving Suong a bit confused. Without warning, he begins squishing him all over as if he just stumbled on a precious gem. He can't believe that a Tier 2 martial artist defeated an actual celestial. Suong is confused that they're making such a fuss over a mere celestial. His mid-reaction leaves Qin wondering whether such a feat isn't considered a huge deal in Su Hong's eyes. Basically, Suong thinks Qinming is just an ordinary celestial among the top 10 in the myriad heavens. Since an ordinary dude forced him to use his ultimate move, Su Hong believes the geniuses of the celestial race must be terrifyingly powerful. Qin Shan and Qin stare at him as if he has a few loose screws because only they know that the person Su Hong just faced is considered one of the top dogs among the celestial race. Seeing the weird look on their faces, Su Heng asks if he said something wrong, but the 2 old geezers decide not to reveal what they know. They swallow their words, choosing to allow Su Heng to keep thinking he defeated an insignificant celestial dude. 4 days later, the students return to the training camp after the completion of their 7-day exile in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. As usual, Su Hong takes the first place, scoring over 17,000 points, while the 3 Hang City geniuses managed to get over 4,000 each. So Hong's scores leave everyone in awe, making them wonder whether someone rigged the scoreboards. One of the geniuses So Hong saved in the sacrificial stronghold defends him, explaining that So Hong's strength is invincible. Another one of them chimes in, explaining how So Hong single-handedly took down several Tier 3 demon cultists in an instant. With so much happening, everyone begins to scan the arena for Suong, but someone informs them that he's learning a rank martial art from Grandmaster Qin Shan. Elsewhere, Suong has finished learning the healing martial art in less than a day, leaving Qin Shan amazed. Qin lets him know that insane things like this have become an everyday thing for Suong. Back in the training room, Suong is pleased with the effect of the healing martial art he learned from Qinshan. Apparently, it is known as the most valuable healing technique, and it even erased Suhong's old scars. Afterwards, Suong checked out his stats, and he was able to gather about 4,800 martial Dao points after 7 days in the wilderness. With this point, he plans to increase his spirit to 500 and break through to Tier 2 Spirit Master. Apart from increasing his spirit point, he also wants to boost his vital blood a bit. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Temple of the Celestial Race Planet, Chenming is scolded by the Celestial Council for losing to a mere human. They mock him for being suppressed by Suong and still losing after using the Divine Treasury. Chenming tries to explain that there's nothing human about the dude he faced. The council then calls for another celestial dude named Tianshang and orders him to issue a bounty on Suong. He is ordered to eliminate Suong at all costs to prevent him from becoming a threat in the future. Overly confident in his skills, Tianshang smugly accepts the council's command. They then ask if he has found any divine artifact fragments within the human territory. Tianxiang explains that he hasn't found any, but reveals that they have some promising news about it. The council then orders him to keep searching and make sure to prevent humans from knowing about it. Back in the Star City training camp, Tantua and his group have been training like their lives depended on it. Their daily sessions have even become a topic of discussion among everyone in the camp. It turns out they have been practicing non-stop after Suhung trashed the floor with their dignity. Now instead of strutting through camp like shaved peacocks, the trio spends all their time inside the Gravity and Ferocious Beast room. They also trade all their contribution points for pills to boost their strength. Their hard work definitely paid off because the trio broke through to Tier 2 within a month. Even the flamboyant Shinji, who loves being a pretty flower boy, is now a dedicated muscle junkie. And all three of them have the same goal, to challenge Suong to another match. Later on, Qin returns to the camp, but without Suong. And when Linzia asks him about it, he reveals that Suong went into the forest to train for a few more days. The training camp ends in a few days, so Linzia is worried that Suong might not make it back in time. However, Qin assures him that Suong knows his limits and will surely return to camp on time. 2 days later, Suong is seen cultivating on top of the peak of a mountain unaffected by the giant serpent slithering its way to the top. Suong uses his martial Dao points to increase his spirit to 500 as he planned. Just as the serpent finally makes it to the top and tries to munch on him, Suong pushes back with just the wave of his palm now that he's proficient in telekinesis. He then casually uses the weapon condensation art to craft a giant spirit sword, which he effortlessly uses to tear the serpent into fine pieces sausages. As he watches the corpse of the serpent plop down the cliff, Suong is amazed by the power of Tier 2 telekinesis. Since his spirit has significantly increased, he plans to try to fuse 3 attributes. Since he has fused thunder and fire, Suong wants to add metal to the mix. However, the moment they meet each other, they immediately become volatile. Before Suong can control it, he loses control, causing it to explode. The shock wave shatters the cliff, and a few minutes later, Suong finds himself in a pile of rubble covered in soot from being struck by lightning. Despite the failure, he's still amazed that a failed fusion is that powerful, meaning if it succeeds, it might even take down a Tier 4 martial artist. On the last day of the training camp, Sohong returns to camp causing quite a stir as everyone rushes to inform the genius trio. The students look forward to such a sensational challenge and speculate about the winner. Meanwhile, Tantua and his gang inform Qin about their wish to challenge Suong. Qin simply asks if they really think they can win. The trio, with the confidence of a male peacock, replies in unison that they will win. Just then, Suong walks up to them asking if they really want to challenge him. Tantua confidently tells him not to underestimate them, while Xinghe proudly boasts that they have already broken through to Tier 2. Xiao even dares to boast that she can beat Suong all by herself. After listening to their unimpressive resumes, Suong feels bad about bursting their pretty little bubble. First, he apologizes before revealing that he's also at Tier 2. This revelation leaves Tantua and Xinghe stunned with a million questions, but not Zhao, who believes she's different because apart from being a Tier 2 martial artist, she's also a Tier 1 spirit telekinetic. She goes as far as demonstrating her spirit weapon condensation. But the next moment, Suong crushes her pathetic little wand with his gigantic sword, throwing her off balance. Afterwards, he apologizes to Xiao before proudly revealing that he's also a spirit telekinetic. Xiao can't believe that Suong is actually a Tier 2, while Tantua shockingly realizes that Suong didn't use a fraction of his true strength during the combat assessment. As Shinji reads out Sohong's stats, he realizes that the gap between them is like heaven and earth. Sohong then announces that all students in the camp should attack him together. Unbeknownst to them, he just wants to use them to farm his precious martial Dao points before leaving the camp. Seeing how terrifying he looks, the students shrink back in fear and immediately surrender. But Su-hong refuses to let them go scot-free without contributing their dues to his martial Dao points. Despite their protests, he turns them into his personal punching bag while they scream for help. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and Lin scold Qin for not telling them that Su-hong is a telekinetic. But to Qin, this revelation is also news, and he tries to wrap his head around it. Seeing the expression on his face, Bai Mu figures that Qin was also kept in the dark. Unable to say anything better, Qin simply laughs like a madman, calling Suong the ultimate monster. He adds that Suong is a once-in-a-millennium monster, and thanks to this, the human race may have found its savior. While Suong wipes the floor clean with his classmates, Bai Mu wonders whether to intervene, but Lintz tells her to let them be. Suddenly, Qin senses trouble just as the King Rock appears above the training camp, telling them that their 30-day contract is up. He then angrily yells at everyone to leave his turf. Thanks to his appearance, Suong stops his rampage, giving everyone a chance to catch their breath. Qin is enraged and blows hot as he curses at the bird for disrespecting him. He declares that they'll leave on their own, and the bird has no right to kick them out. As the situation escalates, Qin attacks the giant bird. The bird tries to protest, claiming he's not afraid of Qin, but before he can finish talking, Qin punches him in the face. Without giving him any space to catch his breath, Qin continues to attack the bird while Su-hong watches them, amazed by the power of a Tier 7 master martial artist. He even likens their clash to a battle between celestials. Meanwhile, Qin and the bird continue bickering. And as Qin tugs at the bird's feathers, the bird smugly boasts that he came with a superior backer. Qin, however, remains completely unfazed, boldly declaring that he would beat up the so-called superior backer as well. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoes from above, commanding them to stop. The moment Qin hears it, a chill runs down his spine, making him uneasy. Out of nowhere, an eerie dark figure emerges, and it turns out to be the Lord of Myriad Demons. Linz is surprised that the King Rock actually has connections to the Lord of the Myriad Demons. Basically, the Lord of the Myriad Demons is among the strongest beings in the Myriad Demons mountain range. Even the weakest among them is at Tier 9. While some even reach the King Realm above Tier 9. Suong can only stare in silent awe as he gazes upon such an overwhelming powerhouse. Since he is only Tier 2 at that point, Suong categorically knows that the gap between him and the demons is like heaven and earth. He realizes that he wouldn't even be able to do anything if superpowers like the demon god decide to attack Star City. Nonetheless, Suong is determined to reach the highest realm one day. The golden bird finally retreats after promising Qin that it is going to deal with him later. Qin is not essentially worried about the appearance of the demon god because he knows that the demons have an agreement with humanity, so the powerhouse cannot casually make a move, which means the younger generation is safe to an extent. Even with the appearance of the demon lord, the training camp concluded as it should have. So-hong is excited to see his uncle and auntie since he is pretty sure that they are already worried about him. Before getting on the bus, Chen and Tu find him, urging him to stay cool with them because they are pretty sure he is going to become a celebrity once they return to the city. So-hong assures the two that he holds no grudge against them, letting them know that he would have even forgotten the whole issue if they hadn't reminded him. The students are informed that they have to head to the city lord's estate where a banquet is being held, and this is to thank the students for their hard work. While the others are celebrating this, So-hong is basically frustrated that he won't get to see his aunt and uncle as quickly as he planned. Meanwhile, at the city lord's estate, So-hong's parents have been invited to the banquet and are placed at a high table. The two are left totally shocked, and the same thing goes for the elites who are present in the hall. They are absolutely gutted that two gutter rats are invited to the hall. They assume that it is a mistake on the part of the waiters who just let anyone they see in. So-hong's auntie asks her husband if they are not embarrassing So-hong with the way they are dressed, but he reminds her that they are wearing their best outfits, so they have no choice. The two are discussing how rough everything is when Lee shows up with a bright smile on his face, introducing himself to the two. Their hearts almost vibrated out of their bodies when Lee approached them, but he urged them to stay calm, telling them that they had no reason to be nervous. Lee is still taking things cool when Wu rushes in to shake So-hang's uncle while using the opportunity to introduce herself. She lets the two know that their boy, So-hang, is the best genius she's ever seen. Wu's presence only makes the two even more nervous, but the elites, on the other hand, are all left in shock. They wonder why the principal and even Wu are talking to the two ragtags. At the same time, Wang Ni, Tantua's father and also the lord of the city, is having a friendly conversation with his peers, Zhao and Xing He's fathers. The trio boasts about how impressive their kids are and they are very confident that they are going to return as the top students of the training camp. The argument between the trio on who has the best child soon gets so loud that Lee asks Wu to stop them. However, she rejects the suggestion, saying she might have to beat the trio up for acting like kids. In addition, she is pretty sure that once So-hang arrives, their little show-off is going to come to an end. Lee is surprised at how much Wu thinks of So-hang, who is only at the early stage of Tier 1. Wu confidently replies that she is trusting her intuition, which is the best thing a woman has. Moments later, the announcement comes in that the special transport from the training camp has arrived. Wang Ni excitedly tells everyone to prepare themselves to welcome the pride of their city. Moments later, the three geniuses stepped out of the vehicle, and they were looking all bruised up and battered, shocking their parents. Their precious faces have basically been turned inside out, forcing the concerned parents to ask their children what actually happened. Suddenly, they notice that the trio has all broken through to Tier 2, which is great news for all of them. However, the trio tells their parents to keep calm because there is someone even worse than them. Just then, So-hang steps out of the bus, and there is a guard of honor waiting for him. He can't believe that he is being forced to partake in the show that has been arranged for him. His only concern is how he is going to go home and enjoy the nice meal that his guardians would have prepared for him. Suddenly, sees his guardians rushing toward him in the distance, and this is when the other bitter elites found out that So-hang is their child. So-hang's aunt trips from excitement, but before she can crash to the ground, So-hang catches her with a telekinetic sphere. This leaves his guardians completely blown away, and it also brings up questions of what sort of martial art he is using, but he digresses just to make sure that his auntie is fine. The two let him know how worried they have been, but he assures them that he is fine. On the other hand, the city lord and his friends are freaking out after seeing what So-hang can actually do. Even Lee and Wu turn to each other with anger, asking themselves at the same time why the other didn't mention that So-hang is a telekinetic. It is at this point that it finally dawns on them that none of them knew this. The two jump up for joy because they now have a powerful kid to back them up, which means their respective positions are safe. The other elites and powerful families who are present on the scene start making calls concerning So-hang. There are some who want him to marry into their family, and there are some who are already preparing big gifts for So-hang to entice him. Just then, Wang Ni walks up to So-hang, telling him that he has lived up to his title as Star City's #1 genius. And because of this, he will be given a villa and 3 million in cash. Wang Ni claims that it is the prize he had prepared for the first place winner of the training camp, but the other elites know that this is a damn lie. They are confident that he has just put together the gift to pull in So-hang and get him on his side. Wang Ni takes it a step further, telling So-hang that if there is anything he needs in the future, he should not hesitate to ask, promising that he is going to do everything in his power to help. So-hang hears this, and with the man reaching out for a handshake, he figures out that he is publicly trying to win him over. Since he is the city lord, he is going to be offended if he refuses him. But at the same time, if he allies himself with Wang Ni, he won't be able to refuse any requests he makes of him in the future. Since Wang Ni holds the absolute power in the city, So-hang knows that it would be unwise of him to get on his bad side. However, he knows that it would be a big plus for him to ally himself with him because this will help protect his family while he is out of town. So-hang remembers that he has Qin, Wu, and even Li behind him, so there is no way Wang Ni is forcing him to do what he doesn't want to. After weighing his options, So-hang takes the man's hands, thanking him for his kindness while revealing that he actually needs his help. So-hang immediately reveals that his aunt is suffering from a rare disease, so he would appreciate it if the city lord could help with this. Without hesitation, Wang Ni tells his assistant to handle the matter, telling him to make sure So-hang's aunt gets the best medical resources that are available. Wang Ni then proceeds to ask So-hang if there is anything else he would like, telling him that he likes straightforward men. So-hang decides to ride on this, and he tells the man that he would like a solid weapon. Without thinking twice, Wang Anai tells Su Hong to follow him to the armory where he can pick whatever weapon he likes. Deep down, Wang Anai is ready to give Su Hong everything he wants because the more he collects from him, the more he owes him. Su Hong then tells his guardians to wait for him while he goes to the armory. Wang Anai also leaves the celebration to Tantua, and seeing how Su Hong's parents are being treated, the elites realize that Su Hong's family is definitely going to the top. Upon arriving at the armory, Wang Anai shows him where the A rank and B rank weapons are stashed, telling him to make his pick. Su Hong is surprised at how much the city lord is ready to sacrifice just to win him over because an A rank alloy weapon is worth hundreds of millions. Su Hong then asks Wang Anai if he has any multi-attribute alloy weapons, and this surprises Wang Anai, who curiously asks Su Hong if he is a multi-attribute martial practitioner. Su Hong proudly informs him that he is capable of handling multiple attributes, and he shows him what he can do while pushing Qin into the conversation, telling Wang Anai that the Grandmaster told him to choose a multi-attribute weapon. Wang Anai almost loses his mind when he realizes that Su Hong is capable of handling the 7 attributes, and this is exactly what Su Hong wants because the more talent he shows Wang Anai, the more he is going to value him. Wang Anai is also surprised that Su Hong's cultivation is pretty fast since it is said that cultivating multiple attributes slows down one's progress immensely. Wang Anai is completely overwhelmed by the whole thing, and he just cannot fathom the idea that a monster like Su Hong was born in Star City. Wang Anai then wears an expression of disappointment before telling Su Hong that multi-attribute alloy weapons are extremely rare, so he only has a few dual-attribute ones in the armory. Wang Anai goes through the weapons in the armory, and he whips out a B rank black gold iron spearhead, which is the only weapon he has that can handle 3 attributes. Wang Anai asks Su Hong if he wants him to tear apart an A rank alloy spear shaft to couple it with the spearhead, but Su Hong tells him that there is no need for this because his fire spear shaft will do the job. Su Hong is pleased with this because he believes that a 3 attribute is more than enough for him with his current strength. Wang Anai then mentions that worldly anomalies have appeared near the city. In addition, there is a rumor that dual attribute and even multi-attribute fierce beasts are roaming about. Su Hong becomes curious when he hears this, and he asks the man what he means. Wang Anai lets him know that when he was away at the genius training camp, several anomalies occurred around the world. And in addition to multi-attribute fierce beasts appearing, multi-attribute natural treasures have been born too. He reveals that someone actually witnessed a thunder-attribute fierce beast spewing both thunder and flames after coming into contact with a shard-like object. As if this isn't enough, there are even reports that multi-attribute beasts have been spotted outside the city at a location called Stargazing Lake. Wang Anai lets Su Hong know that the lake is too dangerous at the moment, but he assures him that he will be able to find multi-attribute weapons once he enters a martial arts university in the future, so he doesn't have to rush and take unnecessary risks at the moment. After the whole conversation, Su Hong thanks the man for his guidance. A few hours after this, the residents in Su Hong's neighborhood are left in complete shock when they see an official vehicle in the area. They are completely stunned because they know that it is an exclusive vehicle that belongs to the city lord. The rude lady who offered to buy Su Hong's spot at the training camp is also present, and she wishes that it was her child who brought home the official car. Remembering the fact that Su Hong refuses her offer, she gets even angrier, and she promises herself that she is going to raise the rent on their house before kicking Su Hong's family out. She hasn't concluded her thought when the car door opens, and Su Hong and his guardians step out of the vehicle. This leaves everyone's jaw on the floor because this is the last thing anyone would have thought possible. Su Hong's uncle then walks up to the lady to tell her that they have been given a villa, so they are moving out the next day. This leaves the lady completely shocked, and the man tells her that they will need their rent balance. However, his wife tells him to leave the money for her because their family is now rich. As they walk into the house, the man even suggests that they move their tables and chairs to the villa, but his wife urges him to stop being stingy because Su Hong is now a big shot, so they basically lack nothing. The rude lady can only watch in surprise as they walk into the house, looking happy and glam. Later that night, Su Hong heads to the roof as usual to cultivate, and realizing that it is going to be the last time he will cultivate there, he starts missing the whole neighborhood. After he has upgraded his spirit points, he still has over 1,900 points left. He then upgrades his vital blood to break through to the mid-stage of Tier 2. After this, he decides to look up the worldly anomalies that Wang Anai mentioned. He grabs his phone and almost crushes it, and this lets him know that his body hasn't fully adapted to the mid-stage Tier 2 strength just yet. So Hong starts reading articles about the anomalies, and he finds out that there is even a situation where grandmasters had to step in, revealing the severity of the whole issue. There's also an article that mentions that all the martial artists who witnessed the mysterious shard have all died in ways that cannot be explained. This leaves So Hong considering his options. And even though he knows that he might not be able to beat a Tier 4 martial artist, he doesn't think escaping from one is going to be much of a problem. He then concludes that he is going to check out Stargazing Lake the next day after they are done moving to the villa. The following day, Su Hong's family receives a bulk of gifts from their new neighbors. There are so many presents that they are even worried that they won't have a place to store them all. It is pretty obvious that the rich neighbors are just trying to get on Su Hong's good side. They let Su Hong know that he can actually come by their house whenever he wants, and Su Hong nervously says yes. After a rigorous morning of attending to visitors, Su Hong finally gets some time for himself, and he is glad that he can actually get the chance to head to Stargazing Lake later that afternoon. At the martial artist base that afternoon, So Hong is surprised that there are so many people at the base because he believes that all the martial artists should be heading to the Stargazing Lake when there are so many anomalies there. It turns out that the base is filled with Tier 1 martial artists who are scared to go outside thanks to the Tier 3 and Tier 4 martial artists who are at the lake. They know that they don't even have the strength to fight back if the high-ranked martial artists decide to rob them. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the base, White Fox's uncle, Yechi, asks a strange man he is sure that Suong was the one who killed his nephew. The strange dude calmly replies that he is 100% sure, but just then, he gets up from his seat to unleash an overwhelming aura, which knocks Yechi to his knees. He lets Yechi know that he has to watch his tone, and he is obligated to address him as Sir. Yechi trembles in front of the overwhelming power in front of him, and he quickly agrees to address the strange man as he wants. Later on, Su Hong heads to the Stargazing Lake and he makes sure to keep himself hidden. At the lake, he realizes that it is filled with Tier 2 and Tier 3 martial artists. In fact, there are also Tier 4 martial artists on site. While observing the scene, a star-spotted giant fish, which is a Tier 3 beast, suddenly emerges from the lake, putting everyone on their toes. It turns out that it is also a dual-attribute water cannon, and the Tier 2 martial artists start running away. However, a defensive attribute Tier 4 martial artist stays back to block the fish's attack while boasting about his defense. However, his defense soon gets overwhelmed by the fish. So Hong is surprised that the fish is able to break the dude's defense while injuring him in the process too. Just then, another Tier 4 martial artist emerges out of nowhere and lunges toward the beast. The overly excited martial artist talks about how impatient he has been waiting for a beast of its caliber, and he delivers a powerful punch that knocks the fish to the ground. With the fish out of the water, the martial artist pounces on it, and in under a minute, they have decimated the fish. They cut up the fish, but they are all disappointed that there is no treasure whatsoever inside the fish. So Hong is left in complete shock at how a Tier 3 beast has turned into a sashimi in just 1 minute. With this, he realizes that the Tier 4 martial artists are way too vicious for him, so he has to move away from them or he won't get to hunt anything. Suddenly, he senses an attack coming from behind. And just as his head is about to fly off his neck, So Hong engages his mental telekinetic power to slow down the attacker while using the opportunity to leap out of the way. The attack hits the ground, leaving a massive shockwave. And seeing the pressure from the attack, Su realizes that he is under attack from a Tier 4 martial artist. Su Hong doesn't even think twice before putting some distance between himself and the dude because he knows that he would definitely have died if he hadn't used his power to delay the dude's attack. Before So Hong knows it, he realizes that the Tier 4 martial artist is not alone, and he has 6 more Tier 3 martial artists backing him up. As if this is not enough, there are also 7 Tier 3 martial artists coming from the other side. So Hong cannot believe that over a dozen Tier 3 martial artists and a Tier 4 martial artist are aiming for his head. He weighs the whole situation and realizes that even the city lord doesn't have this kind of pull, leaving So Hong to start wondering who he had offended. Moments later, the assassins are already complaining of Su Hong's speed because the information they were given didn't let them know that he is capable of such impressive martial arts. Nonetheless, they are pretty sure that Suong cannot beat them in a game of endurance. Unknown to them, Suong has no intention of playing a game of endurance with them, and he soon leaps into the air. Right before their eyes, he flies off, leaving his assailants in the dust. They are left in total disbelief because it is not normal for a Tier 2 martial artist to be able to fly. After putting a bulk load of kilometers between them, Su-hong finally comes to a halt. He is already breathing heavily like a goat, and this is because his vital blood has been depleted and his mana is almost out too. At the moment, he realizes that the only thing left for him is the sheer toughness of his overlord body, which he can use to run as far as possible using pure physical strength. At the same time, he wonders who is trying to kill him, but the only person he can think of is Yaki. He concludes that they paid a huge sum to assassins just to get rid of him. Even though he is pretty sure that he can handle the Tier 3 martial artists, his concern is the Tier 4 martial artist. He knows that if he goes after the Tier 3 martial artists first, he is going to be ambushed by the Tier 4 martial artist from behind. At the same time, if he goes after the Tier 4 martial artist first, he's going to get injured, which will lead to the Tier 3 martial artist surrounding him just to kill him. He figures out that unless he can take out the Tier 3 martial artists with extreme speed, he won't get a chance to fully focus on the Tier 4 martial artist. Meanwhile, the assassins are raging about the information that they were given. The assassins tell their boss, the Tier 4 dude, that they are going to be in big trouble if Su-hong manages to return to the city. However, this isn't even the major issue because their employer is also a big problem. They are scared that their employer is going to tear them apart if they find out that they failed. Their leader then tells them that they have nothing to worry about because if Su-hong returns to the city, he is only going to die faster. Just then, the celestial dudes appear in the distance, telling the assassins not to be so angry about the information that they were given because they only just found out the day before that Su-hong is a Tier 2 mental telekinetic, which is why they were not able to update the information on time. However, they let the assassins know that this is a good thing because they have people stationed where there are anomalies. They are going to lock down the entire area, so it is up to the assassins to kill Su-hong. And if they can't, they should be prepared to die. The Tier 4 martial artist thanks the dude for his help and assures him that he is going to tear Su-hong apart. The next day, Su-hong continues with his hunt inside the forest while the assassins follow his trail. This continues for the next 7 days. While he is busy hunting down monsters, the assassins chase him around the forest. And whenever he gets the chance, he takes out any of the Tier 3 martial artists who strays away from the pack before escaping from the Tier 4 martial artist. At this point, Su-hong realizes that he is already exhausted and he decides to head to the Star City official supply stronghold. Even though it is very risky, he knows he has no choice but to rest there for the night. He believes that his assailants shouldn't be so bold as to attack him directly on official territory. However, as he enters the stronghold, he can sense eyes watching him. And with this, he concludes that Yeki is the one who wants him dead. Su-hong then makes himself comfortable in one of the temporary inns so he can calmly cultivate. Since his current blood chi is at 700 points, he figures out that he needs 195 points to make it 900 so he can reach the late stage of Tier 2. However, the points he earned over the course of 7 days aren't enough for him to break through to the late stage of Tier 2. Since increasing his blood chi by a few points would be meaningless, he decides to strengthen his overlord body instead since it will increase his combat power and also improve his endurance. He proceeds with this, and the moment the points are allocated to the overlord, he feels a massive surge of strength running through his body. By the time it is done, his strength has increased from 1.1% to 6.5%, which is a 20% increase. After this, he decides to practice his guiding techniques while resting with his eyes closed. Since his room window is open, he figures that he can just jump through the window to escape if the enemy shows up. Some hours later, the assassins still have refused to show up and Su-hong decides to head to the cafeteria to get something to eat. While slowly eating the burger he ordered, he wonders if the assassins truly do not want to make a move at the supply stronghold, so they are planning to wait until he gets out before ambushing him. Just then, Su-hong hears one of the martial artists talking about how he found a 3-star pattern dark purple bamboo earlier that day, but it got snatched by a few Tier 4 martial artists. His comrade is surprised to hear this since a 3-star pattern is a treasure comparable to an rank. He then asks him where he found the bamboo, and Su-hong also becomes interested since it is considered a multi-attribute natural treasure. Apparently, a 1-star pattern dark purple bamboo can contain 2 types of attribute spiritual energy. So for every additional star pattern, it can hold 1 more attribute. Since the bamboo can contain 4 attributes, Su-hong figures out that he can continue using it in the future even if he obtains 1 more attribute. Suong then contributes to the conversation, telling the martial artist that he heard magnetic field rules appear in the places where natural treasures are born, which makes it hard for even Tier 4 martial artists to easily obtain them. The martial artists are impressed at how knowledgeable Suong is, and they confirm what he just said, adding that the stronger the martial artist, the stronger the magnetic field is. The dude excitedly reveals that the Tier 4 martial artists who stole the sight from him rushed in and were crushed into meat paste by the gravity. His friend is shocked to hear that Tier 4 martial artists were killed in an instant, which makes it ultimately terrifying. So Hong, on the other hand, is already wondering if his overlord body will be able to withstand the terrifying gravity. Suddenly, an attack cuts through the cafeteria, causing panic among the martial artists. Suong, on the other hand, remains on his chair just to aura farm since he knows that those who were searching for him have finally found him. The Tier 4 assassin leader, Lin Chin, barges into the room with his comrades, mocking Suong for believing that he can run away before they get him. The martial artists in the room are surprised that a Tier 4 and a bunch of Tier 3 martial artists are after a Tier 2 martial artist, leaving them to wonder what kind of trouble Suong has put himself in. Chen then orders everyone in the room to make themselves scarce because they have an important mission to carry out. None of the martial artists dares refuse the order, and they all run out of there in no time. Chen asks Su Heng if he thinks they wouldn't be able to touch him at the stronghold, which is why he ran there. But Su Heng replies with a smile on his face, telling them that he has actually been waiting for them. Chen laughs at him, asking Suong if he thinks he can wipe them out by himself, and Suong whips out his weapon, replying that he won't know unless he tries. Chen is shocked when he realizes that there are 3 attributes radiating from the weapon, and he immediately leaps backward while ordering his men to also scatter. However, it is already too late as Suong makes his move, lunging toward them while releasing an explosion from his spear. A massive output erupts from the weapon, bringing the cafeteria down. Those who are watching from the outside are left in shock because they believe that the power was exerted by the assassins, not Suong. However, when the smoke clears and they see the assassins lying on the ground dead, it dawns on them that Suong was the one who unleashed the power that they just witnessed. However, Chen makes it out, but there are burn marks over his body. He is surprised that Suong is capable of something overwhelming, and it was never mentioned in the intel that they gave them. However, Chin believes that Suong is done for since a Tier 4 martial artist like him could be injured from the blast. He hasn't finished with the speculation when Suong appears from beneath and he comes straight at him with another deadly attack. Chen frantically blocks the attack while asking how Suong managed to survive. Just then, Suong vanishes again, and Chen angrily tells his men to pin Suong down to prevent him from escaping. Before he knows it, some of his men are already hanging from Suhong's spear while the others can't even stand up. Suong confidently tells Chen that he might not be able to kill a Tier 4 martial artist like him, but he can definitely kill his subordinates who are Tier 3. Deep down, Suong is glad that he upgraded his overlord body because he would have been crippled after he unleashed the 3 fusion attack. Suong sends the assassins hanging on his spear flying like they are nothing. And after this, Suong turns around to dip out of there with the plan to take on Chen after he has successfully figured out a way to fuse the 3 attributes. Meanwhile, at the Star City Martial Practitioner base, the 3 geniuses are preparing to head to the lake to train after they have rested for 7 days, unlike Suong, who only rested for a day. Xiao suggests that they pick up the pace because they might catch up to Suong at the stargazing lake. Meanwhile, Yeki is crashing out in his office because he can't believe that the assassins have still not been able to take down Suong even after he created a blockade to help them. To make it worse, they have gone ahead to attack So Hong at the supply stronghold. He knows that if So Hong dies at the stronghold, the entire blame will be on him. And since the city lord values So Hong so much, his entire family will be wiped out. Later on, at the black-purple bamboo forest where the mysterious gravity field is located, martial artists are trying to get their hands on the treasure, but the pressure is just too much. The low-tier martial artists who are standing behind are surprised to see Tier 3 martial artists struggling to even take more than 30 steps inside the gravity field. Just then, the demon cult fellows show up on the scene, and the leader of the group reveals how the gravity field gets even worse for high-tier martial artists. The leader of the group is a Tier 4 martial artist, and he reveals that if someone like him enters the gravity field, he will have to endure more than what a Tier 3 martial artist can. Even though he knows that the 3-pattern bamboo is impressive, he doesn't think it is worth the risk. He decides to just focus on their mission, which is to find the artifact. But just then, he gets a notification from his tracking device pointing to where the artifact is. To his horror, the artifact is located right beside the bamboo, which is inside the gravity field. The dude starts freaking out because he doesn't even know how he is expected to get his hands on the artifact when it's stashed in such a horrible place. Suddenly, he spots Suhong running through the forest, and he is surprised that he is not dead yet even though a tier 4 and a bunch of tier 3 assassins were sent after him. He then decides to go after Suhong himself and he grabs a spear from one of his associates. He dashes towards Suhong with the intention of killing him so he can be rewarded by his master. Suhong soon senses the strong aura trailing him, and this helps him to react to the attack aimed at him. Suhong dodges the attack and replies with a counterattack that exerts an overwhelming force, which the demon cult dude is able to block. Suhong is impressed that the dude was actually able to withstand his attack, but the dude has no time to chit-chat and he dashes towards Suhong with the aim of cutting him down. Suhong is surprised that a demon cultist who knows his name is after him, which can only mean that Yechi is not the only one who wants him dead. Before he can get to Suhong, Suhong shows him why he is the MC by unleashing a powerful attack that sends him flying backwards. He hits a tree and coughs up blood, leaving him to wonder if Suhong is truly a tier 2 martial artist. Just then, he notices that Suhong has turned in the direction of the gravity field and he screams at his subordinates, telling them to stop Suhong from reaching it. The demon cultists immediately mobilize to block Suhong's path. The demon cultists are surprised that Suhong is able to survive their leader's attack, and one of them suggests that they transform to get the edge. But one of them dismisses the idea saying Suhong can only use such a powerful attack once. They are preparing to attack when Suhong runs through them with an instant kill attack, leaving them completely stunned. They had believed that Suhong could not use the attack consecutively, but he shocks them by delivering an attack imbued with lightning to completely wipe them out. The leader of the cultists then decides to use his full power attack to go after Suhong, but Suhong is not arrogant enough to stay around to take the full force of the attack. He prioritizes escaping by activating the cloud step skills to dash out of there in an instant, shocking even the spectators. Suhong makes it into the gravity field, but the leader of the cultists chases after him, believing that he can do the same thing Suhong can do. However, his first step into the gravity field almost crushes all of his organs, forcing him to retreat. However, he hurls his spear at Suhong, hoping to catch him from behind, but the gravity pushes the spear down, rendering the attack useless. Suhong turns around and realizes that his assailant has backed down. And with this, he concludes that he would be a bit safe in the meantime. He can see the 3-pattern bamboo right before his eyes, but the gravity field is insane, and he is also almost at his limit. He decides to take a rest and heal himself before taking another step since the demon cultists can't even come after him while he is doing this. Suhong pushes his spear into the ground, and he takes a seat to start the healing process. The spectators are left in shock to see Suhong healing his injuries with healing martial arts because he uses thunder attribute moments earlier, so they believe his attribute is only thunder. They are also intrigued by the fact that Suhong only needs to take a few more steps to get to the 3-pattern bamboo. The squad leader for the demon cultists, by AO, then tells his men to notify Lin Chen and the others to converge on the location so that they can join forces and kill Suhong because they can't allow him to leave the place alive. Deep down, Bai is freaking out because he believes that the artifact is inside the bamboo, and if Suhong gets his hands on it, they are dead meat. At the same time, Tantua and his friends have run into the demon cultists. They have taken down a couple of them, and this is when it dawns on them that the area has been locked down by the demon cultists. Tantua is worried that they are after Suhong, but Singhi believes that they might also be hunting for treasure. Tantua then suggests that they head back to the martial artist base and notify them about the demon cultists' appearance. The trio immediately turns around heading back to town, but Zhao lets them know that it is impossible for the base not to have noticed something as huge as this. With this, it dawns on the other two that the base might be in bed with the demon cult. Tantua then whips out his phone so he can inform his dad and have him send people to secure both the martial artist base and the stargazing lake. When the city lord hears this, he almost loses his mind, and when he learns that there is a possibility that they are after Suhong, he gets even angrier. Later on, Chen arrives at the gravity field, and Bai asks him why he is the only one there. Chen looks absolutely battered, and he tells Bai that Suhong played dirty and managed to wipe out his men. Bai is left speechless when he learns that a dozen Tier 3 martial artists were all wiped out by Suong, who is Tier 2. Chen tells him that Suong knows a 3-attribute fusion martial art, which the intel didn't tell them about. Chen lets Bai know that he would be dead meat if he went after Suong too. Bai disagrees, saying there is no such thing as a 3-attribute fusion martial art in their world, and he scolds Chen for making up excuses. Just then, it dawns on him that Suong actually used the healing techniques, which means he has more than one attribute. Nonetheless, he is hell-bent on killing Suong because if they don't, their master will kill them. 2 hours later, Suong had finished healing both his physical body and spiritual energy to the peak state, all thanks to the rank healing art that he learned. He turns around to see that the demon cultists are still waiting for him, and he figures out that they won't let him go until he is dead. Su Hong plans on grabbing the 3-star pattern bamboo and escaping the place immediately. Su Hong gets back on his feet, and as soon as he takes a couple of steps, the gravity almost chokes him out. However, he continues marching forward and sees that he is only 6 steps away from the treasure, and Chen expresses his shock. He admits that Su Hong's physical body is way out of this world. Bai tells everyone to get ready to take Suong down because the moment he uproots the bamboo, the laws of the magnetic field will vanish, so he will be vulnerable. After struggling so hard, pushing through the force field, Su Hong finally makes it to the treasure. Just then, he notices a fragment right under the bamboo, and he is surprised that there is something as small as a fragment there since everything under the magnetic field usually gets crushed to dust. He wonders if it is some sort of treasure, and he proceeds to pick it up. He looks closely at it, but still doesn't know what it is, and he proceeds to try to bend it. However, the fragment doesn't even budge after it was exposed to Su Hong's full strength. In the process of bending it, the fragment cuts his finger, and suddenly, the fragment fuses into his body through the wound. Before he knows it, Su Hong feels his body burning up really badly, and the 7 attributes start receiving an intense boost. The system then informs him that he has obtained a fragment of the 7 divine cauldrons. Su immediately figures out that it is a fragment that can increase cultivation, so he decides to seize the opportunity. Suong then sits down to start cultivating, leaving his assailants wondering what he is up to. Bai freaks out because he realizes that Suong might have gotten his hands on the treasure already. Suong notices that the spiritual energy of the 7 attributes has skyrocketed over and over again, which is quite interesting because using a rank martial art of the same attribute a few times in a row would have completely depleted his spiritual energy. However, he now has enough to use it a couple of times. In addition, the 3-attribute fusion that he has been struggling to complete has also been completed successfully. Added to the list of items on his status window is the fragment he just obtained, which is the Divine Cauldron fragment, but it appears that there are still 99 more to be obtained. Since one fragment was able to give him this much strength, Su Hong figures out that the 7 divine cauldrons are above S rank. This leaves him with the question of how strong he will become if he manages to get his hands on the other 99 fragments. Since he has managed to fuse the 3 attributes to have a massive amount of spiritual energy running in his body, Su Hong realizes that there is no need for him to run away again. He grabs the bamboo with the intention of ending the fight right there and then. The moment Bai notices that Su Hong is reaching for the bamboo, he tells his men to get ready to attack him. Qin tells Bai not to remind him because he is way more interested in killing him than anyone else. With a strong force, Su Hong is able to pull the bamboo out of the ground, ultimately dispersing the gravity field. The assailants gather around with the intention of taking him down, but Su Hong also has plans of his own. He wants to use them as test subjects to see how his newly found power works. Su Hong then proceeds to unleash the full power of the 3 attributes, which unleashes a perfected version of the attack. This delivers a powerful force of attack that burns through everything in its way, leaving a scorched land. When the dust settles, the demon cultists have been completely wiped out in the most gruesome way. However, Bai and Chen manage to survive the attack but are completely burned. With this, Bai confirms that Suong obtained the divine artifact because there is no way he is able to suddenly become this strong. Suong then walks up to them with an overwhelming aura swirling from his body as he asked them if they enjoyed the little hunting game because it is now his turn to kill them. Su Hong then tells them that he can actually let them live only if they tell him the location of their demonic cult stronghold in Star City. Su Hong says he is pretty sure that a large number of demonic cultists are hiding in the city, which is why they were able to gather a load of people in a short space of time. Chen's pride takes over, and he gets back on his feet with the intention of attacking Suong, but Bai stops him, suggesting that they retreat. Bai then throws a teleportation device in the air to whisk them away from the scene. After they have vanished, Suong finally gets the chance to sit, and he admits that he might have died if he continued fighting them because he has completely depleted his spiritual energy. Suong then starts recovering his energy because he plans to go after Yechi afterwards. On the other hand, Chin is pissed that Bai dragged them out of there since he noticed that Suong hasn't chased them, which means he is also out of spiritual energy. Bai argues with him that Suong might not have been bluffing, which means they would have died. In Chen's argument, he still doesn't think Suong will be able to handle them since he is only tier 2, but Bai tells him to shut his mouth, reminding him that their teams were wiped out by Suong. Bai points out the fact that Suong has killed their men, leaving them with commanders without an army. He asks Chin who is going to believe their story even if they told anyone, which shows just how ridiculous Suhong's power is. Meanwhile, Yeki is still stuck in his office waiting for a report on the assassination mission because they can't drag it out too long without the city lord figuring out what they are up to. The results he has been waiting for finally come in, but instead of receiving good news, he learns that the assassination operation failed. Yeki almost loses his mind because the team couldn't handle a mere tier 2 martial artist, and he knows that their secret will soon be out in the open if they don't take Su-hang out. Yechi quickly gets up with the intention of running away from the city because there is no way the city lord is letting him off easily. He is on his way to his car when he is suddenly encompassed by a cage of fire. Suong appears behind him, completely shirtless, asking him where he thinks he is running to. Yechi angrily cuts through the fire cage with a melee attack while screaming at Suong, reminding him that he is merely a tier 2 martial artist, so he shouldn't think he has a chance against a tier 3 martial artist like him. Suong easily repels the attack before delivering a counterattack that cuts through Yeji before unleashing a massive output into his body. The last words that leave Yeki's mouth is monster before being sent flying into a car in the distance. The car erupts in fire with Yeki going down with it. While the other martial artists present on the scene are left completely dumbfounded, they can't believe that Suong was able to one-shot Yechi, a city official, in broad daylight. Just then, the city lord arrives on the scene, and some of the witnesses believe that Suong is going to be in trouble for this. Some suggest that they help Suong out since Yechi deserves to die for being trash. However, they receive their greatest shock when the city lord approaches Suong like a father, asking him if he is hurt anywhere. Wang is shocked when he sees Suong holding the 3-star pattern bamboo in his hands, but Su-hong claims that it is just a fluke. Deep down, Su-hong is still nervous about how much care the city lord is showing to him. As they step into Wang's executive vehicle, he tells Su-hong to tell him everything that happened. And after 10 minutes of narration, Wang finally gets an estimate of what happened. The city lord is so impressed by how Su-hong was able to escape for 7 days, and he is forced to ask Su-hong if he is going to marry his 40 daughters. He grabs Su-hong with so much joy in his eyes while telling him that with this, they might have the chance to mass-produce monstrous geniuses like him if he marries his daughters. So-hong nervously tells the old man to stop joking, reminding him that the mastermind behind the demon cultists might still be hiding in the city. Long admits that he is right, and he tells So-hong that they might have failed this time, but this doesn't stop the fact that they would continue trying to kill him. In fact, they might even send a tier 6 or tier 7 grandmaster the next time. Because of this, Wang tells him that it is not safe for him to stay in the city any longer since they don't even have the capability to protect him. However, he lets Su-hong know that the college entrance exam is in a month. So as long as he gets into a top university or imperial capital university, the demon cultists won't be able to touch him. Upon hearing this, Su-hong assures the man that he will definitely get into the university. Wang takes Su-hong to his house, and he tells him that he has already dispatched 2 teams of martial artists to protect him so he can easily cultivate without worrying. Su-hong thanks Wang for the assist, and he proceeds into the house. His guardians are shocked when they see how rough he is, but he urges them not to worry, assuring them that it is just beast blood. Su-hong then heads to his room to check out the number of points he accumulated during the entire battle. He realizes that if he adds all his martial Dao points to blood chi, it could exceed 1,000 points, which would allow him to advance to a tier 3 martial artist. However, his spirit would not improve, and as it stands, his spirit is only tier 2. Since he can't step out of the city to obtain Dao points in the meantime, he decides to just upgrade both his spirit and blood chi. The following day at Star City No. 1 High School, tales of what Suong did had already spread through the school. Because of this, they are all eager to see Suong, and just then, one of them spots Suong coming in the distance. He announces So-hong's arrival to the rest of the class, and just like zombies, they rush out to the gate to meet So-hong. So-hong sees everyone rushing toward him, and he freezes in fear, wondering if they want to beat him up when he didn't even do anything wrong. In the end, he learns that they just want to hear about his exploits and whether everything they heard was true. They are in the middle of questioning Suong when he learns that the principal would like to see him. Suong heads to the principal's office, and he hasn't even knocked on the door when the principal rushes over to open it, welcoming him as the treasure of their city. After making himself comfortable in the principal's office, So-hong asks the old man what he wants to talk to him about, and the man reveals that he has a few pills for early and mid-stage tier 2. He lets him know that he wants to give him these pills, and he is not allowed to refuse. But So-hong tells the man that he might not even need the pills because he is already at the high stage of tier 2. He tells the old man that the mid-stage tier 2 pills won't do much for him in this regard, so he should just give them to someone who needs them more. The principal is shocked when he hears this because the last he heard was that So-hong had broken through to the early stage of tier 2 at the training camp, which leaves him asking how he was able to reach the high stage so fast. Suong reveals that he had a fateful encounter that helped him level up a bit faster. Basically, he wouldn't have gotten the chance to earn that many Dao points if the demon cultists hadn't come after him. The principal is amazed, and he suggests that they head to the gymnasium right at that moment because he would like to test out his strength and teach him a few moves while doing that. So-hong is surprised to hear this, and he reminds the old man that he is tier 3, but the old man believes he is worried that he would overwhelm him completely. So he assures So-hong that he has nothing to worry about, telling him that he would go easy on him. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, the students present in the room are surprised to see the star of the day with the principal. The principal then tells them that he will be having a spar with Suong, so he suggests that they gather the rest of the students who don't have class so that they can watch. So-hong becomes worried for the principal's safety and reputation, and he suggests that they find another place, but the principal doesn't catch a hint of this. He tells So-hong not to worry, assuring him that he would not beat him up too badly. Little does he know that So-hong is only trying to protect his dignity as the principal. In no time, a ton of students gather in the hall to watch the sparring session between the two. The principal unleashes his aura to make himself look cooler, and he tells So-hong to make the first move. But So-hong is thinking of using a skill that would not critically injure the principal while also making it seem like he is not holding back. So-hong then decides to use the B-rank cloud hiding Gale Fist. So-hong activates the skill, and he dashes toward the principal. The principal, who sincerely believes that So-hong is not holding back, prepares to defend himself. He covers his fist with rock, and as So-hong's attack lands, it leaves an overwhelming force that pushes the students backwards. So-hong and the principal then continue exchanging blows. And after a couple of exchanges, the principal starts to get the faint idea that So-hong is ridiculously strong. Even the students could see that So-hong has pushed the principal back even though he is tier 2 and the principal is tier 3. Nonetheless, the students delude themselves with the idea that the principal is holding back. But deep down, the principal knows that So-hong is incredibly strong because he has been forced to use 80% of his strength already. The principal became worried that he would be mocked if he lost to So-hong in front of the students. Su also knows this, and he decides to help the old man out of the tough situation he has put himself in. So-hong falls on his knees pretending to be exhausted while declaring how strong the old man is. He admits defeat while sincerely hoping that the principal will catch hold of what he is trying to pull. The students roar in celebration to praise principal, but the principal is genuinely confused because he knows what he did shouldn't have been enough to injure So-hong. It soon dawns on the principal that So-hong just saved him from a lifetime of embarrassment and tears of joy drop from his eyes. He finally pulls himself together to accept the victory while heaping praise on So-hong too, telling the students that his combat power is no joke. The principal tells them that he would have lost if he hadn't gone all out, and the students roar in excitement while praising So-hong's strength. This leaves the students asking themselves if So-hong will finally have what it takes to get into Modu Martial University. The principal helps So-hong up while thanking him for the assist because he nearly embarrassed himself if not for him. So-hong then tells the old man that he needs someone he can spar with till the college entrance examination, which is in a month. So-hong asks the principal if he can help him out in this regard, and the principal happily agrees to this. From the following day going forward, Suong sparred and trained with the principal during the day, and at night, he would sit down to cultivate guiding techniques at home. Later on, the principal, who is now exhausted, has no choice but to bring his old friend, Chen, in to also act as Suhong's sparring partner. After the two had almost lost their lives, they ended up reaching out to Wu to help out. Things turned out differently with Wu since she is a Tier 5 martial artist, and she has no intention of holding back. She makes sure to beat Suong really hard during training, and even when he wanted to rest, she would pull him back up, telling him that there is no moment of rest for him. Before he knows it, a month has passed, and during one of their training sessions, Suong reaches peak level. He tells Wu that it seems he is about to break through to the next level, but Wu knocks him on the head, asking him if he is trying to slack off during training. Suong says no, telling the lady that he can feel the signs that he is about to break through. Wu cannot believe that in less than 1 month, Suhong's blood chi seriously went from 900 to 1000, and Suong confirms this. Wu quickly whips out her phone to reach out to her associates, telling them to bring 2 Tier 3 advancement pills to the training room while adding that it is urgent. Wu then prepares to leave after giving Suhong the pills, telling him to break through inside the room. Suhong thanks the lady for the assist, and he closes his eyes to concentrate on his advancement. He smiles because he is finally going to become a Tier 3 practitioner, which is quite impressive. After this, Wu steps out into the first floor of the association, humming loudly with a red face, leaving everyone wondering what is going on with her. Unknown to them, Wu is glad that Suhong is about to break through, which means he will be able to secure a massive amount of resources from the province for the city. She completely ignores the fact that she is in public as she dances in excitement because she can already see the association going to the top. Everyone who witnessed this is left asking questions because Wu is always wearing a stern face, but there she is walking around with a smile on her face. One of them comes up with the suggestion that the president might be in love. The officers are talking about this when the principal and Shin show up looking bright just like Wu. They ask the officers where the president is because they have been to her office, but she is not there. They tell them where Wu is, and the two rush over with a smile on their faces, leaving the officers with more questions than before. They don't want to believe that Wu is in love and that the 2 old men are her partners. Back in the training room, Suhong struggles really hard to break through to Tier 3, and he ends up hitting a brick wall on his first try. However, he is not about to give up just because he failed once, and he decides to give it one more try. Suhong is hell-bent on breaking through successfully because he doesn't want to disappoint Wu, the principal, and Shin, who have all done a lot for him. 30 minutes later, Suhong finally manages to compress the raging blood chi into his body. After making sure he has everything in order, he finally pushes through to the next stage, unleashing a massive force from his body that throws everything around him away. His clothes are also ripped off, revealing his jacked body. After everything is said and done, Suhong looks at himself and he is blown away by the changes that have occurred in his body. Suhong then decides to try out the Tier 3 perk by using the external blood chi release, which he is able to carry out successfully. Basically, martial artists below Tier 3 can only rely on martial arts to launch long-range attacks, but Tier 3 martial artists don't need martial arts because they can easily release their blood chi externally. Suhong checks out his stat, and he is blown away because there is a massive gap between a Tier 2 high-stage martial artist and an early-stage Tier 3 martial artist. Suhong totally forgets that there is no cloth on him, and he gets on his feet talking about how he needs to go see Wu to share the good news with her. Just then, the door opens with Wu and the other 2 old men walking into the room. Apparently, Wu heard what Suhong said, and she teases him, asking him if he is trying to ask her out by showing his impressive body. Suhong immediately curls up to protect his dignity, and Wu puts Kala through to Wang to tell him to hurry down because Suong has just broken through to the Tier 3. Later on, Wang is preparing to leave the house when his son runs into the room to tell him that he has broken through to the mid-stage of Tier 2. However, he gets a cold reaction instead. His father casually tells him to keep up the good work, which shocks him because he is just 18, so he expects a better reaction. His father puts on his suit, and as he walks past him, tells him that Wu just contacted him, telling him that Suong broke through to Tier 3, so he needs to go see. Tantua is shocked when he hears this, and he screams out in surprise. Shortly afterwards, Suong finds himself sitting in front of the 4 elders while wearing a skimpy shirt that Wu gave him. Wang then tells him that he has compiled a list of high-level martial artists who have visited the city in recent times. Even though he doesn't know who exactly is targeting him, he believes that it would be better if he goes through the list carefully. So Hong collects the list, and after going through the list, he realizes that they are all high-tier martial artists, but he doesn't even know them. Wang then tells him that there are traitors among the higher-ups, and there is no way they would allow a genius like him to easily get off, so they would find a way to get rid of him. So Hong reveals that he was already mentally prepared to be hunted by the myriad races, but he didn't expect that he would be looking out for human traitors too. Wu then tells him that he doesn't really need to worry as long as he is able to get into Modu Martial University, because no matter how bold the traitors are, they absolutely would not want to make a move against him when he is in the university. So Hong is surprised that they are recommending Modu Martial University instead of the Imperial Capital Martial University. Wu mentions that the students at Imperial Capital Martial University are extremely wealthy or noble. The university is basically filled with descendants of high-tier martial artists. And since Suong doesn't have any family background, there is no way the Imperial Capital Martial University would value him. Wang agrees with Wu, saying he initially left Suong to pick between the two universities. But looking back at it, he realizes that he lacked consideration. Wu then tells So Hong that Modu University is not like the Imperial University because they take in everyone regardless of their status. The only thing they care about is strength, and as long as he is strong enough, no one will intentionally suppress him. With this, So Hong agrees to go to Modu University. Wang then reveals that the university's principal is really protective of his students, and no matter how much trouble So Hong causes, he is definitely going to protect him. So Hong nervously cackles, asking them why they think he would cause trouble. The four don't even argue with him as they start listing out the things he has done so far, forcing him to admit that he is a troublemaker. As the meeting is about to come to an end, Wang comments on Su-hong's clothes, and he is about to trash-talk his fashion style when he learns that Wu was the one who gave him. He quickly changes his stance, commending Wu's fashion taste to avoid putting himself in trouble. Some days later, Wang heads to the airport to receive the official in charge of the year's college entrance examination, Wang Lindao. Lindao tells Wang that his teacher already told him to lower his pride so he can befriend talented students in the province. Lindao expresses his disappointment because the city is always producing trash students, so he doesn't see the need for what his teacher told him. Wang excitedly throws in something shocking, asking Lindao if an 18-year-old Tier 3 genius is worth befriending. And the moment Lindao hears this, he screams at the city lord demanding that he take him to where Suong is right at that moment. Later on, at the martial arts exam venue, Wu looked around but couldn't find the examiner. She asked the city lord where he is, and he points to where Lindao is. It turns out that Lindao has found Suong already, and he is hugging him like his baby brother, but Suong doesn't even know who he is. Lindao introduces himself to Suong, telling him that he's heard of his great reputation, which is why he came to meet him. He takes a picture of them while urging him to make the peace sign. Wu cannot believe that Lindao is seriously cozying up to a student in broad daylight, which shows how shameless he is. Not long after this, the city lord Wu and Lindao walk up to the stage to address the students. Lindao tells them that the year's assessment process will be the same as previous years, so the blood key test will be conducted first. Students who are Tier 2 and above will take a special train to the provincial capital for a centralized test, while students below Tier 2 will stay to test their combat power and other subjects. So Hong is surprised to learn that he has to go to the capital since Wu and the others could have told him, but they didn't. Xinghe and Xiao, on the other hand, congratulate Tan Tua for making it to Tier 2 mid-stage. They excitedly ask him if he has surpassed Suong, but he lets them know that they will find out soon enough. The two can't believe that he is keeping them in suspense as the blood chi test is about to be conducted. Suong is the first to take the test, and everyone gathers around to watch since they are all interested in seeing what his current tier is. Most believe that he is currently at Tier 2 high stage, but when the test is conducted and they see his points go past 1,000, they all freak out. Xinji and Xiao turn to Tantua in shock, asking him if he knew about the fact that Suong was already Tier 3. Tantua casually tells his friends that it is useless for them to chase Suong because, as it stands, they would never be able to surpass him. The other students are left questioning how this is possible because Suong will be the first Star City student who is a Tier 3 martial artist to appear in the exam. The students have no choice but to admit that Suong is now on par with their principal. Suhong's friend uses the opportunity to tell everyone that he is Suhong's friend to get them to glaze him too. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Xiao and Xinji's fathers are freaking out, wishing that Suong were their son. Zhao's father comes to the conclusion that he has to get his daughter to marry Suong. Even Lin Dao cannot believe his eyes because this is a rare find in a city that ranks low in the province. Basically, the students from the city are not bad, but the gap in cultivation resources between small cities and large cities is massive. Since Suong is able to grow into the terrifying figure that he is with the little resources available to him, Landau can already see that he is really talented. Landau is convinced that Suong might have even gotten to Tier 4 if he had the educational conditions and cultivation resources of the students in Modu and the imperial capital. Lindau has no choice but to admit that Suong possesses the strongest talent among all the students he has ever encountered. Suong, on the other hand, is not really comfortable with the fact that everyone now has their eyes on him. After everything, only Su Heng and the three geniuses were the only ones who were able to make it to Tier 2 and higher. The four of them then board a train heading to the provincial capital for the martial arts exam. Upon entering the train, the students seated in the train start displaying their impressive aura to intimidate Suong and his friends. Zhao tries to push back with her aura while telling her friends that they can't sit around and let Star City be dunked on. Suong then takes it upon himself to unleash his aura, which appears in the form of a dragon. It swallows up all the other aura and almost chokes them out. Their pride and ego are immediately trashed the moment they realize that Su Heng is a Tier 3 practitioner, which is something no one expects since he is from Star City. So Hong and his friends then confidently walk through the coach while So Hong talks down on them for provoking them without showing something more impressive. After witnessing what So Hong can do, none of the students want to cross his path during the assessment. They all come to the conclusion that they are going the other way if So Hong appears in their line of sight. Later on, Xingyi asks So Hong if he is aiming for Moda University, and So Hong throws the question back to them. The trio reveals that their aim is to attend Moda University, and Su Hong confirms that this is also the university of his choice, so they are going to become comrades in arms in the future. Xinji expresses his relief that Su Hong will be with them, but Tantua tells him that he cannot slack off because he will be expelled from school if he does. Deep down, Suong is already eager to see what the university is going to offer since it is said that they are diverse. Soon afterward, the geniuses from the other cities got on the train one after the other. The moment they step onto the train and they spot Suong, they all pay homage to him. Su Hong's friends are surprised, and they ask him if he knows them. Su Hong reveals that Qin once took him to their respective cities for a spar. Su Hong ends up becoming the most popular dude on the train, and the dudes who initially tried to provoke them when they got on the train are surprised to see just how everyone else aside from them knows who Su Hong is. Soon afterward, they arrive at the province's capital, Hang City. They head to the Heavenly Star Plaza where the exam is going to take place. Apparently, there are tons of rare treasures inside, and some students are eager to go inside to take a look. They even believe that the whole thing is a giveaway, not a martial arts exam. Meanwhile, the trio from Hang City, whom Suong saved from the demon cultists, is also waiting to welcome Suong and the other students. The first student to step out is one city's genius, Chen Tianyan. Tianyan is a genius who has declared that he would crush the other students because of how talented he is. The moment he steps out, he displays his aura to show everyone that he is currently a Tier 3 martial artist. However, the students from Hang City are not about to let him run free as they display their own aura too. Seeing that there are other Tier 3 students just like him, Tianyan threatens to wipe them all out once they reach the secret realm where the exam will take place. The trio urges Tianyan not to provoke Suong because he might not live to regret his actions since Suong is a terrifying monster on his own. Tianyan confidently replies that he has heard of Suong and he doesn't think he can do anything to him because he is a piece of trash. The trio from Hang City laughs at him for believing that Suong is a Tier 2 piece of trash. And just then, the bus from Star City arrives at the scene. Suong steps out of the bus with his comrades lined behind him. And the moment they take a few steps, Tenchuo immediately senses that Tianyan has his eyes locked on Suong. Tianyuan makes the "I'll kill you" gesture to Suong, but Xing He and the others can't believe that he is seriously boasting after barely surviving death. Meanwhile, Qin is also present on the scene with another Tier 7 master Lin Bei-sing, who is the head examiner for the year's exam. Bei-sing spots Suong in the distance, and he tells Qin that he looks really ordinary. So he doesn't see the hype about Suong, but Chin berates him for being the head examiner yet still having bad judgment. Bei Sing then tells Chin that it is all because he hyped Suong really high and he already assumed that he would have 6 arms or would be breathing fire from his mouth. Chin tells Ba Sing that Suong might not have 3 heads, but his compatibility with the 7 attributes and his attribute fusion are the real deal. Ba Sing still doesn't believe, and he tells Chin that he will wait until he gets to see what Suong can do. The students are busy murmuring when Bei Sing quiets them down with his aura. His aura travels through them like a wave, keeping them in place. Even Su Hang, who has witnessed a master's aura before, is still shaken by it. Bei Sing then introduces himself, telling them that he is the chief examiner of the exam, and he lets them know that he is about to announce the rules. He tells them that the examination will take place in the Heavenly Star Secret Realm and will last for 7 days. They can earn points by killing ferocious beasts. And secondly, there are trackers hidden inside the ferocious beasts, and the map will reveal the locations of special ferocious beasts, which grant massive points upon defeating them. The third on the list is that there is a low stage tier 4 savage dragon in the center of the map, and defeating it will reward the student with 10,000 points. The moment Suong hears this, his mind is already locked in on the dragon. Baiting then proceeds to reveal that defeating the other examinees allows one to take half of their points. With this, Suong realizes that the students will have a lot of fighting going on among them. The students are then awarded point bracelets, which are meant to check the leaderboard and everyone's points. After the bracelets have been distributed, Baiting declares the exam open, and he unlocks the secret realm. The moment the entrance is unlocked, Tianyin is the first to leap off as he is eager to show everyone what he can do. The other students follow through, and he suggests that they hurry in too. However, Suong tells his friends that they are free to go on ahead, saying he will just wait a little longer. Xiao grabs Xinghe, and the trio heads into the secret realm because she has already figured out that Suong is planning to go in later to steal points from the other students. It turns out that she got it right because Suong plans to steal points, which is easier than killing ferocious beasts. Just then, Chin invites Suong to come and have tea with him and Bei Sing. Suong humbly accepts the offer, and he sits with the 2 masters. Bei Sing teases Suong about his plan to steal points from other students, but Suong reminds him that he was the one who made the rules, so he is just following them. Bai Qing then asks Suong if he is really confident because, aside from him, there are other tier 3 examinees. Suong replies that he is only a little bit, but Chin smacks him on the back saying he is only being modest. Chin starts listing out the incredible things that Suong has done, leaving Bai Qing completely shocked. Su Hang tries to water down everything Chin just said, but Bexing is no fool. Su Hang tells the old man that he was chased down by the demonic cultists for 8 days, and he barely made it out alive. But this only confirms Bexing's fear that Su Hang is a terrifying kid. Some hours later, inside the Heavenly Star Secret Realm, Suong runs into 2 tier 3 early stage beasts the moment he steps in. He grins from ear to ear because this is the best thing he could have asked for. The bear turns on the tiger, and it delivers a powerful blow that sends the tiger into a wall. The bear dashes toward the tiger with the intention of finishing it off, but Su Hong finally decides to step in. He lunges toward the beast, and he delivers a powerful strike that cuts through the bear at once, ending its life on the spot. Su Hong steps on the bear. His appearance looks menacing as he moves closer to the tiger. He points to the tiger, telling it that it is the next in line to die, and the tiger screams out in fear after seeing what Suong just did to the bear. It runs up the cliff, trying to escape, but Suong easily cuts it off. Su mocks it for trying to run away, and he lunges toward it with a powerful strike, but the tiger immediately goes down on all fours, begging Su Hong to spare it. Su Hong manages to redirect his attack at the last minute. The attack destroys everything behind the tiger, but the tiger is safe thanks to Su Hong's mercy. The tiger basically turns into a cat as it turns on its back, rubbing its back on the ground, trying to act cute. So Hong is surprised that he ran into a beast that knows how to beg for mercy while acting cute too. So Hong then tells the beast that he is going to spare it if it can lead him to other humans and high-level beasts. Seeing a chance to survive, the white-striped tiger accepts the deal, and it carries Su Hong on its back. Moments later, they find a tier 3 giant ape, which is over 98 feet, twice the size of the giant apes outside the secret realm. The ape notices Su Hong behind it, and it turns around, hurling the giant log in its hand at Su Hong. The log hits, leaving a devastating effect, but Su Hong had managed to pull himself and the tiger away from the point of impact. Su Hong then kicks the tiger away, telling it to hide somewhere until he is done. But he tells the tiger not to think of running away because if he later finds it, it is done for. The tiger hears Su Hong's last words to him, and it freezes in fear because it can feel how serious Su Hong is. Su Hong confidently dashes toward the ape because he is sure he could take it down since it is still just a tier 3 beast. Su Hong uses the ape's weapon as a bridge to get to it faster, and he launches himself toward its mouth. The ape roared at him, but this only made Su Hong angrier because the ape's mouth really stinks. Su Hong angrily unleashes a heaven-shattering attack at the beast's mouth, tearing through its mouth. The ape screams out in pain as it loses its teeth and it crashes to the ground. It drops its weapon and Su Hong goes for the weapon, which weighs around 70 tons. However, Su Hong easily carries the weapon because it is basically nothing for a tier 3 martial artist. The ape is still trying to pull itself together after the last attack from Su Hong when it is met with a huge log to the face. The force from the log ultimately breaks the ape's neck. Meanwhile, people are watching the fight in real time on the outside and they are completely bewildered at how impressive Su Hong's strength is. Chin points to the screen to tell Bexing that Su Hong is basically beating up an elite monster like he is beating a goat. Bexing is left in total shock because what he is staring at is completely out of his imagination. After defeating the ape, Su Hong obtains the map fragments that Bexing talked about during the announcements, and he is surprised that he got a bunch of them just from defeating a giant ape. From defeating the ape, he has jumped up the leaderboard to first place with 2,100 points, while the second, Tianyan, is still on 800 points. Su Hong immediately turns his attention to the second place student because defeating him would give him half of his points, which is 400 points. He decides to hunt beasts in the meantime since he still has the tiger to lead him to where there are beasts. The other students are left asking themselves how Su Hong was able to jump to first place with over 2,000 points in a moment. When Tianyun sees this, he believes that it is easy for one to take down a special beast, which is why Tianyun was able to do it. Since he has deluded himself into this fact, he decides to solo a special beast by himself. He then tracks down a special beast, which is a giant python. The python looks really pissed and fierce, but Tianyan believes it is all in the looks because as long as Su Hong was able to take down a special beast on his own, he is confident that he can do the same. Tianyan unleashes his aura to get the python's attention, and the python gladly obliges. Moments later, Tianyan is getting bodied by the python. He is being thrown around, and Tianyan can't believe just how powerful the python is. This leaves him wondering how Su Hong was able to take down a special beast by himself. However, he tells himself the truth that he would die if he continues fighting the python, and he decides to run away. Even though it is shameless for him to do so, he picks it over dying to some elite beast. Just then, he spots some students in the distance, and he decides that he is just going to beat them all up to steal their points. He is preparing to attack them when Su Hong appears behind him with a huge smile on his face. He smacks Tianyun at the back of the head with a log, sending him flying hard into the distance. He crashes right in front of the students he was planning to rob, and he passes out instantly. The students are surprised to see that someone actually had the guts to beat Tianyun. Su Hong smiles because he has been awarded 400 points from Tianyun's points. Su Hong immediately turns his attention to the 5 students, asking them how many points they have altogether. The 5 stare at Su Hong as if he were a terrifying monster thanks to the tiger standing behind him, and they start begging, telling him that altogether they don't even have up to 100 points. They beg him to let them go because beating them up is not worth it. And after hearing their pleas, Su Hong hands them the log he used on Tianyan, telling them to beat him up too because they might just obtain some points from him. 2 minutes later, Tianyan had been beaten to a pulp but the 5 were not awarded any points. Su Hong has already confirmed what he wants to, and he decided to leave. He gets on the tiger and rides off, leaving the 5 in awe because Su Hong is not only strong, but he was able to tame a beast too. Meanwhile, Bexing cannot believe his eyes with everything he has seen so far. Chin tells Bexing that it is essential for Su Hong to put on a show because Moda University needs menaces like him. Su Hong then returns to where the giant python is, and he happily goes after the python as if he wants to give it a hug. However, the next thing the python sees is an attack coming straight for it. An hour later, Su Hong has defeated the python, and Tianyuan, who just woke up from his forced nap, cannot believe his eyes. He checks the leaderboard, and he is stunned to see that Suong now has 4,500 points. He starts questioning how this is possible since the Suhong he knows is a mere tier 2 martial artist. He starts wondering if Suhong has managed to upgrade to a tier 4 martial artist by hiding his true strength. Meanwhile, the trio from Hang City has managed to defeat a special beast too, but it took everything they had. This forces them to appreciate how much of a monster Suhong is because this is something he single-handedly handled. They are in the middle of this when the notification comes in that Suhong has killed another special beast and the trio just crashed to the ground in exhaustion, accepting that Suhong is above their level. On the outside, Beixing shamelessly tells Qin that he might have to take pointers from Suhong on how he is able to easily wield multiple attributes since he is also a multiple attribute user. Qin teases him, reminding him that he is a master on his own, but he is looking to ask a rookie for pointers. Beixing replies that as long as he can master the killer move, he doesn't care about shame. With everything he has witnessed, Beixing says the exam is nothing but Suhong's personal solo show. Beixing suggests that they just pack up and leave because Suong has it covered, but Qin stops him, telling him that Suong is heading for the savage dragon all by himself. Beixing is shocked when he hears this since this is a beast that he captured himself and it is on the verge of breaking through to tier 4 mid-stage. Since the dragon has the power of the dragon bloodline, its power is really close to a tier 4 high-stage beast. Beixing believes that Suong won't be able to harm the dragon even if he combines all of his attributes. Beixing is waiting for Suong to get beaten really badly so he can finally know his place. Deep down, Qin is worried that the dragon might be too much work for Suhong, but he is banking on the fact that Suhong should be able to run away if things become worse. Back in the exam arena, Suhong notices that the tiger is shivering just because he told it to lead him to where the dragon is. Su tells the tiger not to worry because he only wants it to lead him to where the dragon is and has no intention of making it fight the savage dragon. The tiger finally takes Suhong to the hole where the dragon is being kept and Suhong jumps in without hesitation while telling the tiger to wait for him. Using his spear as a brace, Suhong falls into the deep pit. Upon arriving at the bottom of the pit, he finds the dragon in chains. And judging from the aura emanating from the beast, he realizes that it is already in the mid-stage of tier 4. Suhong admits that with his current strength he might not have a chance if he fights the dragon head-on. But since the dragon has been chained down and is sleeping, it helps the situation. Suhong then goes to the least expected place, which he believes is the dragon's weak point, and this is the dragon's butt. Suhong prepares his ultimate attack, aiming to finish the dragon off in one strike. And without hesitation, he powers himself up. He dashes toward the smelling butthole with his spear, leading the charge. Without hesitation, he hits the butt really hard, delivering a powerful attack that shoots flame through the dragon's buttocks. Smoke erupts from the dragon's mouth as it screams in pain before turning its attention on Suhang to breathe fire on him. However, Suhang is able to easily dodge the attack fast and change locations to get a better angle. Since the dragon is tied up, Suhang has the advantage in the fight. At some point, the dragon believes that it has Suhang in its sights, and it immediately breathes fire in his location, but it turns out to be a dummy. Suhang appears underneath the dragon, slicing through its underside before delivering another attack that causes the dragon to scream like a baby. Everyone watching the fight from the outside can see how one-sided it is and how brutally Suhang is treating the dragon. Beixing admits that he thought that with the dragon chained up, Suhong's combat power would not be enough to deal with it, but he never expected Suhong to be toying with the dragon. In fact, he believes that there is no sane person who would have thought of going for the dragon's butt first. Beixing then suggests that they undo the dragon and push Suong to his limits so that they can finally see what he is capable of doing. Qin is worried that it might be dangerous for Suong even though he is a shameless kid. Beixing tells him that it doesn't really matter because they can just use the opportunity to see Suhong's limits. Just then, the chains come off the dragon, and it roars in anger. It leaps into the air, and one of the big chains holding it almost crushes Suong. To showcase its might, the dragon unleashes a massive fire into the air that travels straight into the sky, but it packs an incredible heat with it. This finally gives Suhong the idea that the tier 4 dragon is no joke whatsoever. Nonetheless, he is thankful that the dragon was freed because this would allow him to test exactly what his combat level is when he goes all out. The dragon turns its attention to Suhong and unleashes a massive fire that forces Suhong to dash away. Realizing that he can't outrun the fire, Suhong turns around to tackle the fire with a water dragon, which is able to effectively put out the fire. Taking out the fire leaves a cloud of smoke that Su-hong uses as cover to get above the dragon. He prepares a powerful attack aiming to take the dragon out once and for all, but the dragon catches wind of this. And even though it is insanely big, it manages to use Flash Step and get itself out of there. Su-hong doesn't give the dragon a moment of rest as he unleashes a thunder blast at the dragon. The dragon easily tanks the attack and replies with its own counterstrike that sends Su-hong backwards. Su-hong is thrown into the distance with his spear falling from his hand. Seeing how things have turned out, Su-hong realizes that he doesn't have the liberty of underestimating the dragon. Since he can't go head-to-head with the dragon with a weapon, Su-hong decides to turn to melee attacks since his raw strength is superior to the dragon's thanks to his overlord body. The dragon tries to grab him with its claws, but Su-hong meets it halfway with a powerful punch that causes it to scream like a mouse instead of a dragon. The dragon is thrown into the distance with the damage running through his body like a wave. However, Su-hong is not yet done with it as he leaps toward the dragon, punching the dragon right in the mouth. The punch knocks out some of the dragon's teeth, but Su-hong is still not yet done. At this point, the dragon is already calling for the referee to stop the match, but Su-hong brutally beats the dragon up, delivering consecutive punches to the dragon's body. Those who are watching cannot even fathom the magnitude of what is happening right before their very eyes. They conclude that Su-hong is the real savage in the fight, and seeing how he is brutally beating up the dragon, they start suspecting that he might have a dragon bloodline. Baek-sing has no choice but to admit that the combat power from fusing three attributes is overwhelming, but at the same time, Su-hong's strength is something else. Baek-sing berates Chin for not telling him that Su-hong's overlord body is insanely powerful. Chin replies with sweat trickling down his face, and he lets Baek-sing know that he was aware that the overlord's body was strong, but he placed it in the top 30 of the physique rankings. However, from what he is currently watching, the overlord body is practically on par with the number 1 strength type physique, the war god body. With the number of attributes that Su-hong has at his disposal, Baek-sing concludes that he is a freaking monster. Baek-sing tells Chin that Su-hong will end up breaking the exam's historical record that year. Moments later, Su-hong finally punches the dragon to death. This leaves him panting heavily like a race dog, but he is awarded 1,400 Dao points for killing the dragon. Su-hong crashes down in exhaustion because his spiritual energy is almost gone, thanks to the dragon's insane strength. Su-hong admits that he wouldn't have even been able to hurt the dragon if not for the overlord's body and the 3-attribute fusion because ordinary moves would be totally useless. Baek-sing is so impressed because he knows that another student would not have had the chance to take down the dragon. Su-hong's exhaustion vanishes at once when the promised 10,000 points are awarded to him. With this, he accumulated over 14,400 points, which is 10 times the points for the second-place person. Tianyan almost loses his mind when he realizes that Su-hong had just killed the savage dragon all by himself, and this is a beast that is said to be tier 4. The entire exam arena erupts in chaos because no one believes Su-hong is a regular human like them. Even the proud students who once believed that they were geniuses all crashed to the ground admitting that they are a bunch of bums. Chin is shocked to see that the mental state of the geniuses has already hit rock bottom, and Baek-sing tells Chin that the same thing would have happened to him back in his day if he had run into a monster like Su-hong. Suddenly, they notice that Su-hong is roasting the dragon's meat, which shows just how wild he is. Su-hong cuts a portion for himself and then tells the cowardly tiger that was nowhere during the fight to finish the rest. 30 minutes later, the two have eaten to their heart's content with their bellies protruding like a pregnant woman's tummy. Moments later, Su-hong realizes that the tiger is acting weirdly, and he is still teasing it when he senses blood qi also surging within his own body. Before he knows it, it gets even more intense with his blood qi shooting up like crazy. Su-hong manages to keep it under control, and when his body finally calms down, he checks the status window to see that his overlord body has improved from 6.5% to 9%. Basically, for every 1% increase in the overlord body, it costs Su-hong 1,000 martial Dao value. This means eating a few pieces of the savage dragon meat was equivalent to gaining several thousand martial Dao value. Su-hong realizes that the dragon is more or less a treasure trove from head to toe. On the third day of the assessment, some of the students arrive at the dragon's lair only to meet bones. They're freaked out because they can't believe Su-hong killed the dragon and then consumed its entire meat. They compare him to a pig, but little do they know that the tiger was the one who finished the rest of the dragon meat. Because of this, Su-hong already threatened the tiger, telling it to take him to the next high-level beast or he would be eaten. Over the next couple of days, Suong was running around, killing all the high-level beasts from apes to deathworms and a mad bull. On the 7th day, he runs into Tianyan again, and he beats him up believing that he is another student. However, when he didn't get any points from beating the dude up, he realized that he had encountered him before. At this point, Suong already has over 35,000 points. And with this, the exam finally comes to an end. The examinees are ordered to leave the examination venue immediately. So Hong is sad that the exam is over because the secret realm is a really good place to gain points, and he is sad that he only got to run rampant for just 7 days. As So Hong is about to leave, the tiger becomes emotional and starts to cry. Su Hong pets it, telling it to make sure it gets strong so it doesn't get beaten to death by someone else the following year. Su Hong realizes that Tianyan is still out cold, and since he doesn't want to leave him in the secret realm, he carries him out like a baby. The moment he steps out, he meets a crowd who are excited to see him, and they roar his name like a proper champion. After this, So Hong basically becomes a superstar with the news carrying every detail about his record-breaking performance at the examination. Even his guardians were interviewed by the media to get their own piece. The media rage baits Tianyan when they approach him for a comment, causing him to crash out on screen. Everywhere becomes completely overloaded with Su Hong's news, and frustrated by this, Su Hong urges Qin and Bei Xing to do something about the media. The two assure him that they are going to tell the media to stop bothering his family. Bei Xing then whispers to Qin, reminding him that they are there to meet So Hong for something far more important. Qin then takes the lead, telling So Hong that he would like to ask for his advice on attribute fusion techniques. He asks him if he can give him some pointers concerning this, and Suong is utterly shocked when it dawns on him that two masters are actually asking for advice, which is supposed to be the other way around. Since Qin has been so helpful, Suong figures out that it would be bad if he refuses the favor he is asking of him. Suong then gets up with a smile on his face, telling the two that he wouldn't call it giving pointers, but would refer to it as sharing his experience with them. In fact, he would like them to correct him if he says anything wrong. 30 minutes into lecture, Bei Xing is completely blown away by the fact that Suong is telling them everything he knows without holding anything back. This tells him how selfless Suong is because everything he is telling them carries weight. Meanwhile, Wu is also hiding by the door, secretly participating in the lecture too since she has an aptitude for the wind attribute. Later that midnight, Qin manages to successfully fuse the attributes, which he has not been able to do in the past. Bei Qing is impressed, and he commends Qin's talent. So Hong then tells them that he obtained a special fragment some time ago that granted him an extra attribute. He then asks them if it is the fragment of the Seven God Cauldron. The moment the two grandmasters hear this, their attention becomes even more attentive, asking him where he heard the name. Since it is a top secret name among the human higher-ups. So Hong tells them that he was chased by demon cultists near the lake and they appear to be looking for the Seven God Cauldron too. He then suggests that they keep it a secret in the meantime so that the human higher-ups don't tell him to hand it over. Bei Xing then decides to tell him some secrets that he doesn't know because he will still learn them later. Bei Xing tells Suong that the myriad races have sent a massive amount of personnel to search for the Seven God Cauldron fragments, and with reports that they have, some of them are already in their hands. Because of this, Bei Xing urges Suong to watch his back. Suong is surprised that they are telling him to watch his back. He tells them that he is aware that the myriad races assassinate human geniuses, but he doesn't know what this has to do with the Seven God Cauldron. Qin then tells him that the Seven God Cauldron fragments can grant people multiple attributes. And since Suong possesses 7 attributes, people would assume he obtained more than one fragment. Suong sighs in frustration because his 7 attributes don't even have anything to do with the Seven God Cauldron. Qin tells him that the myriad races would not believe that Suong just woke up with a talent as good as his. Bei Xing tells him that to prevent anyone from misunderstanding him, they are just going to get their stories straight. Bei Xing mentions that their story would tell everyone that he accidentally found a few fragments, which he has already handed over to them. Qin urges him to be careful, telling him that there are countless traitors among the humans, so it is going to be trouble for them if he is targeted. So Hong assures them that he will follow everything they said, and Bei Xing tells him that as long as he is admitted into Modu Martial Arts University, he will be temporarily safe so he doesn't have to worry about the myriad races coming to assassinate him. Bei Xing tells him that if anyone dares come after him, the principal would beat them up to their 18th generation. So Hong is shocked to hear this, and he asks Bei Sing if the principal is that strong. Qin mentions that he is a Tier 9 Grandmaster, and when he fought the Imperial University principal, who is also Tier 9, he broke his leg. Upon hearing this, Suong could confirm that the principal is a total badass. Suong figures out that with someone like that protecting him, he has nothing to worry about when it comes to the demonic cult. So Hong then asks Bei Sing if the principal has any hobbies because he would like to catch his attention and ask him to look out for him in the future. Bei Sing tells So Hong to be careful because the principal hates social climbers, and he might just break his legs instead of protecting him. Qin then suggests that Suong beat the crap out of the Modu City Lord's son to catch the principal's attention. Bei Sing agrees and then brings up his own suggestion, telling Suong that he has to beat up someone else. He suggests that whenever he catches a relative of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University principal during the National Martial Arts Tournament, he should show them who the boss is. Before Su Hong knows it, the two old men are already giving him troublesome suggestions left and right, and Su Hong can see that they are really troublemakers. So Hong agrees to do what they want, and the two jump up in excitement, calling So Hong a good boy. Later on, at the Modu Martial Arts University admissions office, the officer in charge is going through the list of candidates, and he is already exhausted because there are geniuses everywhere. He soon gets to Jiangnan province, which is known to have few geniuses every year, but the first candidate gets him off his seat in shock. The first candidate is none other than our boy, Su Hong, who scored more than 35,000 points in the martial arts examination. He immediately orders his subordinates to pull Su Hong's combat footage. Minutes later, the entire office is left speechless with what they have just witnessed, leaving them to even ask themselves if Suong is human. To make it even more mind-blowing, they learn that he has 100% compatibility with all the attributes. The admission officer is so excited that he rushes to the principal's office, telling him that he needs his private jet because he needs to go to Jiangnan province. However, the badass principal, Li Chengdao, a giant and fierce man, had already learned of Su Hong's existence, and he tells the officer not to rush because he is also going in person to see Su Hong. The admission officer is surprised that Chengdao already knows about Su Hong's existence. Chengdao says he couldn't avoid knowing such a crazy genius even if he tried, so he hands the officer the same document that left him wanting to see Suong for himself. The officer is utterly stunned when he discovers that, according to the document, over a dozen grandmasters have recommended Suong to the Modu Martial Arts University. Suddenly, Chengdao casually tells the officer to follow him to eliminate some people before heading to Star City for the recruitment. The officer is uneasy when he hears this as he wonders who on earth offended the principal because he's known for stirring up trouble everywhere he goes. However, Chengdao assures him that he's only going to kill some ants from the demon cult. He explains that he got info about their stronghold near Modu, plotting to hunt down a human genius, and Suong is the #1 target on their list. Without hesitation, the officer immediately becomes eager for the mission since they're trying to hurt his genius recruit. But before he can even blink, Chengdao grabs him and zooms off faster than the flash, leaving him flustered and almost scared to death. Meanwhile, in Qianfeng Forest, 50 kilometers east of Modu, the demon cultists are holding a meeting in a cave to discuss how to eliminate Suong now that he might be coming to Modu Martial Arts University. Their leader excitedly announces that the celestial god race has promised to bestow upon them divine blood that will help them transform into true members of the celestial god race once they kill Suong. The other members are also excited when they hear this, but the leader sternly lets them know that all their heads will be chopped off if they can't even erase a puny brat. This immediately pumps them up as they cheer in unison, determined to kill Suong. Unbeknownst to them, Chengdao and the admissions officer have already arrived in the forest but have no idea where the cult members are hiding. The officer is about to go down to scout out their location when Chengdao stops him. Chengdao assures him that there's no need for them to tire themselves out searching since he plans to handle it once and for all. He then instructs the officer to make sure to get a good video of him in action so that they can use the footage for the university's promotional video. Afterwards, he simply raises his hands in the air to summon a giant palm and uses it to crush a giant area of the forest. Back inside the cave, the demon cultists begin to panic as the cave around them starts collapsing without warning, leaving them no time to escape. A few seconds later, Chengdu completely crushes them and their cave out of existence, leaving no trace behind. The admissions officer is stunned as he witnesses the whole thing from behind, which reminds him how powerless he always feels whenever he sees the principal in action. Meanwhile, in So-hong's home, his aunt and uncle complain about the endless gifts pouring into their house every day with no more room to put them. So-hong's aunt also shows him a couple of photos as she tries to set him up on a blind date with the daughters of some major families in Star City. So-hong quickly declines, claiming he's too young, while his uncle tells her not to rush to find their son a partner yet. He adds that there are a ton of prominent families in Modu, so So-hong can still choose a girl from there, which will be better than Star City girls. Flustered by all the romance talk, So-hong quickly excuses himself and heads to his room to cultivate, telling his guardians to call him when dinner is ready. Once inside, he decides it's time to upgrade his spirit to tier 3 since he has accumulated enough martial Dao value. After completing the upgrade, he uses the weapon condensation art to summon a spirit shield and test just how much stronger it has become against external attacks. So-hong then throws a punch at the shield with his bare fist, which blasts a hole straight through it, causing the shield to shatter instantly. Even so, he's pleased with the outcome as the shield managed to withstand 30% of his strength, and that single punch alone is powerful enough to kill a mid-stage tier 3 ferocious beast. Satisfied with the results, So-hong concludes that his spirit shield should be more than enough to help him fend off a group of tier 3 martial practitioners if he ever finds himself surrounded. He then decides to use the remaining martial Dao value to upgrade his overlord body from 13 to 36% in one go. So-hong is impressed by the results, noting that the overlord body is truly overpowered. And with nothing but a full force punch, he can now eliminate a tier 4 martial artist using pure physical strength alone. Just as he's admiring his newfound power, his aunt and uncle call him downstairs for dinner, interrupting his train of thought. The following morning, So-hong is abruptly jolted awake by a frantic call from his high school principal, who desperately begs him to get to the school as quickly as possible and save him. Soon afterward, So-hong arrives at school only to learn that Chen Lin, the admissions officer of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, and Wang Yung, the admissions officer for Modu Martial Arts University, have been fighting because of So-hong. In the midst of a completely destroyed office and a battered face, Principal Lee makes the introductions between the trio, with So-hong in the middle feeling the heat. So-hong had heard that the rivalry between the two martial arts universities was intense, but he didn't expect the admissions directors to actually fight each other. Chen Lin then begins to list out all the things that the Imperial Capital University is willing to offer if So-hong decides to join them. She offers to provide him with an unlimited free supply of cultivation resources, and even arrange for a grandmaster to give So-hong one-on-one guidance. Chen Lin also adds that they can provide him with 30 million in cash plus other great opportunities. Principal Lee is shocked when he hears the incredible offer, noting that the school might probably spend at least 1 billion on So-hong every year. After Chen Lin finishes listing what her school has to offer, she then proudly turns to Yang, urging him to tell them what kind of treatment Modu can use to match hers. However, Yang casually announces that every student at Modu receives the same kind of treatment with no exceptions. According to Yang, the school provides 10 million worth of resources per person each year, and anything beyond the usual must be earned by the students through their own abilities. Unimpressed, Chen Lin scoffs when she hears this and remarks that Modu University is as stingy as always. Confident she has the upper hand, Chen Lin urges So-hong to make his decision. But to her surprise, So-hong picks Modu martial arts without hesitation. Even Yang is surprised because he wasn't expecting So-hong to give up on such a tempting offer from the Imperial Capital University. On the other hand, it takes Chen Lin a moment to register So-hong's choice, leaving her flustered. So So-hong repeats what he said again to make sure she gets it into her thick skull. What they don't know is that So-hong made this choice because Imperial Capital University has too many strict rules, even though their offer is great. Whereas Modu has much more flexibility and freedom, which is exactly what So-hong likes. Yang is happy to have been chosen as he rubs it on an angry Chen Lin, creating more tension between them. Chen Lin then urges So-hong to reconsider his choice, reminding him of the massive difference in the resources and treatment. However, So-hong uses a proverb to shut her up and solidify his position on his choice. Chen Lin is angered by this, while Yang makes things worse by commending So-hong for his vision and ambition. He then orders So-hong to report to school tomorrow, but So-hong is puzzled to hear this because school isn't supposed to start until September. Yang tells So-hong that none of the students at Modu would ever choose a vacation over school activities as he begins to list out all the activities, leaving So-hong stunned. Young further explains that no one in the university is willing to fall behind since their hearts are only filled with cultivating all day. Suong is impressed to hear this as he finally realizes what kind of cultivation atmosphere to expect in Modu, convincing him that he made the right choice. Seeing that she has lost the game, Chen Lin turns to leave but not before telling Suong not to regret his choice in the future. She then checks her next schedule and consoles herself that there are still 3 more decent students to recruit in Star City. A few moments later, Chen Lin arrives at the Star City Lord's mansion where she meets Tan Tua, Sing Hai, and Xiao, but they all choose Modu Martial Arts University just like Suong. Though disappointed by their decision, Chen Lin doesn't fuss over it because in her eyes, they're only average talents, so losing them isn't a major setback. Instead, she shifts her focus to recruiting the 3 most gifted students from Hang City. However, the universe plays a cruel joke on her as all 3 of them also choose Modu Martial Arts University. At this point, Chen Lin is beginning to lose her patience as she wonders if the students from Jiangnan province are possessed. She can't understand why they would choose an inferior school instead of a top choice like the Imperial Capital University. Nonetheless, she's determined to at least secure Tianyan, the second-place student of Jiangnan province, no matter the cost. Unfortunately, Tianyan also chooses Modu Martial Arts University without hesitation. Chen Lin tries to convince him to reconsider, reminding him that his 2 siblings are already at the Imperial Capital University. But Tianyuan lets her know that he's going to Modu just to prove that he's the true #1 genius of Jiangnan by defeating Suong. He then proudly declares that he also plans to thrash his older brother and sister at the Martial Arts University League to let them know that he's also the true genius of the Chen family. Meanwhile, Chen Lin is already checked out as she wonders who the hell fried the brains of the students of Jiangnan province this year to make them blindly troop to the same third-rate school. The following day, Suong arrives in Moda by train right on schedule. It is his first time visiting the city, and he's immediately captivated by its vibrant atmosphere, noting that Modu truly lives up to its reputation as a world-class metropolis. Looking around his bustling surroundings, Suhong can't help but feel nervous for no reason. Just then, he notices some upperclassmen from Modu in charge of welcoming the freshmen, holding 2 placards with the ugliest handwriting in the world. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen are also embarrassed by the placards as they whisper among themselves, complaining about the one who put them on the mission to welcome freshmen. The boys are still making fun of the handwriting when the senior responsible for writing it suddenly appears and asks if it's really as terrible as they're making it sound. The moment Bai mentions that the calligraphy club actually praised his handwriting, the boys instantly changed their tune, showering him with compliments. Bai is over the moon to hear this, but little does he know, they're all cursing him in their heads because no one is brave enough to tell him the truth when he's strong enough to beat them all in a fight. Just then, Suong approaches them. And the moment he introduces himself, Bai recognizes him as the top scholar of Jiangnan province and immediately welcomes him warmly. The other upperclassmen are equally surprised, having already heard the stories of Suong, who single-handedly took down a Tier 4 savage dragon and completely wiped out the secret realm all by himself. They're especially surprised that Suong looks way too ordinary like an average Joe. Meanwhile, Bai excitedly offers to take Suong back to the school to help him handle his enrollment procedures and show him around. Suong then thanks Bai, and a few moments later, they arrive at the main gate of the Modu Martial Arts University. Suong is absolutely mesmerized by the magnificent gate, but Bai warns him not to get any bad ideas about the plaque on the gate just because it's made of a grade alloy. Suong is left speechless when he learns that even the school's plaque is ridiculously extravagant. Tai casually explains that every year, a few students try to steal it only to end up with broken legs courtesy of the elderly security guard. Hearing that, Suhong doesn't know whether to be amazed by the sheer audacity of the students who actually attempt to steal the plaque or by the fact that the school's old security guard is overpowered. Shortly afterwards, Bai helps Suong with his registration and hands him his freshman handbook and points bracelet, telling him to keep them safe. Suddenly, Bai turns to the center of attraction as the ladies begin to fawn over him. And while Bai does his celebrity gig, Suhong wears the points bracelet on his wrist. Bai then advises him to keep the bracelet safe since all expenses from exchanging resources and even bathing can only be paid for using points. According to Bai, all freshmen are given 100 starting points upon enrollment, but after that, they must earn every point themselves. Bai also explains that the bracelet connects to the school's virtual network, allowing students to participate in ladder matches and earn points. Since the battles take place in a virtual world, Suong doesn't have to worry about getting injured. The only thing he'll lose is spirit points. So Bai encourages him to fight as much as he wants without holding back. Suong is excited to hear this as he wonders if he can gain martial Dao points by defeating opponents in the virtual ladder matches. Suong hopes this is true because that way, he will never have to worry about finding a way to earn martial Dao value again. A few minutes later, Bai leads Suong to his dorm, explaining that dorm assignments are completely random upon enrollment. Fortunately, Suong hits the jackpot and is assigned the best detached villa in dormitory area 1. However, Bai quickly warns him not to get too comfortable as dorm assignments can be challenged at any time, and whether he gets to keep the villa depends entirely on his strength. Suong is left dumbfounded, wondering why Modu Martial Arts University shamelessly turns absolutely everything into a competition. Meanwhile, the jealous wolves hungry to snatch Suhong's villa have begun circling, infuriated that someone managed to claim a detached villa through dumb luck. The first set of naive dudes who came to challenge him for the villa were ultimately destroyed. Su leaves them wishing they had never come for him, and in their moment of regret, they wonder just how Suhong got this strong. When Suhong finally makes it into the villa and sees how luxurious it is, he is completely blown away, and he understands why everyone would want to get their hands on the villa. He looks around and realizes that even the training room inside the villa is second to none. Suhong figures out that the school is just trying to use this to cause conflict and intensify competition among students. In the corner lies the virtual pod that is used to connect to the virtual network and participate in ranked battles. Apparently, all he has to do is lie in the pod and his consciousness will automatically connect to the servers. Without wasting time, Suhong jumps into the pod to give it a try. The pod closes in on him and begins the activation process. Suhong suddenly finds himself in the registration room where he is introduced to the ranked battles. He is informed that the physical strength and spiritual energy levels of martial practitioners in the same tier will be changed to fit the system. Secondly, special physiques and spiritual power cannot be used in the ranked battles. Suhong finally figures out why his strength dropped the moment he logged into the virtual world. In addition to this, his spiritual energy has decreased a whole lot that he can't even sense his spiritual power anymore. Suhong believes that the ranked battles are put in place to test combat skills and mastery of martial arts. The system continues with the explanation, revealing that there are ranks in the ranked battles. The lowest is bronze, and the highest is challenger. There are a total of 8 ranks, and each rank is further divided into 9 stars. When one reaches the 9th star in a certain rank, it will trigger promotion matches. Since Tier 3 martial artists normally use C-rank alloy weapons, Suhong is asked to select his own weapon. Without hesitation, Suhong chooses the spear as his weapon. The moment he touches the spear, he is impressed at how it feels because it feels exactly as real. The system then asks him to choose his username, but he is urged not to use his real name to protect his privacy. Su then proceeds with the username he wants, but to his surprise, all the names he wants have been taken. Suhong is completely bamboozled by this since he didn't expect people to use such weird names. Tired of thinking of a username to use, Suhong proceeds to smash the keyboard as he likes so it can generate whatever username he wants. In the end, he accidentally named himself I love long legs and black tights. Suhong freaks out when he sees the name the system chose for him, and he starts smacking the keyboard trying to change the name, but the system tells him that he can no longer change it. Suhong concludes that he is done because he has somehow picked an embarrassing name for himself. The system then tells him to set his appearance. But because of how lazy he is to do all these things, he ends up making himself look like an old uncle. When it is finally time for battle, he is matched against an opponent known as Likes Busta Girls, and this is when Suhong realizes that there are a lot of weird people out there. He is sent to the battle area, and the moment he sees how his opponent is designed, Suhong realizes that he is better. The dude looks like an old man with red skin and a white beard. After the 5-second preparation countdown ends, Busta Girls charge at Suhong with a sword strike, but Suhong easily overwhelms the attack with his. Busta Girls still believes he has everything under control until Suhong overwhelms him with sheer strength, swinging at him with so much speed that he can't follow. Before he knows it, his chest is shattered by the spear. He is left with a huge hole in his chest, and Suhong ultimately comes out victorious. After defeating his opponent, Su-hong is informed that he has gained 1 point. Su-hong is proud of what he has done because even though he didn't have all of his perks available to him, his spearmanship was top-notch. He looks at the status screen, and he is shocked to see that his progress is already up by 15% from just a single match. He figures out that after 6 more matches, he would reach bronze 2-star. Since he has always relied on his overlord body too much, Su-hong figures out that he just got the perfect opportunity for him to moderate his fundamentals. Meanwhile, 2 sisters have just learned of Su-hong moving into the first villa, and the younger sister suggests that they go take it from him. Her elder sister doesn't want any part in this and suggests that they get down to cultivation instead. The younger one doesn't agree to this, reminding her sister that she is the top scorer in Jiangdong province, so she doesn't see any reason why she would be staying in the second villa. The little sister is also the runner-up for Jiangdong province, but she is pissed that she is stuck in the 7th villa. The elder sister doesn't have time for her shenanigans as she slides into the virtual pod. She tells her sister that she is free to go take the villa if she wants, but she is not interested since there are ranked battles for her to participate in. The elder sister with the username Qinghuan is then matched with Su-hong, and the moment she sees Su-hong's perverted name, she loses it. From what she knows, in previous years, people confident enough to make it onto the ladder rankings always had very serious usernames and avatars. Qinghuan believes that Su-hong is an unserious fellow who just threw a username together and even picked an ugly avatar for himself. With what she knows, she believes that Su-hong already sees himself as one of the bottom feeders, which is why he didn't care what name he chose. Upon arriving in the arena, Qinghuan wastes no time going after Su-hong with the intention of ending the match as quickly as she can. Qinghuan is confident in her sword strike, so she believes that Su-hong would go down in 1 strike. However, she receives a reality check when Su-hong stops her attack with 1 hand. Su doesn't stop there as he unleashes a counterattack that pushes her backwards. She panics when she sees this because only a spearmaster would be able to do that to her. Qinghuan cannot believe that Su-hong is this strong, but he chose to use such a sleazy name and avatar. She wonders if it was Su-hong's plan to make people underestimate him on purpose. Qinghuan realizes that her arrogance was about to cost her, and she finally decides to take things seriously. She unleashes her full power strike, which is imbued with the fire attribute. Even Su-hong acknowledges the proficiency of the attack. Su-hong is forced to maneuver in the hardest way to get himself out of the situation. However, Qinghuan was already waiting for him. She descends upon him with another sword strike, forcing Su-hong to raise his spear to block the attack. She puts Su-hong on the defensive, and when Su-hong is just trying to catch a break, she comes after him with her wind attribute. However, Su-hong manages to dodge the attack, but he is impressed that he ran into a dual attribute user so early. Qinghuan, on the other hand, is freaking out that Su-hong managed to dodge her strike. Nonetheless, she still turns around and dashes toward him. She admits within herself that Su-hong's spear arts might actually be more excellent than her sword arts. Realizing that Qinghuan will not give him a break, Su-hong unleashes a powerful spear art that rivals Qinghuan's attack. This unleashes a massive explosion, but just as the smoke clears off, Su-hong's spear comes flying through the smoke. Qinghuan manages to block the spear with all of her strength, but this leaves her completely open to Su-hong's close combat attacks. Su-hong hits her on the chest with a lightning strike, sending her flying into the distance, which ultimately leads to her defeat. Qinghuan cannot believe that she just lost, but she promises Su-hong that she will never forget his name. When she returns, she angrily pulls off her tights since this is exactly what Su-hong claims he loves. Su-hong finally steps out of the pod breathing heavily. He admits that the match was quite tough, and just then, he receives a friend request from Qinghuan. Qinghuan wastes no time sending him a text, but Su-hong has already forgotten about her. In the end, Su-hong believes that she is one of those scammers, and he straight up blocks her. Su-hong genuinely believes that there are scammers on the university virtual network, but since he is not one who is swayed by beauty, he believes that he has nothing to worry about. After the grueling battle, Su-hong realizes that he is hungry and he needs to get something at the cafeteria. However, the moment he steps out of the villa, he finds a bunch of angry students who are ready to beat him and take the villa from him. Su-hong is not one to shy away from a fight, and he suggests that they come at him at the same time since he is freaking hungry. Seeing how confident Su-hong is, the group takes a step back, wondering if Su-hong is actually an expert. One of them asks if there is anyone who knows who Su-hong is, but they are all oblivious to who he is. The dude, Wang Teng, standing in front of the line takes this as a good thing since no one recognizes who So Hong is, which means he is a nobody. Tang lunges at So Hong, but So Hong easily grabs his punch without straining himself whatsoever. Suong looks into his eyes before finally punching him so hard that he is sent crashing headfirst into the ground. Tang passes out immediately, shocking his fellow challengers because Tang is a tier 3 martial artist, but he was defeated with just a single strike. So Hong, who is already hyped, asks who wants to come after him next, but the group immediately turns tail and starts running. So Hong is not about to lose a bunch of Dao points, and he grabs them with his telekinetic arms. The group freaks out when it dawns on them that there is no escape route whatsoever. So Hong then descends on them like an executioner, beating the crap out of every single one of them. They scream for help, telling So Hong that they have surrendered, but So Hong doesn't care. The group still standing in the back watches as So Hong decimates a bunch of tier 3 prodigies like they are nothing. After he is done taking out the tier 3 martial artists, Su Hong is awarded his Dao points and he realizes that since he became a tier 3 martial artist, the number of points he gets from defeating tier 3 has dropped below 100. Just then, he realizes that there are still a bunch of tier 2 martial artists staring at him. The group freaks out the moment they realize that So Hong has turned his attention to them. They start begging, telling him that they didn't come there to challenge him, but So Hong already has his sights on them. He knows that they might not be worth much, but at the same time, it is better than nothing. Without hesitation, he goes after them, beating them all up like crazy. Moments later, he has completely wrecked them just because of his precious points. After this, he heads to the cafeteria, and he is surprised when he learns that one meal costs an expensive 5 points. This means that the 100 starting points will only carry someone for 20 meals. Just then, he spots Tantua and the others, and he is surprised that they are already in school. The trio reveals that they left home early when they heard that he had come to school. Tantua asks Suong if he managed to get his hands on a private dorm because out of all of them, he looks the happiest. Suong then asks him why he is concerned about dorms, asking him if the dorm they got is bad. Tantua reveals that his luck is so bad that he got assigned to an 8-person room. So Hong then asks the other if they also found themselves in an 8-person room too. Sing Yi tells him that they were able to get a 4-person room, but it is not something to celebrate. So Hong tries to console them, telling them that 4 people in a room isn't that bad, but he can understand why they are reacting this way since they are all from a rich background. Just then, Sing Yi screams at the top of his voice, revealing that he was assigned to a 4-person girls' dorm, and Jiao reveals that she found herself in the boys' dorm. Sinji cannot believe that just because he grew his hair a little, they mistook him for a woman. Even Jiao wonders why a good-looking woman like her with a nice figure is mistaken for a man. Tantua then asks Suong what dorm he got, but Suong tries to avoid the conversation, suggesting that they eat instead. However, they continue pestering him until he finally reveals that he has his own villa. Before the trio can start freaking out, Suong rushes off, claiming that he has something to do. He then heads back to the villa and hops into the pod to engage in more simulated battles. Suong pushed himself to the max and didn't stop until he completely drained his mental power. After the battles, he realizes that he has reached 4-star bronze, and his spear and movement arts have also improved. Since he is a tier 3 psychic, he has over 1,000 points of mental power, but he can only fight 8 battles in a row. Ordinary martial practitioners only have 100 points of mental power, and Su Hong figures out that they might be forced to rest after every simulated battle. Since he has the advantage when it comes to mental power, Su Hong figures out that he will progress faster than everyone else. The moment he closes his eyes, he falls asleep from exhaustion. He only wakes up the next morning from an announcement calling the students to the field, telling them that 10 points will be deducted for every minute they are late. Suong quickly gets up and starts running to the field since he is not about to lose a bunch of points when he hasn't even earned that much. He is on his way to the field when he hears someone call his username from behind. Suong freezes in shock, wondering who in the world figured out his real-world identity so quickly. He turns around to see the stubborn lady, Qing Huan, yelling at him for blocking her on the simulated server. Suong cannot believe that this annoying chick actually came after him in real life too. Suong nervously turns around and tries to twist everything around, telling Qing Huan that she must have the wrong person. Qing Huan then tells him that he really doesn't know how to hide because he uses a spear and he was able to fight 8 virtual battles back to back. She tells him that his mental power has to be at least at the level of a tier 3 telekinetic, and there aren't many tier 3 spirit telekinetics who use a spear, so there is no way his identity is that hard to figure out. So-hong realizes that he actually messed up in this aspect because spirit telekinetics mostly use knives or hidden weapons, so they generally don't use a spear. Gingwan finally introduces herself as Gu Huanhuan, and she suggests that they add each other since they are both freshers. They are in the middle of their conversation when Huanhuan's annoying sister shows up expressing her surprise that her sister is actually trying to add a guy as a friend when she had already rejected over 100 friend requests before that. Huanhuan's sister then decides to check out So-hong's strength, lunging at him with a kick aimed for his head. However, So-hong casually blocks the attack. The girl continues swinging at So-hong, telling So-hong that he has to compete to become her sister's boyfriend. So-hong is entirely confused about what she is talking about since he has never said anything about becoming Huanhuan's man. Huanhuan can see how frustrating the whole thing is getting, and she tells So-hong that he has to fight back because her sister won't stop until he knocks some sense into her. So-hong acknowledges this and finally takes the fight seriously. He blocks the girl's attack and then replies with a powerful counterstrike that sends her flying backwards. She sees her life flash before her eyes, and she has no choice but to admit that So-hong's strength is incredibly terrifying. She then asks So-hong how much power he used in the punch he just threw at her, and he replies that it was about 30%. She stares at her red hand in shock, asking So-hong if he really used just 30% to do that to her. She immediately becomes interested in So-hong, and she rushes over suggesting that they add each other as friends. So-hong smiles when he hears this as he never expected that exchanging blows would help him make friends. In addition to this, he can see that she is an innocent girl, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. So-hong then proceeds to add the two as friends, and when Huanhuan's sister, Lele, sees So-hong's username, she wastes no time complaining about how perverted it is. Huanhuan grabs her cheek, telling her to stop judging other people's preferences. So-hong tries to explain that the name was just an accident, and he is not some strange pervert. At this point, So-hong is already regretting having such a username. When So-hong finally arrives at the field, Tan-tuo immediately introduces him to his dorm mates, and they all surround So-hong like bees jumping on honey. So-hong notices that Sengyi and Zhao are nowhere to be found, and Tan-tuo tells him that the two are hanging out with their mates in the distance. It turns out that Zhao is having it hard being among boys because they all want to grab her. They adore her and worship her like a goddess, making life completely frustrating for her. Sengyi, on the other hand, is having it harder than Zhao because he is getting beaten up by his female roommates who accuse him of being a pervert. Just then, an overwhelming aura hits the surroundings, and what follows is a commanding voice telling the students to keep quiet. Only So-hong is able to stand while the others fall to their knees from this. The principal then introduces himself, telling them that he gathered them so that they can get to know each other. He tells them that since they are martial artists, the best way to introduce themselves is by showcasing their strength. Because of this, he orders everyone to release their blood chi, and those who can't hold on must step back. He reveals that the last person to fall will be rewarded with 50 points. Without wasting time, a proud dude from the 4th villa, Tang Guyun, immediately unleashes his aura, pushing back the weaklings surrounding him. Another powerhouse, Eohai, also joins him in showcasing his aura. Since everyone is boasting about their strength, the Gu sisters do the same. In no time, the aura of the tier 3 martial artists overwhelms the field. So-hong is surprised to see that there are a bunch of tier 3 high stages in the school. He finally realizes how strong other provinces are because the highest in his own province was only an early stage tier 3. Tan-tuo soon realizes that So-hong is easily withstanding the pressure from the numerous auras without even unleashing his own. This is when So-hong finally decides to unleash his aura too, but Tan-tuo begs him to wait until he backs up. Another student hears this and tells So-hong to back up with Tan-tuo because he is just about to unleash his own aura, and it is going to be serious. The dude proceeds to unleash his aura, but the moment So-hong activates his, he gets pushed to the side. The dude crashes to the ground with his intestines almost melting from sheer strength. This forces him to ask So-hong if he is a freshman just like them because the pressure from his body is insane. Everyone on the field starts falling thanks to So-hong's aura, leaving them to ask who he is because he is obviously stronger than everyone there. The strong tier 3 ones among them are able to withstand So-hong's aura and they decide to gang up on So-hong. They combine their aura and aim straight for So-hong, aiming to crush him and get themselves his nice villa. Despite the overwhelming aura, Suong doesn't even take them seriously. Instead, he's disappointed because he expected more from the combined aura of a dozen high-stage Tier 3 fighters. Standing his ground without taking a single step back, he casually tears through their united pressure as if it were nothing. Suong is even slightly disappointed that the entire clash ended so quickly in an instant. However, everyone else is completely dumbfounded. They can't believe Suong just blocked the combined aura of so many powerful opponents head-on and shattered it with ease. Even Ahai has no choice but to admit that based on sheer strength alone, Suong really deserves to be assigned Villa number 1 because he's an absolute monster. Lele is equally stunned, realizing that Suong is far stronger than she had initially thought. Meanwhile, Wanwan can't wrap her head around what just happened. She keeps wondering how someone who is only at the early stage of Tier 3 could pull off such an unbelievable feat. After farming aura, Suong confidently swaggers to the center of the field. His voice booms across the entire arena as he declares that he'll definitely remember how everyone ganged up on him today. He then directs his gaze toward the so-called high-stage dudes, warning them that they'd better hope they never cross paths with him again or he will thrash them every time he sees them without holding back. Terrified, Lele darts behind her sister as she frantically reminds Suong that she didn't even attack him with the others. Suong immediately exempts Lele and Wanwan from his target list. At the same time, Aohai isn't pleased that he shot himself in the foot while trying to make a name for himself. Apparently, he did this to stand out, but instead ended up becoming a stepping stone for Suong. Even so, Ahai believes he still has a chance because he possesses the Power King physique that is ranked 10th in strength. Because of this, Ahai feels that he has the biggest advantage when it comes to close combat. Guiyun also feels the same as Ahai and fears that Suhong's reputation will skyrocket after today. Nevertheless, he consoles himself with the fact that he also possesses an early-stage Tier 3 spirit. Gu Young believes that with this, he can definitely surpass Suong in actual combat. Meanwhile, Tantua and Xiao have been quietly observing the whole thing from the side. Tantua says Suong is acting less and less human every time they see him, while Xiao isn't surprised because she's already gotten used to seeing Suong achieve insane feats. Shinji, on the other hand, proudly hypes Suong up to everyone who cares to listen. He loudly announces that Suong is the same top scorer of Jiangnan province who killed a Tier 4 savage dragon. Everyone is shocked by this revelation because they thought the part about him killing a dragon was just a rumor. Chengdu is also impressed by Suong, especially his arrogance and ability to stir things up. Soon afterward, Chengdao announces the end of the freshman orientation. He also reveals that every student present in the field will be rewarded with 50 points. Chengdao tells those who didn't receive a reward not to be disappointed, explaining that they can still earn points by challenging the virtual ladder rankings and taking on outside training missions. He then lists out other events that can help the students earn generous cultivation resources from the school, like the upcoming freshman martial arts competition, the martial arts test that happens every 3 months, and the annual National Martial Arts University League. With all these, Chengdao promises the students that the school will absolutely never let them down. He then announces that the school has prepared only 10 villas, 100 townhouses, and 1,000 single dorms. According to Chengdao, these accommodations are all equipped with virtual cabins, and they can be used free of charge. Tantua and Xiao are excited to hear this because the virtual cabins in the public areas cost 5 points per hour. They figure they can actually save hundreds of points each month as long as they snatch one of those single dorms. Chengdao tells everyone to fight for these special accommodations if they aren't satisfied with their current living conditions. He lets them know that they are allowed to kick out the current occupants and snatch up their rooms. Chengdao further reveals that they can team up as many as they want to defeat anyone currently on the field because all students who participated in that fight will automatically earn a single dorm. Everyone is excited to hear this, especially the weaker small fries who admit that they can't beat the high-stage Tier 3s in one-on-one combat but can take them on in large groups. After his address, Chengdu officially announces the start of the dormitory battle and urges everyone to fight their hearts out. As soon as the game begins, everyone rushes towards the field to tackle the stronger ones together. Seeing the hungry mob close in, Guiyan begins to panic and fears that the principal is just trying to get them killed with such absurd jungle rules. Ohai suggests the strong ones also team up to handle the mob. One of them points out that there are only 10 villas, which is not enough to contain the 12 of them. However, he agrees that joining forces is their best bet for now. Lele volunteers to join them with her sister, while Wanwan asks Suong if he's also interested. However, Suong bluntly rejects the offer as he immediately charges into the field, determined to use this opportunity to farm martial Dao points. Unfortunately, just as Suong is about to thoroughly enjoy himself, he suddenly cautions everyone to stay away from a monster like him. As if controlled remotely, the mob immediately diverts away from Suong, leaving him completely confused. Suong frantically challenges them to fight him, but no one wants to face a freak of nature. No matter how much he tries to convince them, everyone runs away in the other direction, telling him to stay away from them. While Suong disappointedly watches everyone avoid him, the mob closes in on the middle of the field, determined to take on the other powerful dozen. As Ao Hai tries to keep them from devouring him, he questions why no one is attacking Suong. One of the attackers lets him know that only an absolute idiot would go up against someone who killed an actual tier 4 dragon. At the same time, Lele complains to Wanwan that the mob is too many to handle. Hearing this, someone advises Lele to simply pretend to let them win so that they can take her single room while she still gets to share a room with her sister. Lele loves the idea of moving into her sister's villa, but when she tells Wanwan about it, Wanwan calls her a spineless brat and even threatens to disown her if she surrenders. The next moment, Lele is stunned and calls out Suhong's name. Everyone immediately turns in the direction of her gaze, only to see Suong charging in like a frigging bulldozer, challenging everyone to fight him. Before he gets to them, the mob instantly disperses in every direction, leaving only Lele and Wanwan behind. Lele is surprised that Suong actually came to help them, but Suong completely ignores them to chase after his precious martial Dao points, leaving Lele wondering what he's trying to do. While everyone else is trying to flee, some dude named Chin Niao from Villa number 5 who thinks Suong is trying to help him thanks Suong for the assistance. However, Suong reminds him of his earlier warning to deal with everyone who ganged up on him. Since everyone is avoiding him like the plague, Suong lets Chin Niao know that he's the target. Suong immediately punches him, but Chin Niao manages to block the attack with a water shield. Suong is quite impressed that he couldn't shatter the defensive martial art of a high-stage tier 3 with a single punch. Since a simple punch won't work, he decides to pack a little something extra into it by adding thunder to the mix. Chen Miao is momentarily stunned that Suong is also a thunder attribute user. His shield is soon breached because the thunder attribute counters his water attribute. Without giving the poor dude a chance to catch his breath, Suong suddenly sneaks up behind to strike Chen Miao with palm thunder. Using the brief opening, Chen Miao quickly makes a run for it, convinced that no matter how powerful Suong is, there's no way he can catch him. However, he's immediately proven wrong because in the next instant, Suong traps him in place with a wood attribute control martial art. Frustrated, Chin Miao is unable to believe that Suong actually possesses dual attributes. Even so, he forcefully breaks himself free from the vines. But before he can continue running, Suong suddenly appears right behind him, completely catching him off guard. Chen Miao reacts on instinct, firing a water cannon to intercept Suhong's thunderstrike. However, Suhong's punch tears straight through the attack, shattering the water cannon. Chen Miao can't believe he's being completely overpowered despite possessing a water spirit body with a 100% water attribute affinity. With a physique like that, the power of his water martial arts already far surpasses those of martial practitioners at the same stage, yet it was effortlessly overwhelmed by a single punch from an early stage tier 3. Unable to continue, Chen Miao admits that Suong is a monster before surrendering to him. But just as he's about to leave, a water wall suddenly blocks his path, leaving him utterly shocked. While Chen Miao is still trying to understand what the hell was happening, Suong attacks him with a water cannon from behind. Chen Miao is thrown midair by the attack, but he's more concerned with how Suong knows the same moves he just used earlier. As Suong prepares to deliver the finishing blow, he reveals that Chen Miao taught him, but Chen Miao is lost and doesn't remember doing anything of that sort. At that very moment, he realizes that Suong simply learned them from watching him. Suong then thanks him for the free martial arts before smashing him into the ground. Chang Dao, who recorded the whole battle, forwards the video to someone. He can't believe Suong actually picked up a tier 2 martial arts in less than a minute. Chang Dao admits that Suhong's talent might even be stronger than what was written in his file. He then concludes that Suong might actually be able to successfully cultivate the technique researched by the person he sent the video to. The person on the other end agrees that Suong has decent talent, but comprehending the martial art might be a different case. Changdao then asks whether he's coming back to check on Suong, but he informs Changdao that he's not returning anytime soon because he has no time. Annoyed by the revelation, Changdao threatens to make Suong his disciple if the person doesn't return before the freshman tournament. However, the person on the other end warns him not to snatch his disciple, explaining that having Suong learn Changdao's techniques is a complete waste of his talent. Changdao is furious to hear this and almost crushes his phone, vowing to beat the hell out of him when he returns. Back in the field, Qin Miao, whose spirit is about to flee his body, curses Suong, telling him that he's definitely not human. Suong completely ignores him just to check how many martial Dao points he scored from their little tango. Suong is pleased that he managed to get over 100 points from a high stage tier 3. This instantly makes him crave more as he glances towards the direction of other high stage tier 3 martial practitioners on the field. At the same time, Ao Hai is surprised that a high stage tier 3 like Qin Miao couldn't even run away from Suong. Suddenly, Suong calls out to Ao Hai and challenges him to a sparring match. Terrified, everyone who was attacking Ao Hai instantly flees away from him, wondering what else So Hong could possibly gain from fighting when he already occupies the number 1 villa. Oh Hai quickly tells Gu Yun to team up with him to take down So Hong. However, Gu Yun asks him if he's not ashamed to have 2 high stage tier 3 gangs up on 1 early stage tier 3. Just then, Suong turns his attention to Gu Yun, telling him not to run away. Fueled by such blatant dare, Gu Yun immediately agrees to team up with Ao Hai. As the duo immediately charges towards Suong, they agree to use their same old tactic. From their interaction, Suong wonders if the boys knew each other before. Meanwhile, midway into the charge, Gu Yun and Oh Hai suddenly split up in opposite directions. Gu Yun tries to take on Suong from above while Oh Hai targets his lower body. However, Suong effortlessly dodges both of them. Gu Yun charges in first, unleashing a thunder attribute strike while Suong counters with his own palm thunder. Just before the two attacks collide, a spirit cord suddenly wraps around Suhong's feet, bringing him to a halt. He immediately realizes that Ao Hai is a spirit mind master. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Hai rushes in with spirit blades to finish Suong off while Gu Yun follows up with a thunderstrike from below, trapping him in a deadly double assault. Ao Hai smugly declares that Suong figured out his spirit abilities way too late. Gu Yun, equally confident, asks Suong if he's ever heard the saying that knowing your enemy is the key to winning a 100 battles. Convinced victory is already theirs, the two launch their finishing blows. But in the next instant, Suong vanishes, effortlessly slipping past both attacks. The sudden turn of events leaves Oh Hai stunned as he realizes that Suong is a spirit master as well. Suong then throws back the smug quote Gu Yun gave him earlier about knowing the enemy. Without wasting any moment, he charges towards them again, determined to end the fight this time. Guillaume and Ah Hai equally charge towards him, powers blazing. While the trio fiercely clash, Lele and Wan Wan watch the intense battle from on top of a pile of defeated bodies. Lele asks her sister who she thinks will win, and Wan Wan confidently says it's Suong. True to her prediction, So Hong effortlessly knocks down the two so-called powerhouses.